my Doomsday Train. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination, so don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like, and if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 76, Good Quality and Low Price. Chen Mang glanced at the train panel. 17,739 units of iron ore and 1,120 units of copper ore. The once empty cargo car had finally become slightly more abundant. He hadn't used his level 2 copper refresh ticket yet. He would use it after he finished mining the level 1 copper mine at the bottom of the Doomsday Abyss. This copper mine was a small level 1 mine, so he needed to finish it before the iron ore. With the resources in hand, he immediately spent 500 units of iron ore to build an open-air carriage. It looked a bit like the iron carriages of the coal trains of his past life. Because it was custom-made, it was more expensive than ordinary carriages. Open-air carriages could also be armored, but only on 3 sides, and the resource consumption did not decrease. Thus, his star train had a 9th carriage, an open-air carriage. Then, Chen Mang pulled the blueprint for the white-grade vehicle accessory, the repeating crossbow, from a drawer and placed it close to the control panel. As it transformed into a white dot of light and merged into the console, the train gained access to craft this accessory. The crafting cost was incredibly low, requiring only 100 units of iron ore per unit. It was truly remarkable how frugal white-grade accessories were. A single open-air carriage could accommodate up to 8 repeating crossbows. He immediately spent 800 units of iron ore, filling the entire carriage. He then expended another 4,400 units of iron ore to upgrade one of the repeating crossbows to level 10, quickly bringing its 2 corresponding supermetal effects to life. Standing inside the train, Chen Mang let out a long breath before lighting a cigarette and gazing up at the stars, his expression dazed. Sure enough, white-grade accessories suited him better. The repeating crossbow's basic stats allowed it to fire 1 arrow per minute. Each crossbow bolt is about the thickness of a baby's arm and a full 50 centimeters long. Forged entirely from fine steel, its sharp, angular tip exudes a bloodthirsty aura. You could call it an arrow, or a siege weapon. After reaching level 10, it can fire 10 rounds per minute, and its overall appearance undergoes a dramatic transformation, becoming even more breathtaking. The bolts have grown wider, from the thickness of a baby's arm to the thickness of an adult's, and their length has reached 80 centimeters. If this thing were to truly aim at a human, the target wouldn't feel much pain. This upgrade especially brings 2 super mod effects. The repeating crossbow's level 5 super mod effect. The repeating crossbow can be linked to the train assist AI. As long as an enemy is within range of its detection radar, the train assist AI will automatically lock onto them, greatly increasing its accuracy. This requires the train assist AI green grade accessory to be upgraded to the maximum level. The repeating crossbow's level 10 supermod effect, the resource cost per bolt is halved. This was the second time he'd encountered the same supermetal effect. The level 5 heavy machine gun supermetal effect could also be linked to the train's auxiliary AI, granting it an automatic lock-on effect. This would significantly reduce manpower consumption within the train. Otherwise, simply controlling these 8 repeating crossbows would require at least a dozen people. It also significantly improved aiming and his control over the train. Most importantly, the crossbow bolts required for this accessory didn't require a production line. Simply consuming a certain amount of iron ore while operating the repeating crossbow automatically generated the corresponding number of bolts. Yes, iron ore, no copper ore required, only iron ore, and the price was incredibly low. Level 1 crossbow bolt. 1 unit of iron ore for 1 bolt. Level 2 crossbow bolt. 5 units of iron ore for 1 bolt. Level 3 crossbow bolt. 10 units of iron ore for 1 bolt. With the supermetal effects cost halved, the price was even lower. Very good, Chen Mang smiled contentedly as he left the train compartment. Standing on the wasteland, he gazed at the train's last open-air carriage. The crossbow, slightly elevated above the carriage, rested quietly in the night, patiently awaiting the arrival of war. For a long time to follow. This would be his most commonly used long-range attack. Admittedly, its rate of fire was a bit slow, at 10 rounds per minute, far inferior to a heavy machine gun. However, A single crossbow bolt was more powerful than a single heavy machine gun bullet. Plus, its quality and affordability made it more suitable for him at this point than a heavy machine gun. After completing all this, Chen Mang built another open-air carriage and placed 4 40-barrel Sakura falling rocket launchers within it. These were blue-grade components. 1 required 1,000 units of iron ore, and 4 required 4,000 units. He glanced at the resource cost of upgrading to level 2. Just to reach level 2 required 1,000 units of iron ore. The rate of fire was quite high, with a single burst of 40 rockets, and all 40 rockets could be fired in a second. There was no need for a production line for rocket launchers, resources could be consumed directly. However, the price was much higher than heavy machine gun bullets. Level 1 rocket launcher. 10 units of copper ore per round. Level 2 rocket launcher. 50 units of copper ore per round. Level 3 rocket launcher. 100 units of copper ore per round. That's 10 times more expensive. If all 4 Sakura Fall rocket launchers were equipped with level 3 rocket launchers and fired simultaneously, each round would require 16,000 units of copper ore, effectively destroying a single level 1 copper ore. In comparison, the rapid-fire crossbow is still preferable. 5 days later, at dawn, the level 2 iron mine at the bottom of the Abyss of Doom had been nearly mined, and it should be finished in a week at most. The level 1 copper mine had also been completely mined today. However, a brand new level 2 copper mine had appeared nearby, created by Chen Mang using a level 2 copper mine refresh ticket. Over the past few days, nothing had happened, and everything had gone smoothly. Chen Mang had also accumulated sufficient resources. 80,000 units of iron ore and 6,600 units of copper ore at dawn. The slaves, under the command of Old Pig and the others, were already lining up expertly for their breakfast. Chen Mang sat alone inside the train, ready to squander all the resources he'd accumulated over the past few days. Some parts had only been upgraded to level 5 due to insufficient resources. He had a slight obsessive-compulsive disorder, and those level 5 parts always looked a bit off. They had to be upgraded to level 10 to look good. First, the Hot Wheels. Upgrading from level 5 to level 10 would cost 35,000 units of iron ore. Chen Mang nodded, glancing at the resources required for the upgrade on the translucent panel before him, and silently gave up. But screw you, 35,000 units of iron ore would have been enough to buy him his life. He suddenly realized his obsessive-compulsive disorder seemed to have been cured. This level 5 Hot Wheels looked quite pleasing to the eye. Chapter 77, Taken some more survivors. Of the craftable parts for a level 2 train, armor and Hot Wheels were arguably the most expensive. The Hot Wheels were decent, costing 1,000 units of iron ore to upgrade from level 1 to 2, with each subsequent upgrade costing an additional 1,000 units. He didn't even bother mentioning the armor. Upgrading from level 1 to 2 required 5,000 units of iron ore, and from level 2 to 3 10,000 units. Before he found level 4 iron ore, he hadn't even considered level 10 armor. A level 5 Hot Wheel would have been enough. He was already fast, so there was no need to go any faster. After moving past the Hot Wheel, Chen Mang looked at the other parts. Many didn't need to be upgraded yet, like the single bed and the purified water filter. He should focus on defense and attack first. After a moment's thought, he spent 4,400 units of copper ore to upgrade the generator to level 10. He spent another 540 units of copper ore to upgrade the circuit system to level 10. Both of these components are crafted from copper ore, so naturally, they also require copper ore to upgrade. The train's auxiliary AI had already warned that the increasing number of energy-consuming components on the train had overloaded the electrical system. These two components, crucial for maintaining the train's operation, were long overdue for an upgrade. By upgrading them all to level 10, they wouldn't need to be upgraded for a long time. This also added 4 new supermetal effects. Electrical system level 5 supermetal effect. No manual adjustments are required. The electrical system is completely integrated into the train and can be freely adjusted on the control panel. Electrical system level 10 supermetal effect allows for a certain degree of overload. Generator level 5 supermetal effect. Silent power generation. Generator level 10 supermetal effect continues to operate for 24 hours after the energy stone is depleted. This feature significantly reduces the component's health. Chen Mang glanced at the 4 supermetal effects, curled his lips, and said nothing more. They were basically useless. The only useful one was probably the electrical system level 5 supermodel effect. It saved him the trouble of manually adjusting the electrical system every time he added a new component, saving him some effort. But it didn't matter. He only needed the upgraded effects of these two accessories, and hadn't expected their supermod effects to be truly useful. He then spent 30,800 units of iron ore to upgrade all 7 of his remaining crossbows to level 10. He spent another 44,000 units of iron ore to upgrade his search radar to level 10, increasing its detection range to 10,000 meter radius. With that range, it was practically impossible for any monster to reach him without his knowledge. It wouldn't be possible for the goblin train double had piloted to evade his radar and appear before him. His search radar was only level 10. Even if he had radar evading accessories, they wouldn't be of the same level. In this low-level area, he doubted any train could have such high-level accessories. He also gained 2 supermod effects. Search radar level 5 supermod effect. If a boss appears within range, its skills will be clearly displayed on the control panel screen. Level 10 search radar supermode effect. If a train appears within range, its components and their levels will be clearly displayed on the control panel screen. Chen Mang raised a brow slightly. The 2 super modes are quite effective. The over 40,000 units of iron ore were worth their investment. He glanced at the remaining components. Almost all the important components were already level 10. Once the 2 mines in the Doomsday Abyss were mined, he would begin preparing to upgrade the train to level 3. But then, he froze in place, a flicker of shock in his eyes. What was going on? He had thought the Doomsday Abyss was the safest area in the teeming wasteland, with few monsters able to set foot there. In fact, he had been at the bottom of the Doomsday Abyss for so long, and apart from that clueless young man, Doba, he hadn't encountered any danger. If he didn't have to go to the higher level areas, he would almost consider settling there permanently. But after the search radar was upgraded to level 10, with a detection range of 10,000 meters, the control panel screen was filled with dense red dots, and the beeping alarms were almost non-stop. The sight of those hundreds of red dots almost gave him a claustrophobic attack. Was that an underground river? 6,000 meters below the Doomsday Abyss, hundreds of red dots were slowly moving beneath the ground. They were the fish monsters that swarmed in the underground river, including 5 level 3 monsters alone. They were called piranhas. The radar upgrade provided more information. Chen Mang looked at the scene with a slightly strange expression, but he didn't take it personally. He was simply surprised. He hadn't expected monsters in the underground river, but he didn't think much of it. After all, those piranhas posed no threat to him. The iron ore he had been saving for days was almost gone. He really didn't manage the household. He had no idea how expensive it was. The daily meals he provided to his slaves were practically unmatched by any other train. The main reason was that the resources consumed by the food alone weren't even enough to upgrade a single component. Bread and steamed buns, consumed regularly, could improve physical fitness, but after all these days, he hadn't noticed any changes. He suddenly felt the urge to attend another rally. He should have bought some fitness equipment back then. While the slaves wouldn't need it, he could use it. He didn't have much to do on weekdays, so placing the equipment inside the train would be a good way to exercise during his free time. Oh, and that Jichachu. He had to go to another rally. Chen Mang glanced at the train radio. The next rally was in 7 days. The one had just been held yesterday, so 7 days later, the iron mine in the Doomsday Abyss would be nearly depleted by then. Next, he had to figure out where to find higher-level resource mines. He was so used to mining level 2 iron ore that he really didn't want to even consider level 1. The iron ore he dug up over the next few days also happened to upgrade his resource detection radar to level 10, giving it a wider detection range and making it easier for him to find high-level resource mines. Chen Mang's eyes narrowed slightly as he planned his next trip. He still had to go to Taiping City. A few days ago, he asked Lao Zu to look among the slaves to see if there were any compatible couples he could use for the Doomsday marriage certificate. Lao Zu gave him a candidate, Shan Maozi, one of his thugs. His girlfriend might be hiding in the suburbs of Taiping City. If he could find her, he'd meet the requirements for the Doomsday marriage certificate. But he didn't know if she was still alive. The upgraded enemy detection radar could clearly reveal the specific information of each red dot, including gender and appearance. If he was willing, finding someone wouldn't be a problem. He could also capture and shelter a few more survivors. Chapter 78, List 3, Star Train. Another 7 days passed. The level 2 iron mine at the bottom of the abyss had been completely mined, thanks to overtime work, yielding a total of 110,000 units of iron ore. All slaves were now working on the level 2 copper mine. Once this mine was complete, it would be time to officially leave the abyss. He had originally planned to attend the rally today. However, something unexpected had to happen, and the rally had been cancelled. Since last night, dozens of tornadoes had roared recklessly across the wilderness, hurling trains and monsters caught in them high into the air and then free falling. At that moment, many trains were racing against death to avoid the tornadoes, and even the monsters were running wildly. The abyss, however, was safe, unaffected by the tornadoes. Whatever, Chen Mang shook his head, not giving it much thought. He couldn't attend this gathering, so he could just wait until the next one. There was no rush. He'd just mined a lot of iron ore recently, so he could upgrade the remaining parts. He stood up and glanced around the train room, finally focusing on the single bed. It was a part he'd snatched from Master Kun, a plain, white, high-grade part. Now that he had more resources, he decided to give it a try. He wondered what supermetal effects upgrading the single bed to level 10 would bring. He immediately went to work. After spending 4,400 units of iron ore, he had a level 10 single bed. The upgrade increased comfort, transforming it from a hard bed into a soft mattress, with adjustable softness. As for the supermetal effects, a level 5 single bed offers a choice of pillows and 3-piece sets, such as buckwheat, silicone, or jade. A level 10 single bed offers improved sleep quality and a longer life. Huh? Chen Mang froze slightly as he gazed at the single bed's level 10 supermetal effect. Extending life? Wasn't that a bit exaggerated for a white-grade accessory? He'd heard of single beds promising longevity more than once. Many unscrupulous merchants in his past life had sold them. But this was the first time he'd encountered one that actually worked. He quickly calmed down, though. In the apocalypse, extending life was a myth. Who would die in the apocalypse simply because their lifespan had expired? Even so, he was still satisfied. Something was better than nothing. Besides, the single bed was only level 10. He could continue upgrading it endlessly. At level 20, he'd gain a third supermetal effect. If he had enough resources, could he upgrade this accessory to level 100? Or even 1000? Was it possible to achieve immortality? The key to immortality lay within this bed. Very good, Chen Mang smiled with satisfaction and looked at the next accessory, a purified water filter. It was called a purified water filter, but after it was upgraded to level 2, it no longer needed to filter. A single slice of bread could produce a bottle of mineral water. After consuming 4,300 units of iron ore to upgrade the supply accessory to level 10, he gained a new supermetal effect. Each upgrade of this accessory did not provide any additional benefits, it remained the same as before. The only change it brought was the upgraded supermetal effect, purified water filter level 5 supermetal effect. Long-term use can effectively remove kidney stones. Purified water filter level 10 supermetal effect. Long-term use can slightly improve physical fitness. Chen Mang raised his brow slightly. Not bad. Combined with a slice of bread, continuous use for several months, combined with high-intensity work, should significantly improve the physical fitness of his slaves. He then spent another 500 units of iron ore to upgrade the crafting table to level 2. It could craft a level 2 energy stone 5,000 iron ore per stone. The effect is 10 times greater than before, effectively equivalent to 10 level 1 energy stones, except without the replacement process. As the train's components gradually increased, their energy consumption also increased. This item is more practical and durable. A level 2 component is sufficient. He won't need higher level energy stones for a long time, and even the level 2 energy stones are definitely overflowing. Normally, no level 2 train uses level 2 energy stones, so where would all those energy-consuming components come from? Another 9,000 units of iron ore were consumed to upgrade the remaining 3 heavy machine guns to level 5. Another 32,000 units of iron ore were consumed to upgrade the 2 new open-air carriages to level 3 armor. Thus, a fully equipped level 2 train was nearly complete. By this time, daybreak had already dawned, and the slaves, pickaxes in hand, had already begun their work at the nearby copper mine. Chen Mang exited the train and stood nearby, gazing at the train before him. He was quite pleased. There were 10 carriages in total. The first 3 carriages held production lines, resources, generators, and other heavy machinery. The 5 middle carriages housed slaves and thugs. The 2 rear carriages were newly added firepower carriages. The 9th carriage housed 8 repeating crossbows, and the 10th carriage housed 4 40-barrel Sakura Fall rocket launchers. These 2 carriages would provide ample firepower support. The star train lay quietly, like a sleeping dragon. Chen Mang gently raised his cane. The next moment, all the crossbows, heavy machine guns, and rocket launchers simultaneously turned and aimed at the distance. He had absolute control over the train, like a fifth limb, using it with no familiarity. Meanwhile, the star train's rating and ranking on the regional letterboards had significantly increased. Chen Mang, inside the train, glanced at the star train's rating on the regional letterboards, Teeling Wasteland Power Rankings. First place, Survival Train, Level 3 Train, Power 3010. Second on the list, Purple Cloud, a Level 3 train, with a power value of 2689. Third on the list, Star, a Level 2 train, with a power value of 2414. Fourth on the list, Black Turtle, a Level 3 train, with a power value of 2312. Fifth on the list, Yes. After a few days of growth, the Star Train has successfully reached third place in the regional leaderboard, standing out quite prominently among the other Level 3 trains. This is mainly because the total level of all its components is now a full 169. Each level is worth 10 points, giving it a total of 1,690 points from its components alone. Normally, the total level of all components in a fully equipped Level 2 train is around 40. After all, upgrading to a Level 3 train requires a total of all components to exceed 40. And this one is already at level 169. It's already far beyond that standard. Even his refrigerator is already level 10, so the 40 level requirement is a piece of cake for him. Chapter 79 Pangolin. In reality, among those currently ranked high on the regional leaderboard, only he had his influence solely built up by the level of his equipment. Most of the others relied on the number of slaves and the base influence bonus from the Level 3 train. 7 days later, the Level 2 copper mine was completely mined. With over 200 slaves working overtime, a total of 140,000 units of copper ore were mined. He stored all this copper in a specially constructed Level 10 refrigerator, a strategic reserve. With his copper ore, even if his crossbows and wheel blades proved ineffective, he could still rely on rocket launchers and heavy machine guns to sweep the enemy. However, such a scenario was unlikely. In the Teeling Wasteland, there was likely no threat to him at this point. The train currently held 60,000 units of iron ore and 140,000 units of copper ore. Chen Mang then invested another 45,000 units of iron ore and upgraded the resource detection radar to level 10, increasing its detection range to 10,000 meters and granting 2 super mode effects. Resource detection radar level 5 super effect, estimated mineable quantity within detected mines. Resource detection radar level 10 super effect, calculates the next refresh time for fully mined mines. Before he could examine the 2 super effects, beep, beep, on the console, the screen began to beep fiercely. Damn, Chen Mang took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. The resource detection radar showed 2 level 2 iron mines 2,000 meters underground, next to the underground river cave. The estimated mineable quantity was 380,000 units of level 1 iron ore. He was really tempted. And not only at 2,000 meters, but 5,000 meters further down, there was a level 3 red heart rock mine, with an estimated yield of 1,800 units. He still had some of this red heart rock on the train. It had dropped from the man-eating spider he'd killed, but he'd never found a use for it. It was a rare, high-level resource. Why had all these high-level resource mines been spawned underground? He could only watch, not possess. His star train didn't have the ability to travel underground, but he looked out the window at the abandoned goblin train. This goblin train did have the ability to travel underground, but it was completely abandoned and unusable. There was no way to repair it, it was completely scrapped. What if he sent Oba back to that dark space and let him build another goblin train? Forget it. He quickly discarded the idea. It was unrealistic. Not to mention how much time it would take. Even if it did come out, it wouldn't be in his area. Who knew where Doba would be teleported to? Was he just going to watch the wealth right before his eyes, unable to obtain it? Call a meeting, brainstorm. Soon, the train was full of people. Lao Tzu looked at the two level 2 iron mines 2 kilometers underground displayed on the resource detection radar screen. After hesitating for a while, he was the first to express his opinion. 2 kilometers underground in the Doomsday Abyss, which is 8 kilometers from the ground, these 2 iron mines are on the underground river. If we can find the source of this underground river, perhaps the train will not need the means to move underground. We can follow the river all the way to the mine. Ahem, Ozzy coughed lightly. This is a bit unrealistic. The underground river is extremely complex. Some places are as wide as a lake mouth, and some places are only as thick as a bucket. It is impossible for a train to enter the underground river. This is a fantasy. Even if this underground river is extremely flat, the train does not have the ability to move forward in water. Chen Mang glanced at everyone. Seeing that there was no useful idea after discussing for a long time, he immediately waved his hand and said, "Find Doba for me." Drilling. Doba, clad in green, stood inside the train's bow, brow furrowed as he stood on tiptoe, gazing out the window at the abandoned goblin train. My original goblin train was fine, but, the drill, a white, high-grade accessory, is a craftable part that comes with a goblin train. I don't know where I can get it, and, wait, I remember. Killing a monster called a pangolin has a chance of obtaining the blueprint for this accessory. But these monsters usually live in the mountains, and we don't seem to have any mountains here. Old Big, Ozzy, and the others exchanged glances, each seeing the anxiety in their eyes. This was the first time Mang Yi had convened a meeting of all the managers to discuss a matter. They were all eager to come up with a feasible proposal to prove their abilities. However, this matter was too thorny, and they simply couldn't think of a solution. Old Big, in particular, was practically beside himself with anxiety. He had always prided himself on being a talent for internal affairs management. Ozzy's inability to come up with an idea was understandable, but his inability to do so made him seem somewhat lacking in talent. Pangolin. Chen Mang leaned back in his chair, his eyes narrowed in thought, his knuckles tapping rhythmically on the table. He actually knew where the mountains were, at the westernmost edge of the teeming wasteland, the Kunlun Mountains. That area, rife with rolling hills, should be where pangolins could be found. However, it was a high-level area. Lower-level trains could enter high-level areas, as long as they were fearless, but the danger level increased dramatically. His star train could navigate the teeming wasteland almost unimpeded, but in the Kunlun Mountains, level 3 monsters would likely be everywhere, and higher-level monsters would be common, making the dangers even more apparent. However, he possessed the spider leg accessory, which meant he wouldn't be too inconvenienced in the Kunlun Mountains. He didn't make a decision immediately. He simply dismissed the meeting, sent everyone back to their seats in the train cars, and put the matter aside for the time being. He would first head to the ruins of Taiping City and collect some slaves. With the enemy detection radar, he would easily locate any survivors hiding in the ruins. The 2 mines at the bottom of the Doomsday Abyss have been completely mined. The resource detection radar's supermodulus effect indicates that the next time these mines respawn is 62 days from now. They likely won't return to this location anytime soon. Boom, the engine roared, and the star train, long dormant at the bottom of the Doomsday Abyss, rapidly scaled the cliff face with its mechanical legs extended, swiftly climbing the steep wall. When sunlight finally shone upon the carriages, the star train reappeared on the surface, switched back to its hot wheels, and roared towards the ruins of Taiping City. 1 hour later. Chen Mang took a deep breath, his eyes fixed on the distant wasteland. He had already made up his mind to visit Kunlun Mountain. The resource detection radar had already beeped 3 times in the past hour. Vast quantities of iron and copper ore are buried deep beneath the teeming wasteland. The entire teeming wasteland is a vast resource mining area, except that many of the high-quality resource mines are located deep underground. He couldn't just sit there and watch these resources remain buried underground. Once he officially moved to the advanced zone, even if he wanted to return to the teeming wasteland, he wouldn't be able to. Kunlun Mountain, he had to venture out. Chapter 80 Searching for Survivors. On the teeming wasteland, the star train roared as it sped towards Taiping City. About 3 hours later, the skyline of the ruined Taiping City finally became faintly visible above the wasteland. They only encountered 2 other trains along the way, but almost as soon as they saw the star train, they swerved at top speed in the opposite direction, as if they had witnessed some unspeakable monster. The star train slowly slowed down, coming to a steady stop beside the container factory on the edge of the Taiping City ruins. Meanwhile, the search radar, always active, rapidly projected detailed information on every living thing within a 10,000-meter radius onto the control panel screen. Chen Mang frowned slightly, glancing at the scattered red dots on the screen. There were fewer survivors in the Taiping City ruins than he'd expected. The screen showed only a little over 100, spread across 2 areas. Was it because this place was located in the suburbs? Or had it been plundered by numerous train drivers? Without giving it much thought, he pulled out the blueprint for the off-road motorcycle production line component from a drawer. This blueprint, acquired during the goblin merchant slaying, finally found its use. Crafting this component required 1,000 units of iron ore. A larger lathe quickly appeared within the number 2 production line, occupying a niche near the edge. Each off-road motorcycle consumed 500 units of iron ore, a top speed of 180 km per hour, surpassing even some level 1 trains. Wasn't too slow. However, each off-road motorcycle required a level 1 energy stone. Fortunately, energy stones weren't too expensive, costing only 500 units of iron ore. This provided over 100 days of continuous use, essentially rendering the motorcycle useless without the remaining energy stone depleting. He produced 10 off-road motorcycles and 10 more energy stones in a single go, spending a total of 11,000 units of iron ore. The train's auxiliary AI's level 5 supermodel effect, cluster thinking, can link the thoughts of up to 20 people to the control console for seamless real-time communication, with a maximum range of 10,000 meters. This coincides with the range of the enemy search radar. He can sit in the train, observing the information on the radar in real time and giving real-time commands. Quickly. When the side of the number 2 production line carriage slammed heavily to the ground, boom, 10 thugs, carrying Tamron assault rifles, leaped out of the train on off-road motorcycles, throttled, and then shot deep into the city. The roads within the ruins were mostly cluttered with abandoned vehicles overgrown with weeds. In this environment, only off-road motorcycles could barely move forward, speeding up the search. Turn right at the next intersection, go past that collapsed red house and onto the other street. There are 3 level 1 zombie wolves in that house. Ozzy steered his off-road motorcycle, dodging one obstacle after another. He listened to Chen Mang's commands in his head, his concentration high, yet his mind was uncontrollably wandering. Lately, Master Meng had been shocking him more and more. He'd been a train conductor a few times before, and he had a basic idea of what level 1 and 2 trains could be equipped with. But Master Meng's level 2 train was completely beyond his imagination, as if Master Meng's train orders were completely different from the ones he'd received. For example, he'd never seen a 10,000-meter range radar. Normally, a radar could only be upgraded to level 3, and its range should be limited to 3,000 meters. The various anomalies with the equipment these days had left him with a feeling that Master Mang had too many secrets. This was his second field mission, this time to search for survivors. The next moment, we're here. 38 survivors are hiding in this container yard in front of us. Ozzy, regaining his composure, looked at the container yard before him. Hundreds of containers were piled together in the open space, resembling train carriages. It was indeed a good hiding place. Just hide in the center container. Then, lock and seal the doors of the surrounding containers from the inside. This would be like adding nearly 100 more doors, making it difficult for the odor to escape. It would indeed be difficult for the zombies or zombie wolves roaming the ruins of the city to find you. Go. Ozzy jumped off his motocross bike and unsheathed the pickaxe strapped to the back of the motorcycle. After weighing it in his hand, he walked straight to the first container and smashed it hard at the lock. After a few savage blows, the iron lock of the container was successfully broken. He kicked open the iron door, revealing no survivors inside. Only dust covered with footprints lay on the ground, and at the end of the container was another container. And so, 3 men stood guard, guns drawn, while the other 7, wielding pickaxes, began to break down the doors, taking the shortest route to the central container holding the survivors. Bang! When the door of the last container was kicked open, Ozzy retreated almost immediately. In the darkness, without a flashlight, Meng Yi's instructions were his only source of information. Without hesitation, he quickly grasped the Tamron assault rifle, which had been slung across his back, flipped the safety, loaded the chamber, and immediately aimed at the several dark figures rushing toward him in the darkness, pulling the trigger. Bang, 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 dull gunfire echoed in the darkness, the sound of bullets piercing flesh almost completely drowned out by the screams. From this container, A flashlight beam shone directly onto Biozi's blood-stained, angular face. The trembling light revealed the owner's uneasy mood. Biozi pointed his gun at the source of the beam with an expressionless face. Throw the flashlight over here. 3, 2, before he could count to 1, the flashlight was thrown out from the darkness. Biozi picked up the flashlight and shone it on the 2 survivors at his feet who had just attacked him from behind the door with fire axes in their hands. Then he shone it into the container. There were about 30 survivors, both men and women. But now, everyone was huddled in a corner with fear on their faces, looking at them helplessly. The floor of the container was covered with discarded clothes and blankets, and the entire space was filled with a pungent smell of decay. Everyone, stand up immediately. Follow me. Biozi glanced at everyone present, then shook the Tamron assault rifle in his hand and said dully, "Don't make me say it again. Apart from those 2 people, there were no other dangerous targets. If there were any, Mang Yi would tell him." Chapter 81. Then why don't they seem afraid of me? As Biozi finished speaking, a disheveled woman in the crowd of people in the container suddenly saw a glimmer of hope in her previously dull eyes. She stood shakily and pointed at the flabby-faced man in the crowd. "Those 2 guys were his thugs. They've been abusing us women since the apocalypse. Can you kill him? You don't know. We've been." "Shut up." Biozi looked at the disheveled woman with a hint of impatience. "Now, everyone, get up and get out of the container with me. If you say anything more, you'll be the first to die." The woman froze in place, the hope that had finally emerged in her eyes extinguished in the blink of an eye. After a long pause, she lowered her head and muttered, "I thought you were here to save us." Biozi didn't bother to say anything more, just waved his hand. Under the cold gazes of the thugs, all the survivors trembled and emerged from their corners, walking along the container line. Shanmaozi, standing nearby, scanned the women's faces. Seeing no familiar figure, he looked anxious and was about to say something. A rough hand grasped his shoulder. Biozi patted Shanmaozi's shoulder without saying anything, his lips moving slightly as he shook his head. Shanmaozi was taken aback for a moment, then quickly understood what was happening, and immediately tried to calm himself down as much as possible. Soon, the survivors, escorted at gunpoint by Biozi and his companions, left the container and emerged into the open space. Having not seen the sun for a long time, the survivors immediately closed their eyes and huddled together, unsure of their future. "Gentlemen," the burly man with a face full of flesh who was holding a flashlight at the beginning knelt on the ground with his eyes closed, and shouted in a voice full of fear, "Don't listen to the nonsense that bitch said. These days, it was us brothers who went out to search for supplies. The canned food they eat, the blankets they sleep on, and the water they drink, were all found by us brothers at the risk of our lives. Several brothers were killed for this. Isn't it right for me to sleep with them? What's more, I didn't force them. They came here for food on their own." At this time, another woman said in a heart-wrenching voice with tears in her voice, "If we don't let you sleep, you won't give us food. Are we willing to be slept with by you?" "Fuck your willingness," the man with a face full of flesh shouted angrily. "Am I willing to look forward to the end of the world? Then why don't you go out to find food by yourselves? Did I stop you? If you don't ask for any conditions and are willing to share food with me, then it's called kindness and it's worth talking about. Fuck your kindness." Biozi said nothing, not even bothering to pay attention to the farce. He had always held the view that no one who survived the apocalypse was good. The good ones would have perished before long. We were all just a bunch of rotten people. There was no point competing to see who was worse. He simply lit a cigarette, glanced up at the glaring sun, and waited patiently. Soon, the roar of engines slowly filled everyone's ears, gradually approaching. A pitch-black train, heavily armored, propelled by dozens of mechanical legs, traversed the ruins of the city before slowly coming to a stop at the container factory. Then, a young man, leaning on a cane, slowly descended from the escalator lowered from the locomotive. With each step, the muzzles of the heavy machine guns, rocket launchers, and other firepower mounted on the carriage's roof shifted slightly. By the time he reached the ground, the muzzles of the heavy machine guns, rocket launchers, and other firepower were fully trained on the survivors. For a moment, the scene was utterly silent. The man and woman, who had been accusing each other of the confrontation, now unconsciously opened their mouths and struggled to open their eyes, staring at the scene in disbelief, their eyes filled with shock. At this moment, Chen Mang's voice wafted over the train's external speakers. "Everyone, proceed to the last slave car." He had improvised this 11-car train, each holding 100 units of iron ore, to temporarily house the survivors. Standing in the open space, Chen Mang gazed at the ragged group of survivors before him, his eyes filled with a smile. With the enemy detection radar, finding slaves had become much easier, even the most deeply hidden. He needed more slaves. This would allow him to achieve higher production efficiency when he found the next mine. No one would complain about having too many slaves, he could afford to support as many as he wanted. Although he looked a little frail, a bit of rest after returning to the train would be enough. There were still no elderly or children among the survivors, and in the apocalypse, these were scarce, especially after a year. Surviving until this point was no easy feat. Afterwards, he returned to the train. This time, his goal was to search and rescue 1,000 survivors. With a combined power of search radar, swarm thinking, and Biaozi and his group of thugs on off-road vehicles, searching for survivors became an incredibly simple task. He then returned to the train. He had no intention of making a speech, he would wait until all the survivors were found. He had simply come down to admire his first haul. The woman, who had just been accusing the man of his heinous crimes, opened her mouth slightly upon seeing Chen Mang, unable to utter a word. For some reason, the gunman, despite appearing cold and icy after having murdered 2 people right before their eyes, had dared to cry out. But the young man who had just exited the train, despite his smile, dared not even open his mouth. For a moment, the survivors fell silent, quietly following Biaozi and his companion's guidance towards the last car, appearing quite obedient. Tisk, Biaozi couldn't help but touch the back of his head when he saw this, and clicked his tongue. These guys have quite good eyesight. Why didn't they yell at me when I came down? Do I look so easy to bully? He took out a fragment of the wheel blade from his arms, looked at his bearded face in the fragment, forced out a fierce expression, and then looked at He Hao beside him with some confusion. Am I not fierce? Yes, Brother Bao, then why don't they seem afraid of me? Maybe they thought you were a good guy at first, coming to save them. What about Mr. Mang? Mang doesn't look like a good guy, don't you? Doesn't he? He Hao, let me remind you, your cluster thinking hasn't been disconnected yet. Yes, I just slipped up. Mr. Mang looks righteous, especially those 440-barrel rocket launchers. They look so righteous, and just then, in the locomotive, Chen Mang looked at the survivor's hideout in another area on the search radar. After zooming in on each survivor's information, he was slightly stunned. A flicker of surprise in his eyes. There was an old acquaintance. Among these survivors, one of the women was Ji Chechu. Wasn't Ji Chechu a slave on the other train? How did she end up here? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82, Remarks on the Release. It will be available at 12:05 noon tomorrow, with 5 new chapters, totaling 20,000 words. Updates will be made daily at 11:59 p.m. thereafter. If you haven't requested leave in advance and there are no updates on that day, it's either a natural disaster or a man-made calamity. In the first month after the release, 20,000 words will be updated daily. A month later, 7,000 to 10,000 words will be updated daily until it's finished. My previous book, I Cultivate Immortality in Troubled Times, has a total of 2.07 million words. It took 6 months from the start to the end, with an average daily update of 11,000 words. I requested leave for a total of 6 days, with no unexplained interruptions. Your performance is available for review, and your integrity is guaranteed. Thank you all for your continued support. We will all be better in the new year. Seeking first-time subscriptions and monthly tickets. Chapter 83. Is the mortality rate too high? The radar screen showed these survivors hiding in a train car. Chen Mang's expression grew slightly strange. It was called a train car, but in reality, it consisted of only one carriage and a locomotive. The exterior armor was tattered. His radar could pick up information about other trains within range. According to the information he received, this train was practically scrapped, unable to start properly. The integrity of its various components had dropped below 10%, rendering it unusable. Furthermore, this train was currently sunk in a pond. Normally, trains wouldn't be able to enter the depths of the Taiping City ruins. They had to drive trains to the outskirts of the city and then send operatives in to search for survivors and supplies. The train's presence here, if nothing unexpected happened, was likely swept up by a tornado in the wasteland a few days ago and dropped here. After relaying the order to Biozi and the others, boom, with a furious roar of off-road motorcycle engines, Biozi and the others formed a long, snake-like formation and headed straight for the depths of the city ruins. Deep within a pond in the ruins of a city, a train plunged to the bottom, its locomotive completely submerged, leaving only half of the train carriage exposed. This was an artificial pond. A year after the apocalypse, it had been neglected. While not completely dry, the water level had certainly dropped. Several completely decomposed corpses floated on the surface, emitting an extremely foul odor, and the black water made it difficult to approach. Damn it! Inside the train, a man muttered angrily, wondering why he had been so unlucky these days. It was already heartbreaking that Ji Chuchu hadn't been able to sell her goods, but then he'd suffered even more misfortune, being blown high into the sky by a tornado. Disoriented, he passed out on the spot. When he regained consciousness, the train was down to a single carriage, deep within a muddy pond in the ruins of Taiping City. It was practically a complete wreck, completely unrestorable. Without the train's protection, how could he face those ferocious monsters? He didn't dare leave the pond and head elsewhere in the Taiping City ruins. It was at least safe here. After a few days of observation, he'd noticed that the zombies and zombie wolves didn't dare enter the water, so this place barely held any water. However, the train's food reserves had been completely consumed, and the carriages containing the food production equipment had been swept away long ago. Only slave carriage number 2 remained. There weren't many slaves left, however. Many had perished in the violent shaking, and those who remained were mostly seriously injured. Everyone was in a state of near death. No, a stern look flashed in the man's eyes. He popped his head out of the carriage and surveyed his surroundings. This was a dead end. He had to find some food. Just then, the man froze in his tracks. He seemed to vaguely see several motorcycles at the edge of the pond, stirring up clouds of dust as they advanced over obstacles, approaching him. Were these people crazy? How dare they act like this in the ruins of Taiping City? And where did they get those off-road motorcycles? He took in the scene with a wavering feeling. Any ordinary survivor wouldn't dare act so arrogantly. These people were likely thugs from a level 3 train, searching for survivors. They were most likely here to investigate his train, which had been trapped in the pond. If he waved, they would surely rescue him, but he would then be forced to live as a slave under someone else's roof. Having once been a train captain over 100 men, he naturally hated being forced to be at someone else's beck and call. But if he remained hidden, he would be out of food, and trapped like this, and he would surely die. After a brief hesitation, the man took a deep breath, made a quick decision, and stripped off his coat, holding it above his head. He scrambled out of the train, screaming with almost all his might, "Help! Help!" He had to survive first. He could find another opportunity later. The next moment, roar, perhaps because the noise was too loud, 7 or 8 level 2 zombie wolves, slumbering in the distant ruins, roared out. Their eyes, red, stared intently at Biozi and his companions, who had just parked their motocross bikes. Saliva dripped from their fangs, dripping onto the ground, emitting the scent of death. They were closing in. A battle was imminent. Biozi, perched on one foot on his motocross bike, gazed warily at the approaching pack of zombie wolves. He clutched the shards of the wheel blade tightly in his hand. Though nervous, he maintained control. His brow furrowed as he glanced at the train in the pond and the swollen, decaying corpse floating on the surface. His nose twitched. That smell. It's strong. This pool of water is probably turning into a virus incubator. Getting those people out of the train is going to be a real challenge. Just then, roar, the pack of zombie wolves finally let out a low growl, unable to contain themselves. They crouched to the ground, their limbs tensed, ready to attack at any moment. But then, swish, 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 several crackling sounds suddenly echoed in the ears of Biozi and the others. 8 crossbow bolts shot from afar, pinning the zombie wolves to the ground with lightning speed. 5 of the zombie wolves were killed instantly, without even a scream. The remaining 3 struggled for a few breaths before falling silent. Biozi glanced back at the star train, which had somehow scaled the rooftop of a 36-story building not far away. He was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. This long-range fire support truly gave him a sense of security. He had served as a thug on other trains before, But never had he felt so secure on such a mission. They had off-road motorcycles for transportation, Tamron assault rifles, and chariot blade fragments as weapons. They had search radar and swarm thinking to provide detailed and comprehensive enemy information, and the train provided long-range fire support. Compared to the treatment his former thugs received, it was like being in heaven and on the ground. A pure dimensionality reduction attack. The Star Train currently had 11 carriages, and the rooftop of the high-rise building couldn't accommodate them all, so 3 were suspended in midair, perpendicular to the ground, clinging to the walls. It had an indescribable wasteland aesthetic. Then he looked at the carriage exposed in the center of the pond and began to think about how to get these people back. Minor injuries wouldn't matter. The Star Train now had excellent treatment methods, even capable of regenerating severed limbs. But with the murky water, anyone that touched it would almost certainly become seriously infected, and survival would be a matter of fate. Biozi glanced around and quickly came up with a plan. 10 minutes later, Biozi and his men used a saw blade to cut 2 tree trunks by the pond and pushed them into the pond, creating a crude wooden bridge. These 2 trunks connected the pond's edge to the exposed surface of the train. Soon, many survivors emerged from the train and climbed onto the tree trunks, crouching over them and moving slowly and laboriously. By the time all the survivors had reached shore, the Star Train had already reached the shore. Chen Mang, sitting at the control panel, immediately noticed Ji Chuchu in the crowd. Although her hair was disheveled and her makeup had long since faded, her appearance was still good. Besides them, there were several other women of good quality. They were all minor celebrities in this world, though Ji Chuchu was a little more famous and popular. Very good, Chen Mang nodded slightly. These were scarce resources. Then, Lao Zu walked off the train and approached Biozi. He said gravely, "I'm taking these celebrities away. Master Mang told me to take them to the thug car and have someone clean them up. The rest of you, just take them to the last car, understood?" "That's right," Lao Zu said casually, pointing to a man with an ingratiating smile. "You're the conductor of this train, right?" Yes, kill them." "Huh?" The man froze in place, terror surging through his nerves. Just as he was about to stand and flee, his vision suddenly went black, sticky blood slid into his eyes. As his consciousness gradually faded, he could no longer stand and fell headfirst to the ground. His last thought was, "We met at the rally last time, didn't you remember? We're quite friendly, after all." Having completed his execution, Biozi took a deep breath and tried his best to calm himself, though his index finger was still trembling slightly. "What's wrong with you?" Lao Zu, who was about to leave, noticed Biozi's behavior and was a little puzzled. "Have you suddenly converted to Buddhism? Do you have a psychological misophobia about killing people?" "This man is the train conductor. Master Mang will definitely not allow someone who has served as a train conductor to become a slave of the Star. A person who has served as a train conductor will not be willing to be in a lower position. He will definitely do something tricky in the future. In the wilderness, for all trains, whether they are captured or annexed, the train conductor must die, and no matter which slave is found to have served as the train conductor, he must be killed. Isn't this a common practice?" Biozi forced a somewhat ugly smile at the corner of his mouth, shook his head bitterly and said, "Well, of course I know this. He is Ji Chuchu's agent. My mother liked this guy very much when she was still alive. It feels like killing my mother's idol. I feel a little touched, is that so? Is there anyone who would like an agent?" Old Pig didn't think much of it, simply waving his hand nonchalantly. "Next time this happens, just let your men do it. Even if Doomsday is a jerk, he can't force someone to kill their mother's idol." "Right, but this works out just fine. Since your mother likes this kid, it's a good idea to send him down there to keep her company. Then she won't be alone. Get over your feelings. You have a mission to complete later. Don't delay the progress. Don't worry, Captain Pig, it'll be fine." "Huh?" Watching Old Pig's retreating back, Biozi took a deep breath and looked down at the body lying in a pool of blood. He had served as train conductor several times before, and this was his biggest secret within the Star Train, a secret that must not be discovered. He had previously hoped that even if the secret leaked, Master Mang wouldn't kill him for his loyalty, right? Now it seemed that the secret couldn't be exposed. In the wilderness, no one would tolerate one of their own having served as a train conductor. It was practically a ticking time bomb waiting to explode. He couldn't prove he wouldn't explode. Proving one's own existence has always been a challenge. The best solution was to hide the bomb, so no one knew of its existence. He subconsciously glanced at Hiheo and another brother who had been following him. This secret was known only to these two brothers, no one else. Brother, Hiheo instantly understood the meaning in Biozi's eyes, his mouth twitching. You can't do that, can you? Biozi coughed lightly, trying to mask his embarrassment. He patted Hiheo's shoulder. What are you thinking about? You've been distracted. Hurry and get all these survivors into the train. We still need to search for survivors in the next area. Don't let your imagination run wild. We'll always be brothers. With the support of the search radar and the spider legs of the star train, it could navigate almost any area of the ruins of Taiping City. As darkness fell, the search for survivors came to an end. The reactions of different survivors varied when they were found, but no one cared. No one cared what the survivors thought. They were all crammed into the train car. By nightfall, they had searched the ruins of the western suburbs of Taiping City. Aside from some locations that were completely inaccessible, most of the hiding survivors had been rescued. Those who had managed to hide and remain alive had generally been in extremely well-hidden locations. For example, those hiding in the air raid shelters, the steel doors were difficult to break open from the outside unless they were opened from the inside. Since the other party refused to come out, they left. By the end of the day, a total of 289 survivors had been found. It was already dark, and the star train was parked in the wilderness outside the ruins of Taiping City for repairs. Chen Mang, from the locomotive, frowned slightly as he counted the day's harvest. Nearly 300 more slaves. This was a significant harvest, and production efficiency would be greatly improved. But it was a city after all. He had searched an entire suburb, and only found this many people? Were all the others dead? Wasn't the death rate a bit too high? He even controlled the train to go to the library, searching for a lot of paper materials, which gave him a better understanding of the world. Not counting the mobile population, the permanent population of this city alone was around millions. And yet, only a year after the apocalypse, almost everyone was dead? Chapter 84, The Fixed Consumption of 1,460 Units of Iron Ore. Just then, there was a knock on the door outside the train. Soon, Lao Zu pushed the door open and reported in a low voice, Master Mang, I have taken Shan Maozi to check all the survivors rescued today one by one, and his girlfriend is not among them. Yeah, Chen Mang didn't hold much hope for this. With its mortality rate, the probability of Shan Maozi's girlfriend being alive was not high. He just whispered, feed this group of new survivors simply tonight, and ask if there are any couples among them. If there are couples, bring them to me, kill any troublemakers, understood? After hesitating for a moment, Lao Zu whispered again, Ji Shuchuan, those little stars that you ordered, I specially found female slaves to wash them. Now they have washed and are staying in the thug's car. They can come at any time, let Ji Chuchu come over. Yes, don't look. In the thug car, Lao Zu rolled his eyes at He Hao and said unhappily, don't look at it, Master Mang wants Ji Chuchu to go over there. Don't wait for Ji Chuchu to take the position. I will remember this for you, otherwise your life will be in danger. But, He Hao looked at Ji Chuchu's curvy figure as she left, his Adam's apple rolling slightly and whispered, didn't Master Mang say at the time that the brothers should work hard, and after the Doomsday Abyss is done, then, Before Lao Zu could speak, Biozi slapped He Hao on the head, why are you so talkative? Are you so bewitched by a woman? That's not an ordinary woman, that's a star, it's stars who are fatal. Since ancient times, beautiful women have been the source of trouble. Say less. Don't take me with you if you want to die. I know what you are thinking, Lao Zu said word by word with a cold face. I need to remind you that there is only one voice on this train, and that is Master Mang's voice. The control of all firepower weapons is in the hands of Master Mang. Forget the trivial matter of retracting a promise. No matter how many problems Master Mang has, anyone who complains will only end up dead. A superior's promise can only be brought up by the superior. Anyone who brings it up without the superior is forcing the emperor to abdicate. Do you understand this principle? Of course I do, Biozi said sternly. Don't worry, Captain Pig. We definitely understand this principle. Hiheo just had a momentary mental confusion. Inside the train, Ji Chuchu pushed the door open, her face a bit flustered, yet obedient. She wore a slip dress and knelt on the blanket, not daring to look up at the mysterious man sitting before her, her head almost buried in her chest. But then a familiar voice reached her ears. She couldn't help but glance up at the screen in the train compartment. It was playing a variety show she had recorded before. She quickly lowered her head again, her eyes filled with anxiety. It was unknown how much time had passed. Tisk, Chen Mang, who was sitting at the control console with his legs crossed on the table and smoking, looked at Ji Chuchu in the variety show and couldn't help but smack his lips and sighed. Her acting skills are indeed average. He tilted his head to look at Ji Chuchu, who was kneeling obediently on the blanket beside him, stretched out his cane to lift her chin, looked at her pitiful and rosy cheeks, looked her up and down for a few times before saying casually, "The real person is better." Chen Mang nodded in approval. He ignored Ji Chuchu and continued to watch the variety show on the screen. After a while, he couldn't help but sigh again. How can you be so bad at acting in a variety show? I shouldn't look like a philanthropist. Everyone on this train must demonstrate their value to be protected by the train. Do you have value? Yes, Ji Chuchu breathed a sigh of relief, looking up at Chen Mang with charming eyes. The anxiety in her eyes disappeared a lot, and even a smile appeared. My acting on stage is average, but my acting off stage is still very good. For example, Ji Chuchu, who was kneeling on the ground, laughed. For example, like this. Chen Mang looked at Ji Chuchu, who was kneeling obediently beside him again. The anxiety on her face was no longer so much. She slowly lit a cigarette, took a long puff, and chuckled. It's really not bad, as long as you like it, Master Mang. Then he called Lao Zu over via the intercom. Soon, Old Pig pushed the door open without a glance, not even glancing at Ji Chuchu beside him. His face was respectful and hoarse as he said, "Master Mang, you wanted to see me?" "Yes," Chen Mang nodded, pondering for a moment before speaking. "She will be treated like a first-class slave on the Star Train from now on, living in the thug car. You should have statistics on the number of slaves mining in the Doomsday Abyss these days. You and Biozi are at the top of the list, and as for the rest, there are a bunch of young celebrities who have arrived. You can make your arrangements accordingly." "Alright, take them away." "Understood," Old Pig nodded, and Ji Chuchu, who was kneeling on the ground beside him, breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed like her survival wouldn't be a problem. Being a celebrity had its advantages in the apocalypse. No matter who captured her, her life was basically guaranteed. Inside the thug car on the Star Train, Biozi looked at Ji Chuchu, who had already eaten 16 slices of bread and was still eating, with a complicated expression. He couldn't help but sigh. "You really can eat. You must have been starving before." Finally, after the 17th slice, Ji Chuchu patted her stomach with satisfaction, burped, and licked the bread stains from the corner of her mouth as if savoring the taste. "Really, that's a lot to eat." 4 days later, they had searched the suburbs of Taiping City and rescued almost every survivor they could bring out, a total of 801 people. The deeper they went, the fewer survivors there were. Including the slaves already on the train, there were now over 1,000 slaves on board. As for Taiping City's urban area, the severe building collapse and the harsh terrain made it difficult for even the Star Train to penetrate. Apart from anything else, the Star Train had already reached the top of the regional rankings, with a power value of nearly 4,000, completely crushing the second place. And this was achieved as a level 2 train. For the past few days, the train radio had been buzzing with activity. Chen Mang had recently calculated where the survivors of Taiping City had gone. Data doesn't lie. Even if the power values of all the trains on the regional letterboards were calculated based on the number of survivors, the total number of people was only over 100,000. So, excluding the possibility of an extremely high death rate, the most likely scenario was that after the apocalypse, most of the survivors in Taiping City were randomly teleported to other areas. This ensured that there were still initial survivors in sparsely populated areas for trains to accommodate, preventing train conductors from wandering around for hours without finding a single survivor. A train without survivors, like a train without energy stones, would eventually break down. This would explain why Taiping City had so few survivors. It was just dawn. Chen Mang piloted the Star Train across the wasteland at a rapid speed, its resource detection radar constantly scanning for nearby resource points. He had built 8 new ordinary carriages to accommodate these slaves. But this was clearly not a long-term solution. He couldn't possibly outfit all 8 carriages with level 3 armor, the cost was prohibitive, and current resources didn't allow him such a luxury. Furthermore, 8 slave carriages presented too many hidden dangers, significantly impacting the train's maneuverability. He planned to stuff all of these new slaves into the refrigerator. However, Building a level 10 refrigerator with a Kyankin effect required 4,500 units of iron ore. With so many slaves, he'd need at least 4 more refrigerators, which would yield 18,000 units of iron ore. He only had 1,000 units of iron ore. This was too many slaves. Not only would they have to eat more, but housing them would also be a problem. He'd also need more thugs. The current 10 wouldn't be enough to maintain order. Over 1,000 people was a significant number. Stacked in the square, they would fill it completely. Finally, beep, beep, with a beeping of the resource detection radar, he finally found a level 1 iron ore in the wasteland. Although he was a little disdainful of it now, a mosquito is still meat, and he needed this little bit of meat right now. Soon, the 200 old slaves on the train began to disembark one by one, carrying their pickaxes and heading into the mine to begin a new day of mining. After not mining for a few days, it was a long rest for these slaves, and they were full of energy. As for why the new slaves were not working, the train currently did not have enough iron ore to craft a new level 2 pickaxe. Making a level 2 pickaxe requires 10 units of iron ore. Assigning a pickaxe to each of the 800 new slaves would require 8,000 units of iron ore. After dark, when the old slaves on the train emerged from the mine, carrying their pickaxes, they brought back 2,400 units of iron ore. This amount wasn't even enough to craft pickaxes for the new slaves. It wasn't that the slaves were lazy, but rather that this level 1 iron ore was like that. Unlike level 2 iron ore, 1 unit of level 2 iron ore was equivalent to 10 units of level 1 iron ore. While efficiency remained the same, output increased tenfold. The next day, at dawn, Chen Mang used the 2,400 units of iron ore he had collected yesterday to craft 240 pickaxes. He distributed these to 240 new slaves, assigning some of them to work alongside the old ones. That day, he brought in 4,000 units of iron ore. The new slaves' efficiency was significantly lower, due to various factors, including mental and physical limitations. However, these were not unrelated and would be gradually improved. On the third day, the 4,000 units of iron ore he had brought in yesterday were transformed into another 400 pickaxes, which were distributed to the 400 new slaves. That day, he brought in 7,000 units of iron ore. Although it was only a level 1 iron ore, its output was now almost as high as the daily output of the level 2 iron ore he had once mined beneath the abyss. Before the goblins arrived, that level 2 mine had been producing just over 10,000 units of iron ore per day. On the fourth day, Chen Mang took out over 1,000 units of iron ore and crafted over 100 pickaxes, distributing them among the slaves. Now, every slave had their own pickaxe, and mining progress accelerated. That day, 8,000 units of iron ore were mined. On the fifth day, there was no fifth day. By the end of the fourth day, the mine was completely empty. While the output of a level 1 iron ore mine was variable, it generally yielded around 20,000 units. Taking into account the food and water consumed over the past few days, there were still 9,000 units of iron ore on the train, not enough to build 4 level 10 refrigerators. More level 1 iron ore was needed. In the wasteland, the star train sped towards its unknown destination, its resource detection radar constantly operating. Lao Zhu walked into the carriage and began to report the daily consumption details to Chen Mang. Master, all our level 1 and level 2 slaves now eat 2 meals a day, which means each person only eats 20 slices of bread and 4 bottles of mineral water. Hard labor and sweating can easily lead to dehydration. 10 slices of bread equal 1 unit of iron ore. 10 bottles of mineral water require 10 slices of bread, which is also 1 unit of iron ore. That means each slave consumes 2.4 units of iron ore per day. With over 200 slaves, including thugs and the like, that's a daily cost of 500 units of iron ore. We've added a new batch of slaves, and they're treated like level 3 slaves, with 10 slices of bread and 2 bottles of mineral water per day. That's 1.2 units of iron ore per day. With 800 people total, that's 960 units of iron ore per day. Master, your original instructions were that the rations would remain fixed regardless of whether there was mining or not. They wouldn't be reduced just because there was no mining. In other words, basically, even if the star train was doing nothing, it would consume a fixed 1,460 units of iron ore every day. If there's no ore to mine today, it's pure waste. It was fine before when there were fewer slaves, but now there are more. If we don't have at least 10,000 units of iron ore stored on the train, if we can't find any for several days in a row, these slaves will starve to death. Chapter 85. The area ahead is a green area, Kunlun Mountain. Huh? Chen Mang took a deep breath and sat at the control console, gently rubbing his temples. He didn't say much, but he felt a little tired. A few days ago, he was talking about how much iron ore was consumed by slaves' food. As a result, there were 800 more slaves. And they only enjoyed the lowest level 3 slave treatment. The daily food cost had suddenly increased to 1,460 units of iron ore. The pressure was extremely great. He finally understood why he had never seen a train with more than 1,000 slaves. Who the hell could afford to support so many? Every day when he opened his eyes, he consumed nearly 2,000 units of iron ore. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. This was not just the consumption of crafting a component, once and for all. This consumption was a daily cost. If there was no ore to mine, it would be a pure loss. Without sufficient iron ore reserves, if he couldn't find any ore, all these slaves would starve to death. Master Mang, do you want to lower the slaves' wages, 2 slices of bread a day, when there's no ore to mine? Like Master Kun used to do? No. Without a second thought, Chen Mang shook his head and rejected the proposal. The reason the slaves on our star train are so much more efficient at mining than those on other trains isn't just because we're good at incentivizing them, but also because we keep them well-fed. How can the slaves work if they were not well-fed? Besides, the wages for slaves 1, 2, and 3 were already agreed upon. How can we change them so casually? Let's leave it that way for now. Let's see if we can find another level 1 iron mine. We just need to find a pangolin in Kunlun Mountain and it'll drop a drill blueprint. When we return to the Teeling Wasteland, all the iron ore deep underground will be ours. We'll never have to worry about running out of ore. Understood? Old Pig slowly exited the train compartment, closing the door quietly behind him before letting out a barely perceptible sigh. Being a train conductor is truly tough, tending to so many mouths every day. This was supposed to happen before the apocalypse. A company with 1,000 employees is a major taxpayer, ensuring employment in the local area. A deputy train conductor is still the best. If anyone's food is short, he's the only one who needs it. He only needs to manage his subordinates. Finally, 3 hours later, Chen Mang finally found another level 1 iron ore mine in the wasteland, but this time it was owned by someone, with a train parked nearby. The rapid discovery of the iron ore was thanks to the resource detection radar, with a range of 10,000 meters. Back when it had a range of only 1,000 meters, iron ore was much harder to find. When the star train slowly stopped beside the other train, the contrast between the two looked like an adult bullying a child. Don't run away so quickly. Wait until your slaves return from the mine. Just as the level 1 train was accelerating, preparing to depart, Chen Mang's voice rang out over the train's external speakers. Quickly. A bald, middle-aged man poked his head out of the train's skylight, his hands clasped together in gratitude as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. The train finally stopped. 10 minutes later, about 60 or 70 slaves emerged from the mine and scurried onto the train. The train whistled and sped away. After the train had departed, over 1,000 slaves, armed with pickaxes, emerged from the train and filed into the mine. Biozi and his men maintained order with Tamron assault rifles. All the train's firepower was trained on the slaves, a subtle threat. Perhaps they were truly intimidated. This new batch of slaves had been on the train for several days. A few troublemakers had been executed on the first day, but no troublemakers had appeared since. Their work efficiency was a bit lacking. It was a half-mined, level 1 iron ore mine. By nightfall, the mine had been completely mined. Over 8,000 units of iron ore had been mined, or 6,500 units, including their food consumption for the day. The train now had 15,500 units of iron ore. Building 4 level 10 refrigerators would require 18,000 units, but it wasn't enough. He had to keep searching. It was late at night, and all the slaves had fallen asleep. Chen Mang sat at the controls, steering the train across the wasteland, searching for new iron ore. I miss the abyss so much, he thought, gazing dreamily at the starry sky. Back in the abyss, he'd never worried about a shortage of ore, only about a shortage of slaves. Now, he had enough slaves, but no ore to mine, and maintaining them was a huge expense. Finally, with dark circles under his eyes, Chen Mang finally found another unowned level 1 iron mine at 4 in the morning. He didn't even bother letting the slaves rest. Everyone rose and began mining all night. Damn it, Chen Mang glanced at the bustling scene outside and climbed into bed wearily. It was time for him to sleep. 3 days later, after working overtime, the unclaimed level 1 iron mine was finally completely mined, receiving 30,000 units of iron ore. This was a relatively large amount. Adding to his existing iron ore, the train now held 40,000 units. Without hesitation, he immediately crafted 4 level 10 refrigerators and placed them in Goblin Slave Carriage number 10. Goblin slaves are small and take up relatively little space, so 4 refrigerators are more than enough. Oxygen might be a bit limited, though. He'd leave the refrigerator doors open and take in as much as he could, as long as he didn't die. He then devoured the 8 makeshift cars with his Jeffernace, recovering 400 units of iron ore. He was about to enter the advanced zone, and he couldn't afford to leave an unarmored car on the train. It would be a weak point. A single attack from a single monster in the advanced zone could render it useless. The remaining 22,000 units of iron ore should be enough food and energy reserves to last at least 10 days. If he couldn't find a monster like the pangolin within 10 days, he would have no choice but to sell some slaves at the market. After all, in the Teeling Wasteland, there was no guarantee of daily mining. Even if there was, it would generally be grade 1 iron ore, which would be too much to sustain. It was already late at night. But Chen Mang didn't want to stay another night to rest. He immediately stepped on the accelerator, and the long train sped through the night, under the stars and moon, towards the westernmost edge of the Teeling Wasteland. Destination, Kunlun Mountain. In the wilderness, on clear days, you could see the mountains to the west. But as the saying goes, looking at the mountain, running the horse will kill you. After a night of top speed, 5 hours later, just before dawn, the mountain range was finally within sight. But what is this? The train slowly stopped. Chen Mang, sitting at the control console, took in the scene before him, a flicker of shock in his eyes. Only after approaching Kunlun Mountain could he see a vast curtain of light separating it from the Teeling Wasteland. The curtain was a translucent pale green. 3 huge words were etched onto the light curtain. Kunlun Mountain. Meanwhile, the screen next to the control panel was also rapidly flashing red, a line of red text slowly sliding across the top of the screen. The area ahead is green, Kunlun Mountain. Monsters up to level 6 can exist. The current train level is level 2, the risk factor is high, and it is recommended to move away immediately. Level 6 monster. Chen Mang looked at the words on the screen, took a deep breath, and took a bottle of iced cola from the refrigerator nearby. He drank it all in one gulp to refresh himself. Then, he gritted his teeth, stepped on the accelerator, and crashed straight into the light curtain blocking his way. He had to explore this Kunlun Mountain. If he could find the pangolin and it dropped a blueprint like the drill, he would have unlimited resources waiting for him to mine when he returned to the Teeling Wasteland. The train would then experience exponential growth. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to even support these slaves. Unless he was willing to sell them. He learned from Duoba the general information about pangolin monsters. Their levels weren't particularly high, generally level 2, with elite monsters at level 3 and bosses at level 4. They were rather cautious, surviving primarily by gnawing on rocks and often hiding in deep mountain ravines, making them difficult to encounter. As the train rushed through the light curtain ahead and officially entered the Kunlun Mountains, Chen Mang glanced behind him. Sure enough, the light curtain behind him turned white and translucent, and the words on it changed to Teeling Wasteland. Almost from the moment they entered the Kunlun Mountains, the terrain became uneven, and the road ahead was bumpy and bumpy. Ordinary trains couldn't navigate this terrain, and mountains were everywhere they looked. There was almost no flat ground, one mountain after another. Chen Mang immediately retracted his wind-fire wheels and released his spider legs. Without them, he wouldn't have even considered coming to the Kunlun Mountains. At level 1, the spider legs had a maximum speed limit of 50 km per hour. After reaching level 13, it stabilized at 170 km per hour. While still not as fast as a Hot Wheels train, it was already faster than many level 1 trains, especially in this mountainous terrain. Whoa! Chen Mang let out a nervous breath, his hands tightly gripping the control lever. The nearby search radar began to beep frantically. The radar showed 7 level 3 monsters and even 1 level 4 monster within range. He had just entered the Kunlun Mountains, and the situation was already so precarious. His train would struggle to withstand 7 level 3 monsters and 1 level 4 monster simultaneously attacking him. Fortunately, his search radar clearly displayed information about all creatures within range, making it easier for him to spot monsters like the pangolin among the swarm. However, There was no time for further reflection. Chen Mang's face paled slightly. The level 4 Tyrannosaurus Rex, 3,000 meters to his left, was already roaring and charging towards him. Its massive size, 7 or 8 meters tall, was enough to make the ground tremble faintly. What a psychopath! He cursed inwardly as he steered the train toward the nearest mountain, which looked like it had been cut in half by a sword, a sheer cliff face that sloped almost 90 degrees. How could there be such a thing as a dinosaur, and at a distance of 3,000 meters, with so many trees and bushes in between, and even hills obstructing the view? How did you even see it? Do you have a radar? In a flash, just as the level 4 Tyrannosaurus Rex was about to overtake the train, transformed into a giant centipede, had already scurried halfway up the nearly 90-degree cliff. Seeing this, the Tyrannosaurus Rex could only raise its head and roar helplessly, drool dripping onto the ground, but it could do nothing. Huh? Chen Mang breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had spider legs. You could fly. But, the next moment, "Fuck you," a hawk, with a wingspan of nearly 3 meters, screamed as it sped towards his train. The radar revealed it was a level 3 Skyhawk. Awesome. This was his first encounter with a flying monster. He knew how miserable the other train conductors in this advanced area lived their daily lives, living in dire straits. Clang, clang, clang. The level 3 Skyhawk alighted on the train and began pecking at it with its terrifying beak, making a sound like metal on metal. Fortunately, it was only a level 3 monster. It posed no threat to the Star Train's level 3 armor. Chen Mang ignored the hawk and quickly scanned the monsters within range. After confirming there were no pangolins, he steered the train up the cliff face to the other side, at least to avoid the Tyrannosaurus Rex waiting for its meal below. 3 hours later, Chen Mang, his nerves constantly on edge, finally found a barely safe spot, an extremely tall mountain, surrounded by cliffs. Its highest point was only about 100 square meters, a natural barrier. Aside from those flying monsters like the Tyrannosaurus Rex were definitely out of reach. For the past 3 hours, he'd been constantly being chased by monsters, completely unable to check the radar's full feed. Fortunately, the train's auxiliary AI alerted him whenever a pangolin monster appeared on the radar. Oh my god, finally safely ashore, Chen Mang, his body trembling, wiped the sweat from his forehead. He'd experienced firsthand what it meant to run for his life. Even with a level 4 train, survival in such a place would be difficult. The main reason was the complex terrain. Even with his spider legs, it was difficult enough, so he wondered how the other trains had managed to survive. So far, he hadn't seen a single train. At that moment, without giving him much time to react, he felt the mountain below the train violently shake. The enemy radar indicated a level 4 rock snake darting through the mountain, heading straight for him. Shit, he didn't even have time to utter a full curse word. He could only control the train as if fleeing for his life, sprinting along the cliffs toward the other side of the mountain. But at that moment, he suddenly saw something shocking. Not far away, a train was actually flying in the air, soaring between heaven and earth like a train in the sky. Chapter 86. It's worth it. Huh? Chen Mang gazed out the window at the scene, the shock lingering in his eyes. He finally understood how the other trains managed to survive in this area. You guys can actually fly, right? The radar couldn't pick up any specific information about that train from such a distance. But he saw that the train had no wheels, and beneath it were clouds. It towered over the land, like a soaring cloud. Is the difference between the white and green areas so great? The white area is still treading on the ground, and your train in the green area is already soaring through the air? Huh? Inside a flying train in the green area, Kunlun Mountains, a bald man stared in shock at the train gliding across the cliff face as if it were flat ground, his eyes filled with disbelief. What was going on? How could this man's train navigate freely along a 90-degree cliff? Furthermore, he glanced at the other train's class displayed on the control panel screen. A Class 2 train. What a joke. Why would a Class 2 train dare to come to Kunlun Mountains? You have to know that, even within the green zone, Kunlun Mountain is one of the most challenging. Even a level 4 or 5 train would be extremely dangerous to navigate here. How dare a level 2 train dare to go there? He knew the mechanical leg accessory, it was called the spider leg, but if he remembered correctly, it was a green-grade accessory. Even at the maximum level, it could only travel freely on a 45-degree slope. Could it be that? The man frowned slightly. Could this person have poured a large amount of Murphy stone into the spider leg accessory in exchange for breaking through the level cap? But a level 2 train shouldn't have any access to Murphy stone, unless this was a relative of some powerful individual. At this thought, the man's brows relaxed, confirming his inner thoughts. Murphy stone is a special item that allows a component to be upgraded once, ignoring the level cap. It is often used to break through the limit and achieve supermodel effects. It is a special item that can only be obtained in high-level areas. It looks like a lot of big guns are coming to Kunlun Mountain, the man muttered thoughtfully. Yesterday, a green dragon boss spawned in the Kunlun Mountain area. Killing this level 5 boss drops the blue deep sea shield accessory. While the rank isn't particularly high, it's extremely rare and only drops from this boss. Furthermore, this boss frequently spawns randomly across various areas, making it difficult to find. This accessory is mostly useless, only useful when the train wants to sneak underwater. However, few areas have lakes, so it's rarely useful. As for areas with oceans, they're at least blue zone level, so he doesn't dare go there. However, in his own green zone, he happened upon an underwater maze in a lake, and he wanted to obtain the deep sea shield accessory and explore it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to this area of Kunlun Mountain. The mortality rate there is too high, the monsters too dense. It's a pure monster zone, with no mines. Who would come here normally? No one, except the lunatics on the flesh train, would enjoy this area. Normal people would choose to stay in the surrounding green zones, such as the Shea Plain and the Xian Basin. The danger level is significantly reduced, and there are many high-quality resource mines. Furthermore, the terrain and hazards vary from zone to zone. And trains that have been stationed in one zone for a long time often have developed appropriate methods. Traveling to other zones is bound to cause acclimatization problems. Oh, and there are also many trains that come here to hunt pangolins for drill parts to take back to their own areas for underground mining. Apart from these people, no one comes to the Kunlun Mountains. I had thought there were no competitors. Now it seems so. Whatever, the man sighed, glancing in the rearview mirror. The train that had been scrambling up the cliffs like a centipede was gone. Give it a try, and if I can't grab it, forget it. Having escaped danger once again, Chen Mang saw the rock snake disappear from his radar. His tense nerves finally relaxed slightly, but he clenched his teeth. As long as he could find the pangolin, he would never set foot in this damn green zone again until he upgraded his armor to level 6. Is this really a place where people can survive? Only now, after a slight sense of security, did he glance at the resource detection radar, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Hours had passed since he entered the Kunlun Mountains, and the radar hadn't sounded a single time. He hadn't seen a single mine along the way. Neither underground nor on the surface. Not even a single level 1 iron mine, let alone the level 3 iron mine he'd imagined. Aren't high-level areas supposed to have high-level resource mines? Where had all the mines gone? Just then, the train's speakers suddenly blared, followed by the mechanized voice of the train's auxiliary AI. The radar detected pangolin monsters, 12 level 2s and 1 level 3. Finally found you. Chen Mang's eyes lit up. He'd risked his life to enter the Kunlun Mountains for this damn pangolin. After being chased for hours, he'd finally found it. It was visible on a nearby mountain top. A group of hedgehog-like monsters, the size of jackals, were sprinting desperately across the hilltop, pursued by a level 4 rock snake in the grass. Hold on, don't die. I'm coming. Chen Mang gritted his teeth and scrambled up the hill, heading directly for the pangolin's path. Just as the two sides were about to meet, the 4 heavy machine guns atop the carriage slowly swung their muzzles. From inside the train, the sound of the AI successfully locking onto them echoed. Bang, 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 the dull crackle of gunfire pierced the mountain range. He hadn't used a crossbow, and was using only level 3 ammunition. Having finally found the pangolins, now wasn't the time to worry about the copper mine. The crossbow's rate of fire was too slow. In this situation, the heavy machine gun was more reliable. Hundreds of heavy machine gun rounds rained down like a torrential downpour, engulfing the dozen or so pangolins almost instantly. The pangolins exploded in a bloody mist, while Chen Mang maneuvered the train almost to the edge of the level 4 rock snake, using a powerful magnet to pick up the fallen items. However, the distance was a little too close, and the rock snake was too fast. Bang! The snake, its prey stolen, lashed out with its tail in anger, slamming it down on the train. The immense force transmitted through the train, sending it careening off, one of the carriages visibly denting. This was the first time the level 3 armor had been so utterly wrecked. The train, flung through the air, struggled to maintain its balance. The cliff was 1,000 meters high, and the free fall from that height to the valley floor was practically certain death. However, the more critical the moment, the more Chen Mang's breathing became steady. He let the train tumble through the air, his back pressed against the seat, his eyes fixed on the nearby cliff. Now. The next moment, 2 strands of spider silk shot out from its legs like arrows, their target the cliff in front of them. Upon impact, the threads firmly adhered to the cliff, and the train, which had been falling, stabilized in midair. Inertia, like a swing, pulled by the threads, it crashed into the other cliff face. Bang! As the train and the cliff collided heavily, Chen Mang felt a dull thud in his chest. Fortunately, he had avoided a plunge to the bottom of the ravine. Not daring to delay, his spider legs swiftly raced up the cliff again. The screen on the nearby control console was now flashing red. Warning, warning. Living car number 4 has sustained heavy damage, and its exterior armor integrity has dropped to 62%. The integrity of the cola production line components has dropped to 78%. The integrity of the steamed bun production line components has dropped to 81%. The integrity of the spider leg components has dropped to 71%. Chen Mang casually glanced at the warnings on the screen, quickly picking up the dropped items pulled back by the powerful magnet nearby. He immediately spotted the blueprint for a white, high-grade drill accessory and couldn't help but grin. He picked up the blueprint and gave it a fierce kiss before stuffing it into a nearby drawer. Damn it. Over 1,000 of my men nearly died here because of you, a bitch. Go home. I'll never set foot in the advanced area again until I build level 6 armor. The Spider's original fixed speed was 170 km per hour, but after the damage, its maximum speed was reduced to 120 km per hour. But the mission had been perfectly accomplished. Now all he had to do was escape Kunlun Mountain as quickly as possible. Then he glanced in the rearview mirror at the rock snake perched atop the mountain, a full 10 meters long. He gritted his teeth. If he didn't get wiped out by the rock snakes the next time he returned to Kunlun Mountain, you'd be damned if you weren't already alive. Oh my god. Inside the number 5 thug car, Ozzy clutched the iron railings of his bed with terror in his eyes, his voice trembling as he stared out the window at the lightning-fast scenes. I wish there weren't windows in the thug car. If there weren't windows, he said, I might feel a little more at ease. This was his first time seeing a snake made entirely of rock. The massive tail had just narrowly missed hitting his number 5 thug car. If it had hit their car, the sheer force of the impact would surely have killed several of the unlucky ones. Initially, when Mang Yi planned to go to the advanced area, he had fully supported it. After all, he figured that with the current train's capabilities, even if they went there, as long as they were careful, there wouldn't be much danger. But after actually arriving, he realized what it meant to walk on a knife's edge. It turned out that what he'd experienced in the Teeling Wasteland wasn't the end of the world at all. That was just a guide for beginners. Only in the advanced area could one truly experience the true end of the world, the true despair. Could a train really survive in such an environment? Would a train conductor dare close his eyes at night? Afraid the next time he opened them, he'd see his great-grandmother? Hallelujah! Old Big, standing beside him, clasped his hands together in prayer, his face filled with piety, though his trembling body clearly indicated his own unease. Captain Pig, will this sudden, last-minute religious conversion of yours really work? That's why I didn't convert to Buddhism. The train was climbing rapidly, perpendicular to the ground, at a 90-degree angle. Old Pig, leaning against the wall, gripped the bed railing tightly, forcing a somewhat bitter smile. I vaguely thought I heard my mother's voice. She seemed to miss me. Well, just then, Black Mouse leaned over and whispered, Brother Bao, I have a stomachache. It's probably hard to go to the bathroom right now, is it? Their hard sleeper car had its own private bathroom. What do you think? Don't you feel any fear at all? Hiheo scratched his head. Mr. Mang is much stronger than me. If he's not afraid, then I don't have to be afraid either. If he's afraid, then there's no point in me being afraid. What should I be afraid of? Leozu and Baozi exchanged a glance. After a long silence, they suddenly relaxed. That makes sense. If they're not afraid of the taller ones, why should we be afraid? Kunlun Mountains. Although the train was damaged, the return journey was much safer than the way there. After all, we already knew where the powerful monsters were when we came, and we avoided them whenever possible. Finally, several hours later, when the star train finally surged smoothly towards the white light curtain before them and returned to the teeming wasteland, Chen Mang, whose nerves had been on high alert, suddenly slumped over at the control console. A long-lost sense of security washed over him. The teeming wasteland was still better. His trip to Kunlun Mountains had left him with a somewhat skeptical impression of the advanced areas. Without level 6 armor, he couldn't possibly set foot there. Even with level 6 armor, it wouldn't be enough. A violent collision would still injure those inside the train. We had to find some shock-absorbing parts. Chen Mang sat at the control panel, his back soaked with sweat. He didn't continue to control the train. Instead, he slumped in his chair, lit a cigarette, and stared, somewhat vacantly, at the lingering smoke lingering on the ceiling. Safe. In the teeming wasteland, he could still maintain his absolute dominance. Virtually no train or monster could harm him. He didn't want to think or do anything at this moment. He just wanted to sit here quietly, finish his cigarette, and calm down from the thrill of the perilous journey. The damaged star train sat quietly at the junction of the teeming wasteland and the Kunlun Mountains. Like a wounded veteran being transported to the rear, he gazed at his injuries in a daze. A long moment passed. Chen Mang's emotions gradually calmed down, and the cigarette between his fingers had burned out. He took out the white-grade accessory blueprint drill from the drawer, held it in his hand and examined it carefully for a long time. Finally, he couldn't help but grin and uttered 4 words. It's worth it. Chapter 87. Is this how all the movies in this world are made? After regaining his composure, Chen Mang let out a long, slow sigh. He stood up and stretched his muscles, only to feel a wave of sleepiness wash over him. It was almost dusk, and he didn't have the energy to work anymore. He immediately stopped the train and drifted off to sleep in bed. The next morning, freshly washed and refreshed, Chen Mang stretched contentedly. By then, Old Pig had already gathered all the slaves in the open space, awaiting his speech. This was his first formal address to these new slaves. After the speech, it was time to prepare to go down to the mines. Chen Mang stood on the roof of the train, leaning on his cane, looking down at the sea of people before him. Over 1,000 people. The last time he spoke in front of such a large crowd was when he was repenting under the skull flag stand. The scene was initially noisy, but upon seeing Chen Mang, it gradually quieted down. Bai Ozi and his thugs, armed with Tamron assault rifles, stood guard with stern expressions, maintaining order. A moment later. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chen Mang. His voice was transmitted through the train's external speakers to the ears of every slave present. I've always treated my slaves well. You 800 new slaves joining the star train should be able to sense this. You're only enjoying the lowest level 3 slave treatment right now. You'll get 10 slices of soft, filling bread every day, and 2 bottles of pure mineral water. Compared to your previous living conditions, you should all understand this. Have you seen that Ji Chuchu? You all know the popular star from before the apocalypse, right? I promised you that if you worked hard, I'd get Ji Chuchu to the star train. I did. As a slave here, you'll even enjoy treatment that no other conductor can. Ji Chuchu, standing aside, smiled broadly at the slaves and waved without a hint of stage fright. She even turned and twisted her waist a few times. There wasn't a hint of charm on her face, and even the nibbling of her tongue had a hint of playfulness, but it gave off an indescribable allure. She was a natural beauty. And, Chen Mang paused calmly before continuing, the star train is currently the most powerful train in the teeming wasteland. As long as you stay aboard, you will be protected by it and never have to worry about your safety again. Food, water, shelter, I'll give you all these. I only ask that you give back a little. Use all your energy to mine. Everyone's daily mining output will be recorded, and I won't treat anyone who works hard unfairly. Now, all women, step out. As he finished speaking, the women among the slaves exchanged uneasily, but still stepped forward. Yes, Chen Mang glanced around. There were about 100 women, a relatively small number. After a pause, he spoke. Everyone needs to play their part on the star train. Those who want to mine like the other men should stand on the left, and those who prefer a more relaxed lifestyle should stand on the right. Soon, over 60 women in total ran to the left, while the remaining 40 or so went to the right. Chen Mang frowned slightly, looking at the woman standing to his right. She was a full 5 feet 80 inches tall, muscular, Her shoes must have been at least a size 45, and her face was even covered in fat. He couldn't help but say, "Those who want to mine, stand on the left, I don't mine." The woman, standing out from the crowd, forced a smile she thought was charming and said hastily, "I want to take it easy, I want something easy." Chen Mang took a deep breath and waved his hand. "By Ozzy, take her to the left. With her physique, why would she do easy work if she doesn't want to mine? Professionals should do professional things." After dealing with this little incident, he looked back at the crowd. When you reach a certain level of mining, you can be promoted to level 2 slave, or even a level 1 slave. From now on, you won't have to worry about not having anything to mine. When you reach level 2 slave status, you'll have the right to rest and relax. With that, Chen Mang also got off the carriage and asked Lao Zu to bring over 2 couples from the slaves who had been working there for the past few days. The first was a middle-aged couple. On the other side of the train, Chen Mang stood in the wilderness leaning on his cane, gazing at the middle-aged couple before him. He felt that things were basically stable. A middle-aged couple who could stick together in the apocalypse must have true love. He took out his doomsday marriage certificate and handed it to each of the middle-aged couple. After waiting patiently for a few seconds, there was no reaction. Chen Mang waved his hand, not disappointed, simply indicating that the two could get off. Soon, the second young couple was brought up, but also ended in failure. "Alice," he sighed softly and put the doomsday marriage certificate back away. It seemed that this thing would be difficult to use anytime soon. Finding a couple who truly loved each other in the apocalypse was a bit too difficult. At this time, Lao Zu, who was standing nearby, handed over a note. "Master Mang, these are the train rules I've drawn up based on your instructions. Take a look." Chen Mang casually took the slip of paper, glanced at it for a few moments, and then slipped it back into his pocket. A few rules still needed to be revised. The train still needed clear regulations. Right now, the most important thing was to go back and craft the drill accessory. Inside the train, Chen Mang pulled the blueprint for the white-grade vehicle accessory drill from a drawer and slapped it on the control panel. The blueprint transformed into a white light, and after consuming another 100 units of iron ore, the next moment, a massive drill appeared at the front of the train, freely extending and retracting. Without a pause, it consumed 4,400 units of iron ore in one go, upgrading the white drill accessory to level 10. What a bargain! Chen Mang couldn't help but sigh. 4,400 units of iron ore was enough to feed his slaves for 3 days. While the food seemed a bit expensive at first, once he reached the high-level resource mine deep underground, these slaves would unleash incredible productivity. By then, his train would have more iron ore than it could possibly use up. Of all the trains in the teeming wasteland, he was likely the only one with a drill accessory. This meant he alone could mine the high-level resource deposits beneath the ground, with no one else competing with him. Unless other trains could also find pangolins in the Kunlun Mountains and obtain the drill accessory blueprint, once all the resources deep beneath the teeming wasteland were mined, his train wouldn't be in such a predicament even if it reached the high-level areas. Increasing the level of the drill accessory primarily affected 2 aspects: drill hardness and drill speed. The former ensured that, as long as the drill was high enough, virtually no rock could block the train's path underground. A lower drill would force a detour when encountering harder rock. The latter guaranteed drilling efficiency. In other words, it guaranteed the train's speed underground. Speed underground was undoubtedly slower than on the surface, so a higher level drill would increase its speed, enabling even greater speed underground. "Let's go." Without further delay, Chen Mang gathered all the slaves aboard the train and sped towards the coordinates of the Doomsday Abyss. Several hours later, the Star Train, having successfully reached the Doomsday Abyss, switched back to its spidery form and continued its journey along the cliffs, heading deeper into the valley. As it neared the bottom, the drill extended and began to spin at high speed. The entire train, as fluid as a hot knife through butter, sank into the ground and vanished. It was pitch black underground. There was no light at all. Relying solely on resource detection radar, they slowly drove towards the 2 level 2 iron mines next to the 2,000-meter deep underground river beneath the Doomsday Abyss. He checked the train data on the control panel. The current speed was 170 kilometers per hour. Not bad, quite fast. The drill carved a tunnel for the train to pass through, squeezing the soil against the sides. As the train passed, the soil slowly returned to its original position behind it, creating a temporary underground tunnel, unusable for long-term use. It's worth mentioning that this time, mining wouldn't require groping in the dark. Although he still hadn't obtained lighting accessories like headlights, he had managed to find quite a bit of supplies while searching for survivors in the ruins of Taiping City. These included canned food, cigarettes, and liquor. They also included some entertainment, such as paper books, videotapes of movies and TV shows, and a few battery-powered flashlights. While there weren't many, they were enough. Soon, Chen Mang, sitting in the control room, could hear the sound of rushing water. The star train had finally reached the underground river. Chen Mang was the first to jump off the train, scanning the surroundings with his flashlight. The beam swept across every corner. They were now in a massive cavern. The air was quite humid, and in the darkness, the constant clatter of the underground river crashing against the rocks echoed nearby. The river wasn't very wide, occupying roughly a quarter of the cavern's width. Its water level was lower than the adjacent open space. If a sudden downpour occurred, the water level could rise to fill the entire cavern. Oxygen was still plentiful. At least he didn't feel any discomfort breathing alone, but with so many people around, there wasn't a clearing. He'd just try digging and see if there was enough oxygen. If it wasn't enough, he'd go to the train radio and ask the conductor if he had any oxygen-generating parts. He'd buy one. In the 3/4 of open space beside the cave, 2 juicy, grade 2 iron mines sat there, alluring like the best in a brothel. Meanwhile, under the guidance of Old Pig and the others, the slaves lined up to receive the pickaxes and food for the day, then began entering the mines in batches, swinging the pickaxes and digging. Finally, that pleasant, crisp clanging sound echoed again and again in Chen Mang's ears. It's truly the most beautiful sound in the world, Chen Mang smiled with satisfaction. He'd gone through so much trouble, nearly risking his life to make the journey to Kunlun Mountain, and this reward was quite satisfying. Now, it was time for his harvest. Inside the train, while the other slaves were already busy at work, Chen Mang sat alone inside the train, feet propped up on the table, a cigarette lit, and he relaxedly watched a film from this world. It was quite good, indeed. It felt fresh. It was a post-apocalyptic film, and it seemed quite immersive and engaging. If the train wasn't located beneath a cavern, but amidst a tidal wave of zombies, the immersion would be even stronger. When the slaves were busy, he had nothing to do. When the slaves were idle, he had to get busy. That was the rule of train operation. The conductor set the overall direction, while the others carried out the detailed tasks. Neither of them could be ignored. Chen Mang looked at the 2 supermod effects of the drill after it reached level 10, level 5 supermod effect, extremely hard, faster speed. Level 10 supermod effect, even harder, faster speed. Honestly, this was the first time he had seen such a pure supermod effect, without any mechanics, a pure, unadulterated beauty of numbers. The original effect of the drill upgrade was to increase its hardness and speed. As it turns out, the 2 supermodel effects are specifically designed to enhance this effect. As you can imagine, with a drill accessory of this caliber, even if other trains also have drills, their speed underground would be far inferior to this one. And, Chen Mang pondered, since this drill was so strong and fast, it could be used for more than just traveling underground. It could also be used to steer a train into other trains. It felt like if the armor level wasn't high enough, it would be difficult to stop. Quickly, he put the thoughts of the past few years behind him. He'd been tired for several days, so he couldn't think about them for now. Now was his time to relax. Then, he stared intently at the apocalyptic movie screen next to him. In the movie, the protagonist was surrounded by zombies, trapped. Just as Chen Mang was fully immersed in the movie, hoping to see how the protagonist would escape, a translucent panel suddenly appeared in front of the protagonist. A line of small words appeared on the panel. Ding, you have unlocked the system that makes you stronger by killing zombies. Fuck, Chen Mang was stunned when he saw this scene, and then he couldn't help but curse, is this how all the movies in this world are shot? Chapter 88 Train Radio Level 10 Supermodel Effect. 2,000 meters beneath the Doomsday Abyss, within a karst cave, Ozzy, gun in hand, watched the slaves patrolling back and forth, never daring to slack off. With more slaves now, it wasn't like before, where the slightest mistake would be a dereliction of duty. He wasn't worried about a successful slave rebellion. After all, he had Mang Yi. But suppressing a rebellion would inevitably result in the deaths of some slaves, and that responsibility would likely fall on him, the leader of the thugs. Just then, Brother Bao, Hiheo stalked over and whispered, "Are there any cigarettes left? I haven't smoked in a day, and I'm feeling a bit craving one." Bao frowned at this. "Didn't I plan a patrol route for you? Who told you to run around? If something goes wrong, will you be held responsible? I'm out of cigarettes too. Let's go back." Hao chuckled and lowered his voice. "Didn't we loot a lot of cigarettes in the ruins of Taiping City a few days ago? I asked you, Brother Bao, to keep a few packs, but you handed them all in, saying that Master Mang would definitely share them among us. Now you haven't shared them. Why don't you go talk to Master Mang?" Bao looked at Hao expressionlessly. After a long silence, he whispered, "Hey Hao, before the end of the world came, I was your foreman. You followed me to work on the construction site, and I brought you out of the village. After the end of the world, I took you with me wherever I went, and I saved you several times. You haven't forgotten these two favors, have you?" "No." "What's the matter? Then don't say these words that embarrass me in the future." Bao patted Hiheo's shoulder and whispered, "A few days ago, you asked in the carriage if you could play with Ji Chuchu, saying that this was something that Master Mang had agreed to. At that time, Zichuchang's face turned black. Can you say that? Everyone knows that your position in the train is my confidant, and you have followed me from the beginning. You keep talking without restraint like this. Where do you put me? Let me ask Master Mang for a cigarette. Do you think I have the nerve to do it, or do you? If I refuse you, will you probably complain to me about it, thinking that I am doing well now and I am unwilling to take care of the feelings of your old brother? I have told you so much, not to preach to you, but I hope that you will try not to be so outspoken in the future. My status in the train is not that high. To put it nicely, I am the leader of the thugs. To put it bluntly, Master Mang just needs such a position and does not care who sits in this position. Do you understand? Look at Erden. He barely says a word, and now he's patrolling the route I planned. Learn from him. Don't think about anything else while you're working. Go." Erden and Hiheo. Both had been with him since before the apocalypse, and they were from the same village. Many guerrilla construction teams were like this. The workers were all from the same village, and they remained united even when they were away. "Brother Bao, but I remember you have a death cigarette in your pocket? How about giving me that first?" Bao looked at Hiheo, who suddenly seemed unfamiliar. After a long silence, he pulled his cigarette case from his jacket pocket, took out the last remaining cigarette, and handed it to Hiheo. He stared at Hiheo's retreating figure for a long time without saying anything. But a gloom gradually settled in his eyes. This was his death cigarette. Although things were going well now, in the apocalypse, no one knew when they would die, so he always kept a cigarette in his pocket, calling it a death cigarette, to be smoked before death, a kind of imperfect ending to his life. Hiheo knew this, but he hadn't expected him to actually ask for his cigarette. Hiheo had become somewhat inflated, especially with so many new slaves joining him, each of whom treated him with respect. He truly believed he held a high position within the train, completely unaware of the source of his status. When Old Pig criticized Hiheo today, he was actually criticizing him. Although he felt a little embarrassed at the time, he still took up the conversation on Hiheo's behalf. It seemed that if Hiheo didn't completely change his personality, he might even bring him to his own grave. He knew Hiheo relished this feeling of superiority. When he had just joined Mang Yi and was on his first field duty, Hiheo had suggested that he hide the train he had found and look for an opportunity to start his own business in the future. He understood their sentiment, but such often inappropriate thinking was extremely dangerous on the Star Train. Bao sighed softly and glanced down at the Tamron assault rifle in his hand. After all, he and Hiheo had been together for so long, he certainly wouldn't kill him for such a small matter. He admitted he wasn't a good person, but he still couldn't bring himself to kill his own brother. He'd find a chance to talk to Hiheo tonight. If he continued like this, something bad would definitely happen. Hiheo's mentality was already on the verge of collapse. Inside the Star Train, Chen Mang was resting his feet on the table, a bag of potato chips in his arms, enjoying the apocalyptic film about a different world. While the plot was a bit melodramatic, it was still quite good overall. You could actually glimpse into the culture of a different world through the film. This feeling of getting to know a world in such depth was quite pleasant. He hadn't felt this relaxed in a long time. In Apocalypse, moments like this were rare. He glanced at the train radio. A few minutes ago, he'd asked if anyone had oxygen generator parts and headlights. As soon as he sent the message, the radio went off in a frenzy. Many people were excited, some expressing their admiration for the master, others asking for his advice. But, until now, no one had privately messaged him, claiming they had the relevant accessories. Chen Mang suddenly thought. He set his chips aside, took out a bottle of iced cola, and drank half of it before sitting up straight on the console, gazing at the green-grade train radio in front of him. It was level 1. Of course, he had never considered upgrading it before. After all, according to the information he had obtained, it offered no bonuses after upgrading, and upgrading or not had no effect. But just now, he suddenly wanted to see what superpowers this accessory would gain if it were upgraded to level 10. He immediately went for it. After consuming 9,000 units of iron ore, he successfully upgraded the train radio, this most commonly used and often overlooked accessory, to level 10, gaining 2 corresponding superpowers. Train radio level 5 superpower effect. You can pin your posts to the top of the screen, each upgrade costing 10 units of iron ore. Level 10 train radio super effect. You can trade remotely with other train conductors via the train radio. Chen Mang froze in place, a flicker of shock in his eyes. He'd only upgraded the train radio to level 10 for fun because he had 2 level 2 iron mines, meaning he wouldn't have to worry about iron ore for a while. He hadn't expected this super effect to be so extraordinary. A level 5 super effect was equivalent to controllable ad space. Needless to say, a level 10 super effect would significantly save him time. Trading with others would no longer require gatherings, transactions could be done remotely. This far exceeded his expectations. He had originally thought the super effect might allow him to join chat rooms in other areas. Yesterday, during his trip to Kunlun Mountain, he'd taken a moment to check the train radio's status, only to find it blank and not listed in the Kunlun Mountain area's chat room. This was likely due to him being a visitor and not having officially entered the green zone, so he didn't have the necessary permissions. Great stuff. Chen Mang looked at the other usually inconspicuous white accessories in the train room, such as the telescope. He decided to upgrade all the upgradable accessories after the iron ore was mined to see the supermodel effect. Who knows, some inconspicuous accessory might have a perverted supermodel effect. Before upgrading the train radio, he had no idea that this accessory would have such a perverted effect. Without stopping, he sent a message directly and pinned it to the top of the train radio. Stellar Train, looking for accessories that can produce oxygen, headlights and other accessories, blueprints, etc. Anyone with any grade of accessory blueprints can send them to me privately for negotiation. This sentence was wrapped in a gold frame, occupying 1/7 of the screen, and it was always floating at the top of the train radio chat room, looking extremely eye-catching. The people on the train radio who happened to be paying attention to the train radio all asked question marks. Iron Tree Train, please let me live train, Dung Si Maggot Train, Tonsils Never Speak Train, brother, how did you get that gold frame on top, Protagonist Train, wait, brother, I've seen this plot in novels. Did you know the apocalypse was coming, and you just happened to be able to spend real money, and then you spent tens of millions before the apocalypse? Hongkigan Train, I've scolded my AI to death, and it still won't answer me how to get that gold frame on top. Chen Mang glanced at the train radio, quickly filtering out a useless chatter, but couldn't find the message he was looking for. Just then, his train radio suddenly began to tick. It was the Protagonist Train. Honestly, he didn't know who would name their train that way. But on closer inspection, it made sense. Everyone is the protagonist in their own story, and he was the protagonist in his own life. The message was brief. I have accessories that can produce oxygen. What do you want? Make an offer, no price, brother, I'm giving it to you. Upon seeing this line, Chen Mang even wondered if he'd seen it wrong. Brother, this is the apocalypse, and you're giving away a component blueprint for free? You're doing charity? You're giving your life for charity. Wouldn't it be better to give you some iron ore to upgrade your train and save your life in the apocalypse, brother? I've noticed you since you first appeared on the Teeling Wasteland Regional Leaderboard, and then quickly rose to dominate the top spot. I see you as a protagonist. In my experience, showing kindness to the protagonist before they truly rise will surely bring great blessings in the future. I don't have any use for this oxygen generator component, so I won't lose anything even if I give it to you. I only hope that when you truly rise to prominence, you can give me some scraps to keep me alive for a few more days. Brother, send me the coordinates and I'll send them to you. Chen Mang stared expressionlessly at the few lines in the private chat. It was clear this guy must have read a lot of novels and was a firm believer in the protagonist theory. Once he chose the one he believed in, he'd strive to cling to that person's lap. It wasn't good, nor was it bad. It just felt strange, because he'd always been more of a believer in profit. He himself might die any day, so he didn't believe in the protagonist theory. No need, just send me your coordinates and I'll trade you remotely, huh? I'll give it a try. Across the teeming wasteland, inside a level 2 train, a young man at the control console tentatively entered his coordinates into the chat box. Before he could react, he saw a golden scale slowly appear above the train radio. The left end of the scale was illusory, the right was physical. He tentatively placed the green-grade component blueprint on the right. The next moment, with a flash of white light, the component blueprint vanished. Holy crap, the young man couldn't help but leap up from the control panel, staring at the scene in disbelief, frozen in place. Was this so high-tech? As far as he knew, even level 3 trains didn't have remote trading capabilities. How did this star train do this? He'd noticed the star train because, when the regional letterboards first came out, he'd ranked just one spot below it, and instinctively wanted to catch up. But as he chased after it, the star train vaulted to the top of the list. He'd witnessed the star train's exponential growth, as a level 2 train forcibly ascended to the top spot, crushing all the level 3 trains. And then, before he could react, the illusory scale on the left shone with a clatter of objects, all falling onto the control panel. There were 2 packs of cigarettes, 1,000 units of iron ore, 10 hot ravaged ammo buns, and even a pornographic magazine. This guy, the young man looked at the pile of things, finally picking up the pornographic magazine and muttering in a daze, "That's quite a job, but, has this guy forgotten that I'm also a train conductor? I don't lack women," but his face quickly turned a little disappointed. He seemed to be rejecting his advances. Just then, his train radio beeped again. He appreciated the kindness, but don't easily use your wealth to offer favors in trivial moments. These are life-saving things. A small gift, accept it. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89. This is the end of the world. What do you think it is? Playing house? The young man looked at the message from the star train and was slightly stunned, but then he couldn't help but laugh. He still appreciated his kindness. When the star train finally rose to prominence, if he was ever in imminent danger, perhaps this favor could save his life. "It's not bad," he said, glancing at the pornographic magazine in his hand, flipping through it. Though he had no shortage of women, this magazine gave him a different feeling, a sense of still being part of civilized society. At this moment, son, the door of the train compartment was pushed open, and a middle-aged man said in a low voice with a bitter face, "You are the train conductor now. I am your father after all. Can't I enjoy a peaceful life?" "Enjoy?" The young man frowned and said seriously, "What kind of enjoyment? This is the end of the world. What do you think it is? Playing house, with one less person mining. The development of the train will be slower. You enjoy today and I enjoy tomorrow. Tomorrow we will all go to hell and enjoy it slowly. Don't you understand this truth?" "Okay." The young man secretly stuffed 5 ravaged ammo, a cigarette and a pornographic magazine into his father's arms and whispered, "Take it and hide it. I will cook some special food for you. You must not rest. If you rest, my second uncles and third aunts will definitely go on strike. I finally got the situation under control. Don't ruin my business." Sigh. The middle-aged man sighed softly and glanced down at the pornographic magazine in his hand. "I understand the logic. Mining every day is fine, but since you're so extravagant, can't I enjoy the good life too? Your mother died a long time ago, and I've never married. Don't think about it. You're sorry for your mother. I'm telling you, you're such a frivolous person, but if you're so extravagant, are you being worthy of your mother? She's your wife, not mine. I don't have a wife, so it's none of my business." "That's true." Green-grade vehicle accessory blueprint for an oxygen concentrator. Chen Mang looked at the accessory blueprint in his hand and felt a sense of emotion. Although he didn't quite approve of the young man's approach, he had to admit that he had helped him a lot. With this thing, he no longer had to worry about oxygen. Not only did he not have to worry about the oxygen supply in the cave when mining, but he also didn't have to worry about whether there was enough oxygen in the cave. Even the 4 refrigerators crammed with slaves now had a sufficient supply of oxygen. There was no need to build slave carriages anymore. All the slaves were crammed into the refrigerators, and the 4 existing slave carriages became premium slave carriages, afforded only to level 1 slaves. This accessory required 500 units of iron ore to craft, a relatively affordable price. He immediately spent 500 units of iron ore to build an oxygen generator in Goblin Slave Carriage number 10, and then spent another 9,000 units of iron ore to upgrade it to level 10. Each upgrade increased oxygen production, but also energy consumption. A level 10 oxygen generator was more than enough to produce enough oxygen for 1,000 people in an oxygen-free space. The generator's circuitry was connected to a generator, so its startup was a significant energy consumer. A 100% level 1 energy stone could power a level 1 train for 100 hours, or the current star train for 60 hours of normal operation. It could power a level 1 off-road motorcycle for 100 days of continuous operation. The train currently has quite a few energy-consuming components. Of course, most of them don't need to be constantly running. The energy stone I inserted into the generator last time still has 37% of its capacity. After upgrading the oxygen concentrator to level 10, it also gains 2 super mode effects. Oxygen concentrator level 5 super mode effect. The oxygen concentrator can be linked to the train assistance AI, which will automatically control the oxygen output based on the level of oxygen deficiency in the space. This requires the train assistance AI, a green-grade component, to be upgraded to the maximum level. Oxygen concentrator level 10 super mode effect. The oxygen concentrator analyzes the surrounding air quality in real time and syncs the report to the train assistance AI. Chen Mang raised his brow slightly. This effect is not bad, both effects are quite useful. He left the train compartment and walked through the carriages until he arrived at Goblin Carriage number 10. He looked at the oxygen concentrator in the corner. It looked a bit like the large bubble machines used by wedding companies, with a large nozzle. When it started, it would emit a large amount of oxygen from this nozzle. It was already running. At the current oxygen concentration, running continuously for 24 hours would probably deplete the level 1 energy stone by about 50%, equivalent to consuming 250 units of iron ore per day. Compared to other components, it was quite energy intensive, but much more economical than a slave's mouth. Buzz! With a humming sound, the oxygen generator began to work, and a large amount of oxygen began to flow into the cave. Not bad. It's considered an aerobic exercise. Chen Mang couldn't help but laugh at himself. He looked around, wanting to find someone to explain his amusement, but everyone around him was busy. Only Old Pig noticed him. However, his expression was so serious and respectful that he curled his lips and waved his hand to indicate that Old Pig didn't need to come over. He then walked back to the train room alone. Better to finish that movie I just didn't finish. Huh? A young man among the slaves approached Uncle Lee, carefully glancing around before whispering, "Uncle Lee, didn't you say you'd plan to climb the ladder once new slaves joined the train? How's your progress?" Wait a little longer. Uncle Lee swung his pickaxe and slammed it down on the iron ore in front of him, shaking his head. I haven't found anyone who's blind yet. His plan was simple. Find someone blind among the new slaves, preferably one who wants to incite a slave riot. Then, at the first sign of a riot, he and the young man beside him would stop it, showcasing their talents and garnering Uncle Mang's attention. However, despite the arrival of many new slaves, no one seemed to be thinking of inciting a riot, which made him feel a little awkward. He'd been in other carriages, and there were riots from time to time, but here, there wasn't a single sign of a riot. Without a riot, how could he possibly stand out? Talent is like shit. It has to emerge from your asshole for people to see you clearly. Oh, so you have talent. Otherwise, even if your stomach is full of shit, no one can see it. Especially in a doomsday environment, standing out is even more difficult. You have to find the right balance, and forcing it is even more dangerous. Oh. The young man scratched his head. He had no other choice but to follow Uncle Lee. He was a simple-minded person, so his solution was always to follow a smart person, let them solve the problem, and he would just follow behind and eat the leftovers. Mining is physical work. Small talk can kill a lot of time. Uncle Lee, have you ever dated a virgin? Uncle Lee rolled his eyes expressionlessly at the young man, didn't reply, and just continued to work with his pickaxe. The young boy didn't care. He just swung the pickaxe and muttered to himself, before the end of the world, I actually had a strong virgin complex. Every time I went on a blind date, I would ask the other person if they were a virgin, but every time I would be called a pervert, as if this is a very offensive question. I'm not discriminating against non-virgins. It's not okay to screen them in advance. They asked me if I had a car or a house. Isn't that also screening in advance? I just can't accept it. I have always wanted to have an absolutely clean relationship, but I haven't found one until the end of the world. After the end of the world comes, it will be even more impossible to find a virgin. Uncle Lee, you say that I will never be able to find a virgin in this life, right, Alice? Uncle Lee sighed lightly and said a little tiredly, this is not offensive or not, but you have no emotional intelligence. It's like when you did poorly on an exam as a child, and your relatives asked you how many points you got. Would you be in a good mood? Also, as a middle-aged man, my advice to you, relationships should not be clean. A clean object will be extremely glaring if it gets a little dust on it, but a dirty object won't be too noticeable even if it gets a little stain. Who can guarantee that they will be clean all their lives? It's better to just find someone who is not clean. Even if something does happen in the end, it won't be so painful. As for the virgin complex, I haven't had it since I was 16. A hint of doubt flashed in the young man's eyes. Is there any trick? No. Uncle Lee shook his head. I accepted it after I found out that none of the girls I liked were virgins. These days, there are no virgins. They are really rare. If you can't change the world, you can only change yourself. At this moment, I am behind the two of them. A woman who is 1.8 meters tall and had muscles all over her body and was carrying a pickaxe, put her head between the two of them. Her face flushed with excitement and shyly said, "You two said you were excited I am a virgin. Well, little brother, how about I give you my virginity?" The young man looked at the fleshy woman beside him in confusion, muttering in a daze, "What a strong woman. Sister, I have a pickaxe here, can you lend it to me? I'm still young. My mom says I'm not old enough to have a relationship yet. Can you please stay away from me?" "Oh," the middle-aged man glanced at the woman behind him expressionlessly. "If it's her, then it's not surprising." As soon as the words fell, the woman who had been so shy just now suddenly looked gloomy. She immediately stood up and stretched out her right hand as if holding a chicken, holding the middle-aged man high in the air and said word by word, "Explain what you mean by not surprising at all." The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with panic, and his limbs thrashed helplessly in the air. He wanted to say something, but the collar tightened around his neck, making him unable to utter a word. What are you trying to do?" The young man's face paled at the sight. He immediately stood up and tugged at the woman's right hand, trying to pull it free. After a few attempts, he found no way to move it. He simply clasped his hands tightly, lifted his feet, and attempted to use his body weight to push the woman's hand down. But it still didn't work. After a few unsuccessful attempts, the young man used the woman's sturdy right arm as leverage, doing 3 pull-ups on the spot. He then stood on the ground, dusted himself off, and sighed deeply. "Uncle Lee, I tried my best." Just then, Ozzy, who was patrolling nearby, noticed this scene. His face darkened as he loaded his Tamron assault rifle, pointed it at the woman's head, and said hoarsely, "Let go." The woman didn't dare ignore Ozzy's warning. She immediately let go, placing Uncle Lee on the ground. Then, somewhat aggrievedly, she whispered, "He said no one wants me." Ozzy didn't bother to pay attention to the conflict between the slaves, simply glancing at the woman coldly. "Next time, choose a comfortable death." Then she strode away, but as she turned, a flicker of shock flashed in her eyes. Wasn't this woman's strength a little too damn exaggerated? In peacetime, she could easily take on 3 adult men. HMPH, the woman glanced at Uncle Lee with some displeasure before picking up her pickaxe and going to the side to continue digging. She dug extremely hard, her efficiency even higher than many men, muttering to herself as she dug. 1 little fresh meat, 2 little fresh meat, 3 little fresh meat. Inside the Star Train, Chen Mang, who was lying in a chair concentrating on watching a movie on the screen, suddenly heard a knock on the door. He frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "Come in, Master Mang." Lao Tzu pushed the door open and came in, his face full of respect, and whispered, "He Hao told me something. I think it is necessary to report to you in time." "Master Mang, what do you think should be done?" "He Hao, tell me about it." Okay, He Hao, who came in behind Lao Tzu, first laughed dryly with a respectful smile on his face for a few times, and then hurriedly said, "Master Mang, you don't know that Ozzy has actually been a train captain several times. The highest one was even the captain of a Class 2 train. The reason why he handed over the train order when he went out on duty for the first time was simply to deliberately make Master Mang think that he had no intention of setting up his own business. These days, I have a deep affection for the Star Train. Biozi will definitely rebel in the future, Master Mang. After all, he has been a train captain several times, and he will definitely not be willing to be inferior to others all the time. The words fell. Heihao clutched the corners of his shirt tightly, his palms sweating. The sound of his own rapid breathing and the thumping of his heart rang loudly in his ears. For a moment, no one spoke. It was unknown how much time had passed. Good, Chen Mang, sprawled in his chair, suddenly roared with satisfaction. He gazed at the movie playing on the screen, leaned back, and smiled cheerfully as he lit a cigarette and brought it to his lips. That's awesome. Killing zombies this way is the only way to satisfy you. I'm itching to go kill some zombies in a few days. Then Chen Mang glanced at Lao Zu and the other man standing nearby and waved his hand casually. Send Biozi to see me. Lao Zu lowered his head and was about to speak when he heard Heihao beside him excitedly respond. His brow furrowed, but he didn't say anything. He simply responded again and led Heihao out of the train compartment. Chapter 90. You can't hold the center position without being ruthless. Sure enough, Heihao, having just exited the train compartment, couldn't help but laugh. He tilted his head to glance at Old Pig beside him. Thank you, Captain Pig, for the notification. I'll need your continued care in the future. Old Pig paused before offering a naturally kind smile. No problem, no problem. I think Master Mang will kill Biozi, since he's been hiding the fact that he was once a train conductor. Normally, according to the customs of the wilderness, he should be killed. That's a sure thing. Meanwhile, Biozi had already received a letter and, upon reaching carriage number 2, met Old Pig, Heihao, and the others. Biozi, Heihao, hands in his pockets, looked at Biozi approaching and smiled. Thank you for telling me. Master Mang simply needs this position. I don't care who sits there. If you can have it, why can't I? I've already reported you to Master Mang. Are you nervous? People, once they've done something wrong, they'll be like you right now. Look at how pale you are. Biozi, who had originally had no idea why Master Mang had called him over, paled instantly when he heard Heihao's words, staring at the smile on his face in disbelief. Heihao looked incredibly unfamiliar. He hadn't expected Heihao to actually report him. His body was trembling from the unsteadiness of his stance, his eyes red as he gritted his teeth as he spoke word by word. Heihao, I treated you well. Well, Heihao's expression instantly darkened. When we first joined Master Mang, why did you let me go on the first night watch? There were so many people who didn't want me, but you did. Biozi took a deep breath and addressed the question directly, regardless of Lao Zu standing right beside him. At that time, no one obeyed me. Only you and Ergao followed me the whole time. You were considered my confidants. If I didn't let you go on the night watch, who would I let go? And you even fell asleep on the night watch that night, causing the train to be surrounded by zombie wolves. Afterwards, I took the blame for Master Mang's actions on you. Have you fucking forgotten? Haha, Heihao sneered, not bothering to say anything more. He just tilted his head and looked at Lao Zu. Captain Pig, do you have any cigarettes left? I'd like to borrow one. Yes. Lao Zu's face showed no unnecessary expression. He just quietly took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to him. Heihao took the cigarette and walked to Biozi. He put the cigarette into Biozi's mouth and lit it for him before patting his cheek. It's okay, brother knows you like to smoke dying cigarettes. Didn't I take your dying cigarette just now? I'll give it to you now. You can go on the road with peace of mind after you finish smoking it. Biozi's cheeks were pale and his eyes were red. He spit the lit cigarette on Heihao's face, then looked over Heihao to the Old Pig beside him. His voice trembled with fear and he said calmly, Captain Pig, what's the state of Mr. Mang? Can I leak anything? Old Pig shook his head, without any extra expression on his face. I don't know. How much do you think I have? I don't know, not even 1%. Old Pig shook his head again. I don't know. As a lower person, it is not a good habit to speculate on the psychological activities of the superior. He has been a lower person for too long. He may not be very good at how to do things well, but he still knows very well how to live longer. After all, to put it bluntly, aside from those highly specialized tasks, things often look the same to anyone. Even if someone else did the job, it wouldn't be much different. After Old Pig didn't reveal a single word, Biozi took a deep breath, forced himself to steady himself, and smoothed the wrinkles on his clothes. Then, turning around, he picked up the freshly lit cigarette from Hiheo's feet. Ignoring Hiheo's sneer, he placed it between his lips. Standing at the doorway to the train compartment, he took 2 deep puffs, finishing his last cigarette. Then, he stubbed out the cigarette in his palm. With a broken heart, he slowly pushed open the door to the train compartment before him. He was met with Mang Yi, his feet propped up on the table, absorbed in a movie. He didn't dare speak. He simply closed the door quietly and waited patiently. The only sound in the room was the voiceover of the movie characters, like white noise, causing him to slump uncontrollably. An unknown amount of time passed before the ending theme song began. Chen Mang switched to the next movie with a lingering feeling. He took 2 cigarettes from his pack, tossed one to Biozi, and lit one for himself before casually saying, "Anything you want to say?" Biozi's body immediately went limp. He knelt on the ground, his eyes red, and he said in a hoarse and trembling voice, "Master Mang, I have been hiding it from you because I was worried that you would think that I used to be a train conductor and was unwilling to be inferior to others, but, in fact, it is precisely because I have been a train conductor and have failed several times, and even nearly died in the wilderness, that I know how difficult it is to be a train conductor. I have witnessed the development of the Star Train in recent days. It is many times stronger than when I was there, Master Mang. I really regard the Star as my own home from the bottom of my heart. Whenever it is late at night and everyone is asleep, I can't sleep with pride when I think of myself as a member of the Star. Since I followed you, Master Mang, I, Biozi, have a clear conscience and have never done anything to let you down or to let the Star Train down. I have been working diligently and are not slack off in these days. There is a saying in our village, a bitch is the most loyal when she comes ashore. It's the same for me, Biozi. It's precisely because I've witnessed the dangers of the wasteland that I understand more clearly how honored it is to follow you, Master Mang. Master Mang, if you can give me another chance, you'll see how I perform in the future. If I ever displease you in the slightest, you don't have to do anything, Master Mang, just say the word and I'll die." With that, Biozi buried his head in the floor, his body trembling as he awaited the final judgment. He'd always feared this bomb would explode, but he never imagined it would actually happen one day. After a long moment, Chen Mang, reclining in a chair, casually placed his smoldering cigarette in a nearby Coke bottle and spoke calmly. "The man you have is called Hiheo, right? I don't like him very much. You can handle him as you see fit." Biozi's body stiffened, and after 3 resounding kowtows, he straightened from the ground, his eyes reddened. His face, tears already streaking, he said hoarsely, "Master Mang, see how I perform in the future." With that, he slowly retreated from the train compartment. Outside the train compartment, kneeling on the ground, restrained by 2 thugs, Black Mouse stared at the black muzzle of a gun, his eyes filled with fear as he struggled violently. He turned to Old Pig and roared heartbreakingly, "You're mistaken, you must be mistaken. You're going to kill Biozi, not me. I've been rewarded for reporting. After you kill me, who'll dare to report again? You can't kill me. You can't kill me." Old Pig sighed softly as he watched the struggling Black Mouse. He had warned Black Mouse a few days ago, but it seemed Black Mouse hadn't listened, instead driving himself to his own doom. Black Mouse was a little too trusting of rules. According to common sense, Biozi should have been the one to die. Black Mouse still hadn't figured it out. While there were unspoken rules in the wasteland, the final say on every train still rested with the conductor. Whatever the conductor said was final. This wasn't the apocalypse, everything was done according to the rules. He had asked for his own death, and no one could blame him. Hiheo, Biozi, with red eyes, walked up to Hiheo with a Tamron assault rifle in hand, put the muzzle of the gun against Hiheo's head, and said word by word, "Or Hiwa, this was your nickname in the village at that time. Later, after everyone came out, you got the nickname Hiheo because you often liked to steal. I have treated you well over the years. In the end, you and I brothers ended up like this, and it's your own fault, Biozi." "Oh no, Brother Bao." Seeing that no one spoke for Hiheo, a trace of despair flashed in his eyes and his voice was filled with tears. "Give me a chance, spare my life, okay? I will definitely listen to you in the future and never dare to do it again. I really never dare to do it again. Ergao, we all came out of the village together, please say a word for me." "I can't say it, Ergao." "Who is not good at speaking?" shook his head and said in a muffled voice with an ugly face, "You even reported your own people. If this were to happen in the village, your family's reputation would be so bad that people would stab you in the back every day." Ozzy squatted down, pulled a cigarette from his pocket, placed it between his lips, lit it, and took a deep drag before pressing the butt into Hiheo's mouth. He patted his cheek and whispered, "This is called a dying cigarette. It's proper to smoke a dying cigarette before hitting the road. You and I are brothers, so I'll personally send you off." The next moment, without waiting for Hiheo to say anything else, bang, 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 the sharp crack of gunfire suddenly rang out, unnoticeable amid the clanging of mining operations. They were on the other side of the train, and the slaves didn't even know what was happening here. Tisk, Old Pig, standing nearby, smacked his lips as he looked at Black Mouse lying in a pool of blood. His hands were shaking when he killed his mother's idol a while ago, but now he's killing his former brother, and how come his hands are so steady, Captain Pig? Ozzy forced a bitter smile. "Don't make fun of me. I was just talking nonsense that day. I was simply scared and worried that I'd end up like that if I went crazy." Alright. Old Pig couldn't help but smile and patted Ozzy on the back. "Go and calm down. I know you're feeling down. After all, we were brothers once, but this time it's a blessing in disguise for you. I'll find a place to bury him." Okay. In carriage 5 of the train, Ji Shuchu sat by the window and witnessed the scene clearly, but her face didn't show much expression. She just hummed softly and combed her hair. She had seen this kind of thing so many times since the apocalypse. It was almost commonplace. Sister Chuchu, a girl nearby, her face full of gossip, leaned forward and whispered cautiously, "Did Master Mang touch you after he let you in alone that day?" The other girls nearby immediately pricked up their ears. Although Ji Chuchu was a first-level slave, she could live in the thug's car. The girls around her were all minor celebrities, though not as famous as her. While they couldn't live in the thug's car, they were still allowed to visit occasionally. Yes, Ji Shuchu stuck out her tongue and smiled. "Master Meng is quite satisfied, huh?" The gossipy girl was slightly taken aback, puzzled. "Since he already touched you, why didn't he take you in? That way, you'd be second in command on this train, and we could enjoy some of the benefits with you. This train is much better than our old one." Master Meng asked me how many people had fucked me, and I told him the truth. He must be annoyed by my frequent banging. Ji Shuchu wasn't shy about this, her words were extremely blunt. "You're stupid," the little girl said with some regret. "If you said you were a virgin, Master Meng might have taken you in." Virgin. Ji Shuchu picked up the mirror next to her, looked at her face in the mirror, admired it for a long time, and then smiled. "With my face, even if it was innocent before the Doomsday, after staying in the Doomsday for a year, what do you think is the probability that I am a virgin? I dare say that, but Master Meng has to believe it, and even if I was really taken in at the beginning, the first thing I would do is to stay away from you and cut off all ties with you. It is a taboo for the harem to interfere in politics. By then, I will definitely stay in the train room every day to serve Master Meng wholeheartedly, and I won't bother to care about you, Sister Chuchu." Several little girls next to them pretended to be sad and wiped their tears. "You are so cruel. You can't sit firmly in the C position if you are not cruel." Ji Shuchu looked out the window at the men dumping the bodies into the underground river. Her eyes narrowed as she smiled without saying a word. She had indeed fantasized about this scene at first, but after seeing that Mr. Meng had no such thoughts, she decided to change her mindset. No matter how cruel men were, they still needed a touch of gentle comfort. She only needed to provide this comfort, and she could live well on the train. This was the asset her looks gave her. She had never understood why some beautiful women were so reluctant to rely on their looks for a living. Beautiful women didn't need looks to make a living. It was just like the second-generation rich who insisted on starting from scratch. Excessive efforts to prove themselves to others would only waste the assets they should have. Inside the train, Chen Mang didn't pay much attention to this little episode. He just sat back in his chair contentedly after watching a movie in its entirety again. This time, no one disturbed him while he watched the movie. In the apocalypse, it was not easy to find such a relaxing time. Satisfied. Just then, the train radio suddenly beeped. Someone had privately messaged him. After receiving the oxygen pump, he removed the request for it from his message and kept it pinned to the top of the page. Each pin lasted about 10 minutes. He had the train's AI helper program pin new messages to the top of the page at specific times. Finally, after watching 2 movies, someone privately messaged him again. Chapter 91. What's your price? I have the blueprints for the headlight parts. What's your price? A simple, clear statement. What's your price? 5,000 units of iron ore. It's too high. The blueprints for the white parts aren't worth that much. You're currently number 1 on the Wasteland Train leaderboard, so you definitely don't need this little bit of iron ore, and yes, send me your train's coordinates and I'll deliver it to you. Inside the train, Chen Mang's eyes narrowed slightly as he fiddled with the handle in his hand. It was a sharpened branch, stained with brown blood. It was a simple tool he had crafted for self-defense on his 3rd day after crossing into this world. He had used it to kill a man who had challenged him. Although the train's current power meant he no longer had any use for it, it held a special kind of sentimentality for him. During those days when he felt completely insecure and could die at any moment in the wasteland, this ordinary branch provided him with a faint, yet only, sense of security. He didn't mind visiting this person and rescuing a few survivors from their train. He wasn't worried about slavery now. The iron ore deep beneath the teeming wasteland belonged to him. He only worried about not having enough slaves. However, the other party didn't reply immediately, only replying after a long delay. 1,000 units of iron ore, okay? Sure, Chen Mang suddenly smiled. It seemed as if this person had suddenly figured it out. Perhaps there was a master nearby offering guidance? Through remote trading, he quickly completed the transaction by placing 1,000 units of iron ore on one end of the scale, saving him the trouble of a trip. After receiving the component blueprint, he immediately slapped it on the control panel. As the blueprint transformed into a white dot and merged into the console, the train quickly gained permission to craft that component. He had actually been wondering if all trains possessed the ability to craft all components, and the blueprint was merely a key to unlocking that permission, not the blueprint itself, which granted the train the technology to manufacture the component. Although this was like the chicken and the egg, a pointless question, he couldn't help but wonder. Headlights. A white accessory, he'd seen on several trains, not a particularly rare one, but he didn't know why he didn't have one. It wasn't just for the front of the train. It could also be placed in various areas outside the train cars. He crafted 3, placing them at the front, in the middle, and in the last car. He also spent 4,400 units of iron ore to upgrade the headlights to level 10. This upgrade didn't increase the brightness, but only reduced energy consumption. The accessory itself could be used for both high beam and diffuse light. It was quite powerful on its own. It also gained 2 superpowers. Level 5 superpower headlight effect, consumes 1 energy stone, instantly releasing an extremely bright, intense light. The intensity of the light depends on the level of the energy stone consumed. Level 10 superpower headlight effect, none. Chen Mang looked at the 2 supermetal effects, his brows raised slightly. The first one was nothing special, just a flashing effect, a supporting effect, within his expectations. But he was surprised to see the second supermetal effect was none at all. This was the first time he'd seen a supermetal effect described as none. This meant that not every accessory had a supermetal effect at its corresponding level. Some accessories had no corresponding supermetal effect at a certain level. That was good. It looked like he wouldn't need to consider upgrading the headlights anymore. Level 1 was basically enough. The blinding glare effect wouldn't be needed most of the time. It was probably a soft control skill. At least, he couldn't think of any use for it yet. But when all 3 headlights were connected to the engine via the electrical system, the cave, which had previously only had a few dim lights, suddenly became incredibly bright, its intense light dispelling all shadows. The cost wasn't too high, far less than that of the oxygen concentrator. As the cave grew brighter, Chen Mang immediately saw all the slaves working. He also spotted a dozen or so slaves defecating in a distant corner. Sometimes, though, seeing so clearly wasn't necessary. With a 4-digit number of people, peeing and pooping became a major issue. In the wilderness, it wouldn't matter, they could hold it in on the train and relieve themselves anywhere during the train repairs. But in the cave, they couldn't just pee and poop anywhere, so Old Pig had set aside a designated area for them to use the restroom. However, there were over 1,000 people, and not everyone could hold it. When he was on Master Kun's train, it was common for slaves to defecate in the carriages. With the train moving at full speed, it was impossible to stop and wait for just one person to relieve themselves. The train desperately needed a restroom. But he had never seen the blueprints for a toilet accessory. He could just build 2 refrigerators to serve as restrooms. The space was plenty large enough, and then assigned someone to clean it at a designated time each day. It was a bit rudimentary, but it wasn't bad. He had to admit, a refrigerator was a really useful accessory. When it's powered, it's a large cold storage facility. When it's powered off, it can be used as a warehouse, a dormitory, and now a toilet. And if the mood strikes, it can even be used to make soap. It's truly versatile. This incident reminded him that the train is now overcrowded and needs more than just thugs and slaves, like cleaning staff. Someone needs to regularly clean the train cars. When he went to check the oxygen dispenser in Goblin Car number 10 today, it was so filthy he didn't want to step in. He immediately picked up the intercom. "Old Pig, didn't over 60 female slaves choose to mine yesterday? Women still can't compete with men at mining. Pick out 10 capable ones to clean the train, and pick one who's young, attractive, quick-witted, and not stubborn, to clean my train compartment. Still pay the same as a level 3 slave, with promotions based on days worked, understood?" After making these arrangements, Chen Mang looked back at the train's control panel. The train still had over 1,000 units of iron ore and over 130,000 tons of copper ore. Originally, there were 140,000 copper ore back in Kunlun Mountain. Several thousand units of copper ore were consumed to kill those dozen pangolins. A crossbow could have easily been used, but the heavy machine gun dealt more damage, and its attack speed was faster and more reliable. A moment later, and all those pangolins would have been lost to the rock snake. Copper ore is mined to be used. Being stingy and unwilling to use it, thus missing out on such a great opportunity, is foolish. Iron ore is almost depleted, but that doesn't matter. Once these slaves finish their work today, there will be a large influx of iron ore. We'll go cut some wood later. There aren't many parts for the train that require wood, but that custom clothing line requires wood to make clothes. He's worn this suit for a long time. Even after washing it several times, it's still a bit inconvenient. I'll make him a suit that fits him, and also make new clothes for the slave thugs, he thought to himself. Chen Mang couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. He'd almost forgotten that this outfit was from his past life. From his initial difficulty accepting it, he'd gradually assimilated into this world, and his memories of his past life were gradually fading. In a sense, this world felt freer. Whatever he imagined, he could bring to life, provided he possessed sufficient ability and means. Soon, the day was over. As thousands of slaves lined up to receive their bread, Old Pig was nearly exhausted. When there were only 200 slaves, Old Pig had no problem distributing the food alone, but now it was simply too much. At Old Pig's suggestion, 10 women from the mining group were selected to perform odd jobs. As the train's population grew, so too did the odd jobs. Chen Mang had no problem with this. From its initial existence as a train staff of slaves and thugs, the Star Train was gradually expanding into other roles, a sign that the train itself was gradually developing into a legitimate route. One day, a small society would form within the Star Train. And Chen Mang had finally reaped the rewards of the day. A full 110,000 units of iron ore. The resource detection radar estimated the mineable yield of these two level 2 iron mines at only 380,000 units. At this rate, both mines could be mined in 4 days at most, a far superior efficiency compared to the abyss. The new slaves, after training, were still not as efficient as the older ones, but overall they were much better. As expected. Feeding the slaves was painful, but once the harvest began, it felt worth it. It was all worth it. Chen Mang went to cargo car number 3 and gazed at the refrigerator overflowing with level 2 iron ore. His eyes were filled with emotion and relief. He had put so much effort these past few days, searching for survivors in Taiping City and risking his life to search for pangolins in Kunlun Mountain. Wasn't it all for this moment? Seeing all this, all his hard work vanished. It was all worth it. He smiled. Now it was time to start spending. First up was the Hot Wheels. Originally at level 5, the Hot Wheels required 35,000 units of iron ore to upgrade from level 5 to level 10. He hadn't been willing to upgrade at the time, but now that he had enough iron ore, he naturally upgraded the Hot Wheels immediately. In the wasteland, speed often equates to safety, sometimes even more so than armor. Theoretically, as long as you're fast enough, a lower armor level doesn't matter. Each upgrade of the Hot Wheels increases the maximum speed by 20 km per hour. At level 10, the base speed jumps from 130 km per hour to 230 km per hour, and that's just the speed cap added by the Hot Wheels accessory. Add to that the base speed of a level 2 train at 130 km per hour, and the train's maximum speed reaches 360 km per hour. Of course, this is theoretical. Because of the train's weight, the train's assistance AI on the control console indicates that the Star Train's current maximum speed with the Hot Wheels is 322 km per hour. This speed could outrun in nearly every monster in the wasteland. In fact, even in Kunlun Mountain, few could catch him. However, Kunlun Mountain's terrain didn't allow the use of fire wheels, requiring only spider legs, which had a fixed speed limit. Chen Mang immediately noticed the white dotted wheels flickering in the three-dimensional train image on the control console. He immediately stepped outside the train compartment and gazed at the fire wheels beneath the Star Train, raising his eyebrows slightly. So handsome, the originally pitch-black fire wheels had now turned a deep red. It matched the all-black train perfectly. Black and red have been a classic color combination since ancient times. Furthermore, the wheels had become slightly larger, and the hubs looked even more stylish. Meanwhile, he looked at the supermodel effect of the fire wheels after reaching level 10. Fire wheels level 10 supermodel effect. When speeding downwind in strong winds, the fire wheels ignite, significantly increasing their speed. Ignite. Chen Mang looked at the supermodel effect and, honestly, was a bit bewildered. It was fine in the wasteland, with all the cracked soil. But if he went to the grasslands one day and it happened to be dry grass, what would happen? If the Hot Wheels were set on fire, it would instantly turn into an inexhaustible wildfire. The ashes would all turn into fertilizer. That effect was quite impressive. Chen Mang rested his chin on one hand and thought thoughtfully. He had only seen strong winds in the wasteland once, when the tornado struck a few days ago. The winds were quite strong that day. Although he hadn't been affected by the tornado in the Doomsday Abyss, he still felt the wind was strong. He would try it the next time there was a strong wind in the wasteland. He would see what the effect of the Hot Wheels being set on fire was. This supermodel effect was actually within his expectations. The supermodel effect basically matched the type of accessory after upgrading. For example, if it was a lifestyle accessory, the supermodel effect would be lifestyle related. If it was a speed-related accessory, the supermodel effect would be speed-related. There's no such thing as a household accessory, like a refrigerator, that suddenly turns into a bomb after an upgrade, exploding wherever it's thrown. This is the underlying rule of this world, and there's basically no deviation. Of course, some unique accessories can create some messy supermodel effects. This effect is pretty good. He was quite satisfied. In special weather conditions, it can significantly increase the train's movement speed, making it much more useful for escaping or traveling. He then set his sights on the train auxiliary AI accessory. This accessory is arguably the train's current core functional accessory. Many accessories are connected to the train auxiliary AI accessory. Upgrading from level 5 to level 10 costs 7,000 units of iron ore. Upgrading from level 1 to level 5 only costs 2,000 units of iron ore, but the resource consumption from level 5 to level 10 more than tripled. Chapter 92. What kind of family is this? Most white-grade accessories require only 100 units of iron ore to craft, and upgrading from level 1 to level 2 requires another 100 units, and from level 2 to level 3 requires 200 units. Each upgrade increases by 100 units. Most green-grade accessories require only 500 units of iron ore to craft, and upgrading from level 1 to level 2 requires 200 units, and from level 2 to level 3 requires 400 units. Each upgrade increases by 200 units. Of course, this isn't always the case. Some specialized accessories, like the carriage, steel armor, and Hot Wheels, require more iron ore to craft and upgrade. The armor, in particular, is the most expensive accessory he's ever seen to upgrade. So far, he hasn't even seen the supermodel effect of this accessory, and he doesn't know when he'll be able to see it. It's such a resource-intensive operation. The train's auxiliary AI's level 5 supermodel effect is a form of cluster thinking. With each upgrade, the AI's intelligence increases, enabling faster communication with the train conductor and increasing its computing power and information processing capabilities. This manifests itself on the train itself. It can control more components simultaneously, such as controlling the oxygen production rate while simultaneously activating the enemy-seeking radar and using a heavy machine gun to lock onto enemies within radar range. The current trend on trains is for the train's auxiliary AI to control most of the remaining components, making upgrading the AI's level extremely important. and after reaching level 10, it also gains a brand new supermod effect, Train Auxiliary AI level 10 supermod effect, network intrusion, decryption, and the ability to break through most network defenses. Network intrusion. Chen Mang frowned slightly. This world had internet, but it was the apocalypse. No operator was left to maintain the network, it had long since collapsed. This supermod effect felt incredibly lonely. However, he soon fell into thoughtful reflection. While there was no internet in the wasteland, there might still be some connected areas in higher level areas. Perhaps there would be a chance to use it in the future. After all, something was better than nothing. Many skills are always a blessing. This is like learning to swim. Most people may never fall into the water, but if they do, this skill becomes the final straw. After upgrading the Train Assist AI accessory, he looked at the Auxiliary Universal Wheel accessory. This is a special accessory. It's not among the 12 craftable accessories for level 2 trains, but he still remembers it vividly. Back when he was a slave on Kun Yi's train, it was precisely because Kun Yi was reluctant to craft the Auxiliary Universal Wheel accessory that the train became less maneuverable. When he was about to be trapped by the zombie horde, he was forced to abandon all the carriages and escape alone. The effect of this accessory is simple. It greatly increases the train's agility, allowing it to turn more smoothly and with a smaller arc. The universal wheel is expensive to craft. It requires 5,000 units of iron ore, which is no wonder Kun Yi is reluctant to craft it. It is indeed expensive, but there is no iron ore required for subsequent upgrades, so it is a one-time expense. This accessory cannot be upgraded. The level automatically matches the train's level. For example, the universal wheel on a level 2 train is level 2. He'd tried. Even with level 0 privileges and unlimited upgrades, he couldn't upgrade this component. There was no upgrade option for it at all. As the level increased, the train's turning radius became tighter. After construction was complete, 3 rollers, similar to aircraft landing gear, appeared at the center bottom of each carriage to assist with turning. Besides that, Chen Mang narrowed his eyes slightly, focusing on the other components he'd never upgraded. Ever since he'd experimentally upgraded the train radio, a rather mundane and insignificant component, to level 10, gaining the super modern effect of remote trading, he'd been filled with anticipation for these ordinary components. Even if all 9 super modern effects were useless, a single super modern effect like remote trading would be a huge win. Apart from anything else, he felt that besides him, no one else in the Teeling Wasteland would upgrade the train radio, since it had no effect after upgrading. After scanning the train room, his gaze settled on the telescope. It was a white accessory from the 17 craftable parts he'd acquired back when he was on the level 1 train. It was a single product, like a single bed, not produced on a production line. Crafting a telescope required only 10 units of iron ore. It was a truly excellent value for the price. Before the search radar, the telescope was practically his only means of distant observation. After acquiring the search radar, he hadn't used it for a long time. Just now, while surveying the train room, he remembered the accessory. Crafting only required 10 units of iron ore, and upgrading it cost even less. It took only 550 units of iron ore to reach level 10. The upgrade gave it a much longer range and clearer vision, though it certainly couldn't compare to the search radar. The search radar could even reveal creatures' faces and monster information, hidden information the telescope couldn't. Not to mention enemies deep underground and within walls were clearly visible on the radar. After reaching level 10, he also gained 2 supermetal effects. Telescope level 5 super effect, displays the level of monsters appearing in view. Telescope level 10 super effect, thermal imaging. Both super effects are quite ordinary, essentially simplified versions of the enemy detection radar. After all, it only takes 10 iron ore to craft, so you can't expect too much. Furthermore, upgrading it to level 10 only costs 550 iron ore. What else can you expect at that price? However, this item is quite suitable for novice train conductors. Chen Mang had casually set the telescope aside, preparing to continue inspecting the train for uncrafted accessories. Just as he fixed his gaze on the speakers, he suddenly remembered something and took the telescope again. The first super effect is at level 5. The second super effect is at level 10. At level 20, the third super effect is unlocked. Currently, no accessories on his train have reached level 20, nor do any have the third super effect. A sudden thought occurred to him, what would a third super effect be if this accessory were upgraded to level 20? Of course, it's likely to be nothing. Like the train headlights, there were no level 10 super mod effects. Some more basic accessories didn't have many super mod effects. But the telescope accessory required very few resources, so it was fine for experimenting. After consuming 1,550 units of iron ore, he upgraded a white telescope to level 20. This also granted him a third supermod effect, telescope level 20 supermod effect, see-through illusions. A flicker of confusion crossed Chen Mang's eyes. The appearance of a Buddhist term in the apocalypse seemed strange, and he had no idea what it meant. What did it mean to see through illusions? He immediately picked up the telescope and peered out at the group of slaves sitting on the ground in the cave, eating. It wouldn't have mattered if he hadn't looked. But this sight silenced him. Truly seeing through illusions. Through the telescope, all the slaves were naked, sitting on the ground, all illusions gone. He looked down at the telescope in his hand. If it were in modern, civilized society, this thing would undoubtedly be sought after by many. It's not that everyone is a pervert, but rather that every human being harbors a strong voyeuristic desire. Especially the feeling of secretly observing others, which is too addictive. And it's not limited to peeping at someone's naked body. For example, peek into someone's diary, their social media, their daily life, and so on. But in the apocalypse, this thing has little meaning. After all, he is the conductor of the star. If he really wants to, he can just start selecting concubines. Why would he need a telescope? Just wash them all, line them up, and he'll choose them one by one. That's true. But, Chen Mang picked up the telescope again and looked out the window at the group of slaves. It felt quite novel. Was this the charm of black technology? This is a bit too dark. A moment later, he weighed the telescope in his hand, then tossed it aside with a laugh. He was holding a level 20 telescope, and no one would believe he'd actually upgraded it to level 20. He could easily upgrade it to level 10 and sell it. Many novice train conductors would be well suited for it. But there was no need. A level 10 telescope alone cost 560 units of iron ore. The novice train conductors were broke, so what was the right price? Any less, and he wouldn't make much, while any more wouldn't be affordable for the novice conductors. Furthermore, the novice conductors didn't even have train radios, so he couldn't contact them if he wanted to sell them, or even sell them to them. He couldn't just wander around the wasteland looking for novice conductors all day. He'd be better off mining. He also didn't want the secret of his unlimited upgrades to be revealed. A certain air of mystery was a plus. Being too transparent wasn't good. Finally, Chen Mang's gaze settled on the onboard audio system and the internal fire control system. These were the only two components he hadn't upgraded, especially the former. He was curious about the supermetal effects it would gain after the upgrade. Oh, yes, there was one component that hadn't been upgraded yet. The 5.56mm rifle ammunition production line. This produced the ammunition for the Tamron assault rifle. His last upgrade was for heavy machine gun ammunition. After upgrading all three components, most of the components on the Star Train would be level 10, save for some prohibitively expensive ones like armor. By upgrading both the heavy machine gun and rifle ammunition production lines to level 5, perhaps special effects like armor-piercing rounds could be added to the ammunition. With the corresponding supermetal effects, the Star would become a truly fully equipped level 2 train. There were a dozen level 3 trains in the teeming wasteland. But none of them could match the richness of the still level 2 Star Train. In terms of richness, he even felt that even a level 4 train in a high-end area would, well, that was a bit of an exaggeration, but the level 3 trains in the teeming wasteland definitely didn't have the same depth of experience as his. It wasn't easy. After completing his next plan, Chen Mang felt a sense of relief. He looked at the reassuring amount of iron ore on the train panel, leaned back in his chair, and smiled contentedly. He propped his feet on the table, lit a cigarette, and let the swirling smoke drift to the ceiling and out through the skylight. It had been so many days since he'd traveled to this world. Only now had he officially established his own roots in it. Once he had mined all the iron ore in the teeming wasteland, the monsters in the Kunlun Mountains wouldn't be able to chase him like they did last time. A man should be looked at with new eyes after 3 days of absence. However, Chen Mang looked at the control panel screen, where the damage to the number 4 living car and the cola production line had dropped to 70%. Logically, the train would have been subject to frequent damage. There's definitely a way to repair a damaged component. After all, it affects the functionality of components. For example, when the spider legs are damaged, the fixed upper speed limit drops significantly. You can't just replace a damaged component with a new one, right? What kind of family is that? He asked over the train radio, but no one gave him an answer. Only the bloodthirsty bull privately messaged him, saying he'd seen a level 3 conductor mention this over the radio, saying that after the train body reaches level 3, damaged components can be repaired. Before that, damaged components can just be made do, and replaced if they were no longer usable. Chen Mang naturally understood why no level 3 conductor came forward to answer. Partly, they had no obligation to, and partly, they didn't really want to. They probably felt a little annoyed seeing him, a level 2 train, firmly at the top of the leaderboard. He didn't dare show it now, but he could ignore him, right? His answer was no. Before leaving the teeming wasteland, he would visit each one, especially the purple cloud, which had said it wanted to clash with him. I wonder what the purple cloud, which had just said it wanted to clash with him, felt after seeing his star train rapidly climb the teeming wasteland regional power rankings and firmly occupy the top spot. It must have felt a little regretful. Perhaps it was still praying that he wasn't someone who held grudges. Unfortunately, that's exactly what he was. If you don't clash, you won't even know how to write the character Mang in Chen Mang. Chen Mang glanced down at the birthmark on the back of his hand, then chuckled and shook his head. When a person is in high spirits, everything feels good. If only life could always be in high spirits. Chapter 93. Is this considered a hidden supermodel effect? Chen Mang glanced at the iron ore units on the train panel. There were still 61,000 units of iron ore. These 110,000 units of iron ore were quite durable. Without much hesitation, he immediately spent 4,400 units of iron ore to upgrade the car audio accessory to level 10, gaining 2 corresponding supermodel effects. This was a white-grade accessory, so upgrading it consumed relatively few resources. Car audio level 5 supermodel effect. If the train is equipped with a headlights and train assist AI accessories, the headlights will automatically change light and color when playing music, creating a stage light show that matches the rhythm of the song through visual effects. Car audio level 10 supermodel effect. It can emit ultrasonic noise above 20,000 Hz. If the energy stone level consumed is high enough, it can produce ultrasonic noise of even higher Hz. The first supermodel effect is self-explanatory. Normal humans can hear sounds between 20 Hz and 20,000 Hz, a frequency naturally acquired through human evolution. If one could hear sounds lower than Hz, one could even hear the whirring of one's own internal organs, living in constant noise. Sounds above 20,000 Hz are inaudible to the human ear. Chen Mang pondered for a moment, unable to conceive of any practical applications for this supermodel effect. Unless some monster could hear extremely high Hertz sounds and use this speaker to inflict a noise attack on them? Never mind. Something is better than nothing. He then looked at the internal fire control system. This was the only internally facing component on the star train. It was expensive to craft, requiring a full 1,000 units of iron ore, which was considered expensive for a green-grade vehicle component. Upgrading it was also quite expensive. He had previously shied away from upgrading, but now that he had more iron ore, he naturally decided to upgrade everything he had previously shied away from. Actually, this component upgrade was quite unnecessary. After all, this accessory is muzzle-facing, and humans aren't monsters. Whether a heavy machine gun is loaded with level 1 or level 10 heavy machine gun bullets, a single shot will essentially kill them. This accessory is a combination of several miniature heavy machine guns, each mounted on the ceiling at the rear of each carriage. Like a heavy machine gun, upgrading it doesn't increase its power. It only increases its rate of fire, range, and other effects. The actual power of the bullets fired depends on the level of ammunition loaded. Low-level heavy machine guns can't use high-level ammunition. To use level 3 ammunition, the heavy machine gun must be upgraded to level 3. Therefore, this accessory is generally sufficient at level 1. The reason it was upgraded to level 10 was simply to see the super mod effects, so as not to miss out on some of the more unusual super mod effects. After consuming 45,000 units of iron ore, he also upgraded a green-grade internal fire control system accessory to level 10, revealing 2 new super mod effects: internal fire control system level 5 super mod effect, ability to fire blank rounds, consuming 1 unit of iron ore for every 10 blank rounds fired. Internal fire control system level 10 super mod effect, ability to fire nerve rounds, which are not lethal but inflict devastating pain. A flicker of confusion crossed Chen Mang's eyes. It wasn't that the two super mod effects were too powerful, but rather that he had assumed the internal fire control system, like a three-legged heavy machine gun, would only increase its rate of fire and range. He hadn't expected the internal fire control system upgrade to also increase the number of heavy machine guns mounted on the ceiling of each carriage. Originally, the Star Train had 10 carriages and 1 locomotive. Each carriage and locomotive had 1 heavy machine gun mounted on the ceiling. Now, each carriage had a full 10 heavy machine guns. Inside the train, Chen Mang, sitting at the control console, gazed at the 10 heavy machine guns embedded in the ceiling of the train's nose. Their black muzzles pointed directly at the train's doors, creating a sense of intimidation. A riot? Now there was no need to worry about riots. What a joke. The Star Train currently had only 4 outward-facing, three-legged heavy machine guns mounted on the train cars, while a full 110 miniature heavy machine guns, facing inward, were mounted inverted on the ceiling. With these 110 heavy machine guns, even 1,000 rebellious slaves could be easily slaughtered, let alone double that number. Their main goal was efficiency. What a psychopath. Outside the train. Uncle Lee, do you have any ideas? The young man asked stealthily, approaching Uncle Lee. Uncle Lee narrowed his eyes slightly, glancing at a middle-aged man not far away. He had found a suitable target. While he'd been diligently mining, he'd noticed he'd been constantly examining the train's exterior components. He couldn't tell what he was thinking, but he was clearly a dangerous individual, clearly harboring ulterior motives. Just then, the middle-aged man suddenly separated from the crowd, quickly finished his bread, and stealthily strode towards Goblin Carriage 10, clearly planning something shady. Here's my chance. Uncle Lee's eyes lit up, and he immediately stood up and followed him, also heading towards Goblin Carriage 10. This was finally his chance to shine. If he could catch this middle-aged man before he made his move, he'd secure Master Mang's approval, and from then on, promotion and wealth would be within his grasp. Hurry, follow me, okay? The young man didn't hesitate, immediately picking up a stone from the ground, stuffing it into his arms, and stalking after Uncle Lee. After a day's mining, the pickaxes had to be turned in and distributed the next day. Just a few seconds after the middle-aged man had sneaked into Goblin Carriage 10, Uncle Lee arrived with his trusted confidant. Uncle Lee excitedly scanned the interior of the car, eager to find the middle-aged man wreaking havoc somewhere. He looked around but couldn't find anyone on the train. He looked again and saw that the middle-aged man had already crawled into his refrigerator and found a spot near the door, lying on the ground, ready to fall asleep. Huh? Uncle Lee was slightly stunned by the scene before him. What's going on? You looked so sneaky, like someone planning to do something, and you sneaked back into the car alone just to sleep? In a trance, he seemed to see his dream of wealth and glory shattered, and he even subconsciously muttered a little inappropriately, "Aren't you here to cause trouble, sabotage?" The middle-aged man lying at the entrance of the refrigerator heard the voice, raised his body, glanced back at Uncle Lee and the others, and then laid down again in a comfortable position, his voice full of fatigue. "If you want to cause trouble, don't take me with you." From the first time I saw Master Mang, the word loyalty came to my mind. I will never do anything in my life that will harm Master Mang or the star. I am Master Mang's man in life and Master Mang's ghost in death. If you want to cause trouble, stay away from me. I won't get involved in anything. I just want to mine." Huh? Uncle Lee frowned. "What the hell are you talking nonsense about? You look like a sneaky person, and now you are talking to him about loyalty?" Just then, the young man standing nearby cautiously poked Uncle Lee with his finger, then looked up at the ceiling of Goblin Slave Car number 10 and said weakly, "Uncle Lee, why don't you look up?" Uncle Lee, unaware of what was happening, instinctively looked up, then remained silent, expressionless. After a long moment, he glanced at cars number 7, 8, and 9. Without saying anything, he simply jumped off and walked to the underground river, gazing at the surging waters with despair in his eyes. 10 damn heavy machine guns, mounted upside down on the ceiling of each slave car, covering every corner with no blind spots. In just 10 seconds, they could completely clear a car full of slaves. Easier than killing a chicken. He clearly remembered that before the mining this morning, there was only 1 heavy machine gun on the ceiling of each car. How come there were 10 when he returned? Yes, he understood. After all, with the increase in slaves, he definitely needed to add more firepower to deter internal attacks and maintain his position. If it were him, he would definitely do the same. But, aren't you being too cautious? Are the 10 heavy machine guns per carriage really just for deterrence? Aren't they really just for when the mood strikes, and you can just restart the train in 10 seconds and switch slaves? That, the young man carefully moved to the side and whispered awkwardly, Uncle Lee, are we still going on with that plan? Uncle Lee was silent for a longer time this time. After a long time, he couldn't help but cursed, bullshit plan, who the hell dares to make trouble in this situation? No matter how stubborn you are, your legs will go weak when you see those 10 heavy machine guns. There are only 4 heavy machine guns outside the train, but there are more than 100 inside the train. Who the hell dares to riot? Yeah, the young man nodded in approval. I think so too. Let's change the plan. Uncle Lee, what plan do you have? What plan? No plan. Uncle Lee turned around and looked at the young man in anger. You ask me what plan I have every day. What do you think of me, external brain? You? Uncle Lee took a deep breath, turned his head again and looked at the river water that kept hitting the rocks. After calming down, he said word by word. Don't worry, give me some time. I'll definitely come up with a new plan. The plan of letting those blind rioters take the lead won't work. Let me think about it. Uncle Lee, I actually have a plan. What do you think? I think the Star Train is also short of management staff right now. After all, there are too many slaves. Why don't you go directly to Master Mang and tell him that you are very talented and have management experience? Uncle Lee stared at the young man expressionlessly. What do you think? If the world were so simple, everyone could succeed. Wait for my new plan. Star Train, in Thug Car number 5. By Ozzy, who was eating dinner. Chatted with Lao Tzu while casually glancing at the slaves outside the window. Then, as if noticing something out of the corner of his eye, he stiffened slightly. Noticing Bai Ozzy's strange look, Lao Tzu followed his gaze. Upon seeing the 9 new heavy machine guns on the ceiling of the Thug Car, his mouth twitched involuntarily, and then he lowered his head to chew his steamed bun. Delicious. I love to eat. I hope I can still eat tomorrow. Not bad. Bai Ozzy suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, tilted his head to look at Ji Chuchu, who was eating at the end of the Thug Car, and whispered, Mr. Mang touched her last time, so the problem shouldn't be serious. Indeed, Lao Tzu nodded in agreement. This at least showed that Mr. Mang had a normal sexual orientation, just a bit picky. Otherwise, Mr. Mang didn't play with women or have any fetishes, so it was easy to worry about psychological problems. And for someone with psychological problems, it's not impossible for him to just kill everyone on his train one day when he got upset. Time for bed. Inside the Star Train, Chen Mang looked at the 12,000 units of iron ore remaining on the train panel. This was a bit insufficient. He prepared to go to sleep first. After the mine was mined tomorrow, he would upgrade all the remaining components. After that, he would almost be able to upgrade to level 3 train. That night, he slept soundly and had many dreams. However, the thugs and slaves aboard the Star Train slept somewhat uneasily tonight. Partly because of the 9 extra heavy machine guns overhead, and partly because they couldn't quite guess what Master Mang was thinking. They were somewhat apprehensive. Old Pig and Bai Ozzy, in particular, remained sleepless all night. Soon, it was the second night. Chen Mang glanced at the 134,000 units of iron ore on the train's panel, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Today, the slaves had mined a full 120,000 units, a full 10,000 more than yesterday. It had only been a day. Were the new slaves' mining efficiency so high? He looked with a strange expression at the over 100 internal heavy machine guns displayed on the 3-dimensional image of the train on the control panel. Could it be that this thing was causing this? It seemed the iron ore he'd invested in upgrading the internal fire control system yesterday hadn't been wasted. Was this a hidden supermodel effect? Then he looked at the remaining components, such as the crafting table. He had last upgraded the crafting table to level 2, enabling it to produce level 2 energy stones. Each level 2 energy stone cost 5,000 units of iron ore. He hadn't upgraded it further at that point. After all, level 2 energy stones fully satisfied his current needs, and he wouldn't need higher level energy stones. But he could upgrade it to level 10 to see the supermod effect, as he had enough iron ore after consuming 6,000 units of iron ore. He also upgraded the crafting table to level 5, level 5 crafting table supermod effect, none. Chapter 94. Your train is upgraded to level 3. The supermodel effect is 0. Chen Mang gazed thoughtfully at the level 5 supermodel effect. He always upgraded his accessories to level 5 first, worried about this possibility. If the level 5 supermetal effect wasn't there, then the level 10 supermetal effect would certainly be 0, too. However, this also resolved a question that had long lingered in his mind. He possessed the unlimited upgrade privilege of level 0, allowing him to continuously upgrade accessories, such as the armor and pickaxe production lines, to levels 5 and even 10. But other train conductors didn't have this luxury. So what would they do? When the train reached level 4, how could they face level 4 monsters without level 4 armor? How could they mine higher level resources without level 4 pickaxes? It seemed he had the answer. When the train reached level 4, higher quality accessories would be available to replace the lower quality ones currently in stock. Therefore, it seemed natural that the level 5 crafting station accessory had no supermetal effect. After all, the only benefit of upgrading the crafting station was the ability to produce higher level energy stones. Chen Mang withdrew his gaze from the crafting station and looked at the 2 bullet production lines, 5.56mm rifle bullet production line and 12.7mm heavy machine gun bullet production line. After spending nearly 20,000 copper ore, upgrade both of these components to level 10. Each gains 4 supermetal effects. 5.56mm rifle bullet production line level 5 supermetal effect. When producing bullets, you can add flame to the bullets, which is effective against some wood attribute monsters. The price remains unchanged. 5.56mm rifle bullet production line level 10 supermetal effect. When producing bullets, you can add ice to the bullets, which is effective against some fire attribute monsters. The price remains unchanged. 12.7mm heavy machine gun bullet production line level 5 supermetal effect. When producing bullets, you can produce split bullets, which will split into 3 in midair while maintaining the same power. The price remains unchanged. 12.7mm heavy machine gun bullet production line level 10 supermetal effect. When producing bullets, you can produce armor-piercing bullets, which are effective against heavy armored monsters. The price remains unchanged. Chen Mang, sitting at the control panel, took a deep breath. These supermetal effects were naturally powerful. While keeping the price constant, they would allow his firepower weapons to deliver even more devastating damage. That's it. Almost all the components on the Star Train have been upgraded, each possessing its own supermetal effect. Now it's time to begin upgrading the train. He looked at the requirements required to upgrade to level 3. Upgrade requirements: 10 carriages, 6 required vehicle components fully crafted, 5,000 units of level 2 iron ore consumed, and the combined level of all components on the train must be over level 40. All of the requirements were met, and they were already overflowing. He didn't want to delay any further. The next moment, when the train had lost 50,000 units of iron ore, a flash of white light flashed across the control panel, and a translucent panel appeared before him. Your train has been upgraded to level 3. This will unlock more craftable components, as well as more customization and practical features. Chen Mang gazed at the train panel with a hint of anticipation. Train name: Star. Train level: level 3. Train accessories: level 10 wheel blade, level 13 spider leg, level 10 car audio, level 10. Number of carriages: 10. Ore units: 78,000 units of iron ore, 0 units of wood, 112,000 units of copper ore. Inheritance value: 0. Upgrade conditions: you need to have 18 carriages, all 4 required vehicle accessories are fully crafted, and consume 10,000 units of level 2 iron ore, and the total level of all accessories in the car must be over 80 PS. Before upgrading to level 4 train, you need to complete the job change. The optional directions are mechanical train and flesh train. Both job change directions have their own corresponding tasks. After completion, you can successfully change your job. Finally, a level 3 train. The appearance of the Star Train has not changed at all. Upgrading the train will not improve the combat effectiveness of the train. It will only increase the basic speed of the train, have more craftable accessories, and unlock more functions. For example, the base speed of a level 2 train is 130 km per hour. After upgrading to level 3, the base speed reaches 160 km per hour, which is essentially a minor improvement. In addition, 9 new craftable components are available. 4 vehicle components are required to upgrade to level 4. The remaining 5 are optional. Of course, for most people, these optional components are also essential. After all, if you don't craft these optional components, you won't reach the required component level for the train upgrade, unless you obtain component blueprints through other channels. Furthermore, the most noticeable change is the addition of a heritage value on the train dashboard. With a heritage value of 0, a high enough heritage value opens up the opportunity to trigger more adventures in higher level areas. Heritage value is obtained through a few different sources, such as taking in children under the age of 12 or using a Doomsday marriage certificate to hold a Doomsday wedding for survivors on the train. The former demonstrates that even in the apocalypse, there are still people willing to consider the preservation of humanity. The latter proves that even in the apocalypse, when social order has collapsed, true love still exists. However, he hadn't seen a single child so far, let alone those under 12, let alone 15 or 16. Pessimistically, given the harsh conditions of the apocalypse, it was unlikely these people would survive until a year after the apocalypse. As for the Doomsday marriage certificate, he hadn't yet found a recipient. But there was no rush. Even if he had the inheritance points, they would only be effective in the advanced areas, and he didn't plan to go there anytime soon. Looking at the 9 craftable vehicle parts, he finally understood how to repair damaged train parts. Mechanical nano spider, yellow grade part, crafting requires 1000 units of iron ore. Combat training virtual space, yellow grade part, crafting requires 1000 units of iron ore. Internal space stabilizer, yellow grade part, crafting requires 1000 units of iron ore. Individual skeleton armor production line, yellow grade part, crafting requires 1000 units of iron ore. These 4 parts are mandatory and essential for upgrading the train to level 4. A glint of surprise flashed across Chen Mang's eyes. These 4 craftable accessories were incredibly powerful. The first, the nano spider, was used to repair damaged parts. Before this accessory, all damaged parts were irreparable, requiring only a makeshift use. When they were no longer usable, a new one would be crafted. It arrived a bit late, only available on level 3 trains. But that made sense. After all, for most level 1 and level 2 trains, the parts they had weren't particularly expensive, so if they couldn't get enough, they could just craft another. Unlike him, every part was of a very high quality. If it broke, they'd just replace it, even if they had a surplus of supplies. The second and fourth accessories were both used to enhance individual combat capabilities. The former improved combat prowess, while the latter was individual skeletal armor, further enhancing their capabilities. He read the description of the latter. It wasn't heavy armor, nor was it a mecha. It was a simplified version of a steel skeleton bonded to the human body, enhancing a soldier's overall physical fitness in many ways. However, it offered no defensive capabilities, and couldn't withstand bullets or monsters. Wearing it underneath his clothes, it looked nothing out of the ordinary from the outside. However, Chen Mang narrowed his eyes slightly. He had always thought improving individual combat capabilities was a false need. After all, the train carried the majority of the load. But after upgrading to level 3, 2 accessories suddenly appeared that enhanced individual combat capabilities. And both were craftable. As the saying goes, Pangu came before the sky, and Gubba before the force. If Pangu hadn't opened the sky, and Gubba hadn't dug a hole, then neither would have made sense. This was the law of nature. In other words, during the upgrade from level 3 to level 4, there would inevitably be a point where the train's individual combat capabilities would be extremely tested. This test would most likely be the job transfer quest or some other location before the upgrade. Otherwise, the appearance of these 2 accessories would be completely meaningless. As for the final, mandatory accessory, a built-in spatial stabilizer, his slaves would probably appreciate this. This accessory ensures that no matter how the train moves, whether climbing vertically against a wall, drifting through the air like a falling leaf, or even taking off vertically in a spiral, the interior of the train remains horizontally stable. No longer would his train's slave cars be piled up like sardines in a can as it scaled a wall. Very good, these 4 accessories significantly improved the train's capabilities. He looked at the other 5 optional accessories. Central air conditioner, yellow grade accessory, requires 1000 units of iron ore to craft. Storage box, green grade accessory, requires 500 units of wood to craft. Permanent shock absorber, yellow grade accessory, requires 1000 units of iron ore to craft. Medical bay, yellow grade accessory, requires 1000 units of iron ore to craft. Unknown accessory, unknown grade accessory, requires 1 unit of iron ore to craft. Once the train's job is upgraded, it automatically becomes the heavy firepower external loadout accessory for that job. The first accessory's effect was obvious: winter was approaching, and this accessory would maintain the train's base temperature, preventing his slaves from freezing to death. It would also provide fresh air, significantly improving the air quality within the train. The second accessory, the storage box, could store up to 1,000 units of the same resource. For example, 1,000 units of iron ore, either level 1 or level 2 iron ore, would be fine, freeing up a lot of space, but he still felt a level 10 refrigerator would be more useful. The third accessory, the permanent shock absorber, is a defensive accessory. As long as the train's external defensive accessories, such as armor, are intact, it effectively protects against the impact of monster collisions. The fourth accessory, the medical pod, can heal most external injuries by lying down inside. He has a level 10 simple medical kit as an alternative, and it's even more effective. The fifth accessory. This is the cheapest accessory he's ever seen, requiring only 1 unit of iron ore to craft. However, it's currently unavailable until the train's class upgrade is complete. Upon upgrading to a mechanical train, a heavy firepower external accessory from that series will be granted. The same applies to upgrading to a flesh train. These 9 craftable accessories are the most noticeable changes to the stellar train after it reaches level 3. It's worth noting that the number of craftable parts decreases with each train upgrade, from 17 at level 1, 12 at level 2, and 9 at level 3. Many basic parts, like telescopes, are missing. The remaining subtle changes are hidden within the control panel and train controls, not directly displayed, requiring players to discover them. For example, the new customizable carriages for level 2 trains include a new feature. The carriages originally equipped with a 40-barrel Sakura Falls rocket launcher were open air, surrounded by a roof. This disadvantage meant that the parts were extremely vulnerable to damage, as they lacked external armor protection. However, upgrading to level 3 allows for the creation of higher-level open-air carriages. These open-air carriages are now surrounded by a roof, with a rocket launcher hidden inside. When needed, the overhead armor retracts, and a lifter then lifts the firepower system out, unleashing a roaring fire in a blazing atmosphere. This is an extremely useful feature. The price wasn't expensive. Upgrading an open-air carriage to the advanced version only required 1,000 units of iron ore. He had 2 carriages, and upgrading them all would only cost 2,000 units. As for the extra armor on the open-air carriages, there was no need to replenish the iron ore. It had already been consumed during the original armor upgrade. Furthermore, there were 3 more buttons on the train control panel: family planning, immediate self-destruction, immediate ejection. Pressing the first button released a spray inside the carriage, preventing pregnancy for all passengers, except for those breeding creatures within. He pressed it immediately. For now, he didn't want anyone on the train to become pregnant. The second button was equally brutal. Pressing it caused the train to self-destruct with tremendous force. Chen Mang glanced at the button, his mouth twitching slightly. What if he accidentally pressed it and ascended to heaven? The next moment, a transparent plastic shell appeared around the button, enveloping it. This plastic shell also had fingerprint recognition. Only he could open the plastic casing. If anyone else tried to force it open, the train's auxiliary AI would instantly lock onto the enemy and open fire. Even after pressing the button, he still had to click OK on the control panel screen to initiate the self-destruct sequence. This was essentially safe. After all, it was impossible for someone to accidentally open the plastic casing, press the button, and then accidentally click OK on the screen. Even if they were so careless, it was perfectly normal for the King of Hell to accidentally cross your name out of the Book of Life and Death with a shaky hand. Chapter 95, Choose the Lesser of Two Evils. That's all the changes and added features after the stellar train reached level 3. As for the newly added button for instant ejection, it's also very simple. When the train encounters an overwhelming crisis, pressing it will cause the seat in front of the control panel to launch the train conductor high into the air. Whether or not there's a parachute mid-air, or even if there is one, how the train will react to the apocalypse isn't something this button controls. It simply ejects. It doesn't consider anything else. After the ejection, the train will automatically initiate an irreversible 10-second countdown to detonation. Enjoying a ropeless bungee jump before dying is actually quite interesting. After all, he believes that 90% of the world has never experienced this. It's relatively niche extreme sport, and it's worth experiencing it once in a lifetime. Huh? Chen Mang let out a long breath, leaning back in his recliner, feeling slightly exhausted. Although he didn't do any hard labor, checking the information for each accessory, considering its usage scenarios, and checking the control panel for subtle changes was exhausting work. Not physically, but mentally. He lit a cigarette, leaning back in his chair, contemplating for a moment. Deciding to relax, he immediately picked up the intercom and said, "Send Ji Chuchu over, soon, Master Mang." The train compartment door slowly opened, and the pitiful Ji Chuchu trudged in, quite obediently. She knelt deftly once again, awaiting her orders. Chen Mang glanced at Ji Chuchu, his brow furrowing slightly. He remembered that Ji Chuchu wasn't wearing this dress last time. Today, she was wearing a white, low-cut, bare-neck dress. She looked quite pure, like a fairy who must not be violated. The stark contrast to her obedient appearance on the ground was stark. "Where did you get the change of clothes?" He'd been wearing the same clothes for days, and you, a slave, had changed into clothes. "Are your living conditions better than his?" "I heard Master Meng was looking for me, so I borrowed a set from my little sister." "Why?" "I was worried you'd get bored, Master Meng, so maybe a change of clothes would be a bit fresh." Chen Mang didn't say anything else, just nodded silently, with a reasonable and thoughtful touch. He looked Ji Chuchu up and down, kneeling on the ground, and beckoned, "Come here." Ji Chuchu behaved very obediently, walking to Chen Mang and kneeling again, then resting her arms on her lap and waiting patiently. "Okay." Chen Mang stretched out his leg and lured Ji Chuchu under the console, laying her down on a chair, and patted her head. "Let's begin." 3 minutes later. Chen Mang frowned and opened his eyes again. Something was missing. Then he searched for a long time on the screen next to him, found the variety show Ji Chuchu had appeared in, clicked play, and nodded with satisfaction, leaning back in his chair. This felt right. On the variety show, Ji Chuchu acted like a goddess, her eyes sparkling as she covered her mouth with her hands and smiled, looking truly inviolable. Meanwhile, Ji Chuchu displayed a completely different style beneath the console. This contrast was exactly what he liked. Having played so much in his past life, his threshold had become too high. Ordinary, mundane processes no longer stirred him. He preferred this kind of spiritual experience. 15 minutes later, Chen Mang put his feet on the shoulders of Ji Chuchu, who was kneeling beside him again. He lit a cigarette, relaxed and leaned back in the chair, chuckling. "Tell me, what reward do you want, Master Mang?" Ji Chuchu, who was kneeling on the ground, kneaded Chen Mang's calves with her delicate hands and said in a mosquito-like voice, "Chuchu is now treated as a first-level slave and doesn't have to work on weekdays, and Master Mang is the strongest and most charming train conductor I have ever met. Since the apocalypse, Chuchu has never felt so safe as she does on the train. Chuchu is already very content. If possible, Chuchu has a best friend, also a female star, named Yan Yao. She is even prettier than me, and she is still a virgin. But I lost contact with her not long after the apocalypse. The last time I contacted her, she said she was hiding in the safe house of her villa in Shay City on the Shay Plain. The food and water she has stored should not be enough now. Master Mang would definitely like her if he met her." The smile on Chen Mang's face gradually faded. He looked at Ji Chuchu calmly. After a while, he exhaled a thin, light blue wisp of smoke in Ji Chuchu's face and whispered, "You want me to run so far to save someone?" The Shay Plain was a green area. It also intersected with the Teeling Wasteland, but at the northernmost edge of the Teeling Wasteland, about an hour north of the Doomsday Abyss, was the Shay Plain. Ji Chuchu didn't dare look Mang in the eye. She simply lowered her head, removed Chen Mang's shoes and socks, and gently massaged his calf. Chen Mang didn't say anything else, only speaking casually after a moment. "Is there anyone so clean in the entertainment industry? Every time an investor approaches her, I take the blame for her. Are you so great? She comes from a wealthy family, and I don't. She's helped me a lot in the past. One more drop of ink on a piece of paper is no different than another piece of ink, so you don't know how. I'll teach her." "How?" Ji Chuchu raised her head to meet Chen Mang's eyes, then slowly placed Mang's toes into her mouth. She mumbled, a little unclearly, "Is this okay? Has she ever been in a variety show?" "Yes, yeah." Chen Mang nodded, leaned back in his chair, and waved his hand wearily. "Get out first. If I have the chance to visit Shay Plain in the future, I'll consider going to Shay City, in the number 5 thug car." Lao Zu, who was whispering with Biozi, coughed softly upon seeing Ji Chuchu return, then looked out the window, pretending to be talking about business. After Ji Chuchu reached the hard sleeper at the rear of the car, the two exchanged another glance, their eyes filled with worry. What should we do? Biozi looked at Laozi with a complicated expression. Mr. Mang has asked Ji Chuchu to come over again. This is the second time. What should we do with Ji Chuchu? Don't you claim to be the best at solving these problems? Think of a way. He had been ready to go last time. But Ji Chuchu was too full, so he didn't go. Until then, no one on the star train had anything to do with Ji Chuchu. Who? The old pig took a deep breath, frowned, and said in a hoarse voice, let's sort it out first. Master Mang has let Ji Chuchu in twice. It is obvious that Master Mang is very satisfied with Ji Chuchu's service. At this time, you and I must not touch Ji Chuchu. It is a taboo to be a fellow traveler with a superior, even if it is on the periphery. It is a taboo. If Master Mang doesn't want to play anymore, it's fine, but Master Mang ordered it again, which is inappropriate, but Master Mang promised the slave again. It is very likely that Master Mang is being held hostage now. He likes Ji Chuchu's service, but he has promised everyone. It is impossible to break his promise in public, otherwise Master Mang will lose face, but since Master Mang likes it, it is impossible for Ji Chuchu to be touched by the slave below. So you tell me, Biozi said anxiously, where's the solution? I don't know either. The old pig scratched his head and said hurriedly, the main thing is that I can't guess Master Mang's true thoughts. Maybe Master Mang doesn't care about this at all. It's the two of us who are twisting here. Then let's go and ask, are you crazy? Go ask Master Mang. Even if Master Mang is really trapped, will he admit that he is trapped? This way, Lao Zu took a deep breath and thought of a solution. He said seriously, if we let Ji Chuchu go without realizing what Master Mang means, Master Mang might be angry, but if Master Mang doesn't have such an idea at all, and we act on our own, Master Mang will also be angry when he knows. Choose the lesser of two evils. Obviously the latter will be blamed less severely, so we will follow the second assumption first. Ji Chuchu must not be let go, and in fact, she can't be let go at all. Master Mang means that the one who mines the most can own Ji Chuchu, but the top 100 in terms of mining volume are all goblins. Those goblins don't play with women at all. They only know how to mine and don't even look at Ji Chuchu. Fortunately, this is the best of both worlds. This is the best solution I can think of. What do you think? Biozi spread his hands, his face filled with resignation. Captain Pig, I'm a warrior, and you're the deputy conductor. Of course, you take the lead on matters like this. Okay, old pig steeled himself, gnashing his teeth. I'll take responsibility for this. I'll take the blame from Master Mang when the time comes. Let's do it. Then, old pig watched Biozi's departing back and let out a long sigh. He wiped the thick sweat from his forehead, slumped back in his seat, and sighed deeply. Being a deputy conductor wasn't an easy job either. Especially since he couldn't quite guess Master Mang's thoughts. While he wasn't good at guessing what his superiors were thinking, he could generally discern a good deal. But Master Mang was the only thing he couldn't fathom. He simply didn't know what Master Mang was thinking. As second in command, his biggest task often involved reading people's expressions and doing things that his superiors couldn't bring themselves to say. Staying in that position for long wasn't easy. Often, when something went wrong, it was usually over the second-in-command's head. Soon, it was evening again, the time for the slaves to finish their work. The star train was bustling with activity. The slaves had already surrendered their pickaxes and began lining up for their dinner. Chen Mang, on the other hand, sat inside the train, gazing at the panel. Before a train could be upgraded to level 4, it was necessary to complete a job transfer quest. Only after confirming the job transfer direction could it be upgraded to level 4, and the job transfer quest could only be completed in the green zone. After successfully completing the job transfer quest and upgrading, it was impossible to return to the lower level zones. He certainly wouldn't move on to the higher level zones until he had mined all the resources beneath the teeming wasteland. However, that didn't stop him from checking out the job transfer quests in advance. There were 5 job transfer quests available for the flesh train job transfer, and completing any one would allow him to successfully complete the job transfer, flesh train job transfer quest. S level difficulty, kill 3 level 6 monsters. A level difficulty, kill 3 level 5 monsters. B level difficulty, kill 1 level 5 monster. C level difficulty, Kill 1 level 4 monster. D level difficulty, kill 1 level 3 monster. That S-rank job transfer quest was outrageous. Killing 3 level 6 monsters with a level 3 train, honestly, he didn't know anyone else could do it, except perhaps him. As long as the resource mines in the Teeling Wasteland were enough to upgrade his armor to level 6, and then upgrade his firepower accessories, he could do it. As for the other trains, he couldn't imagine how to complete it without the unlimited upgrade privilege of level 0. Green grade vehicle accessories could only be upgraded to level 3, and yellow grade vehicle accessories to level 5. Without blue grade firepower accessories, the train wouldn't even be able to penetrate the enemy's defenses if its level was suppressed. Even with blue grade firepower accessories, without sufficient armor, it would be easy for a level 6 monster to attack and rip the train to pieces. This S-rank job transfer quest was practically impossible. The D-rank job transfer quest, on the other hand, was quite simple. Basically, a level 3 train with normal development, not a mixed out level 3, could easily kill a level 3 monster. However, job transfer quests can only be completed in green zones, and even killing a level 3 monster in a green zone is no easy task. Even if you don't provoke the higher level monsters, they'll still chase you. The difficulty level of the completed job transfer quests varies, and the quality of the unknown large firepower accessory obtained after completing the job transfer also varies. D level difficulty is green, C level difficulty is yellow, B level difficulty is blue, A level difficulty is purple, and S level difficulty is red. Furthermore, the train's potential level will be displayed on the train panel based on the level of the job transfer quest completed. Higher potential will allow for more adventures in the future. The letterboards in the high-level zone will also indicate the train's job transfer direction and potential level. This explains why the dozen or so level 3 trains in the Teeling Wasteland are so reluctant to leave the Teeling Wasteland for the green zone. Firstly, they believe the Teeling Wasteland is relatively safe, while the green zone is too dangerous. They wait until they have accumulated sufficient experience before heading to the green zone. Secondly, they want to complete the more difficult job transfer quests to obtain the higher quality unknown large firepower accessory. After upgrading to level 3, none of the 9 craftable components are external firepower components. From level 1 to level 3, there's essentially only one firepower component, the tripod heavy machine gun. Even at level 3, the tripod heavy machine gun remains the primary attack tool. This means, this unknown large firepower component is the only firepower component on a level 3 train. And it's a heavy weapon at that, likely the train's primary weapon for reaching the green zone. The higher the quality, the better. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96 Mechanical Train Job Change Mission. Red grade, unknown large firepower accessory. Chen Mang's eyes narrowed slightly. His job transfer was definitely going to be the mechanical train. If possible, he would definitely want the red grade, unknown large firepower accessory. Unfortunately, the job transfer quests for the mechanical train and the flesh train were different. If the S-level difficulty job transfer quest for the mechanical train was also to kill 3 level 6 monsters, then it would be much simpler for him. After reaching maximum growth in the Teeling Wasteland, he could go to the green area and kill 3 level 6 monsters to complete the quest. However, the job transfer quest for the mechanical train was much more complicated. The most important thing was, there were only 2 opportunities to accept the job transfer quest, and each quest had to be completed within 24 hours of accepting it to be considered completed. If the quest was completed before accepting it, it would be invalid. For example, if the flesh train job transfer quest was completed before accepting the S-level difficulty job transfer quest, even if the train managed to kill 3 level 6 monsters, it would not count. The quest had to be accepted first, then completed. If both job transfer quests fail, you will be unable to transfer and will remain a level 3 train, never being able to upgrade to level 4 train, mechanical train job transfer quest. S-level difficulty, you will need to set up a static maze within the train and set the starting and ending points. After accepting the quest, an intelligent robot will descend at your designated starting point. If the robot fails to clear the maze within half an hour, the quest is completed. P.S. This robot possesses advanced thinking abilities and the running speed of a normal male. The train must have a maximum of 18 cars at the time of this quest, and the robot cannot be attacked. The maze must also have a single route connecting the starting and ending points. A-level difficulty. You will need to use verbal training to trigger the hidden quest human-machine love, allowing your train assistant's AI to develop human emotions and spend 100,000 units of iron ore to create a body for it. After having sex with it once, the quest is completed. P.S. Once you've trained the train's auxiliary AI and completed the hidden mission, it will possess real human emotions. Avoid getting too close to other women on the train, or it might trigger its immediate self-destruct. Each AI's personality will be unique after completing the hidden mission, and its personality will be influenced by the train conductor during its development. B-rank difficulty. You'll need to obtain sufficient Murphy stones and upgrade both the simple medical kit or medical bay, as well as the individual skeleton armor production line, to level 10. Leveraging their level 10 supermodel effects, you'll convert all of your limbs into mechanical skeletons to complete the mission. P.S. If your bones are damaged, you can have non-orbit spiders burrow into your body through your nose and mouth to repair them, so there's no need to worry. C-rank difficulty. You'll need to transfer the train conductor's authority to any member of the train. If they transfer it back to you within 24 hours, the mission is complete. P.S. Blood relatives are also accepted. D-rank difficulty. You'll need to craft 18 three-legged heavy machine guns and upgrade them all to level 3. P.S. The 12.7mm heavy machine gun ammunition production line also needs to be upgraded to level 3. Chen Mang's mouth twitched slightly as he gazed at the hundreds-word mechanical train job transfer quest. He finally understood why, not long after joining the train radio station, he'd witnessed 2 level 3 train conductors exchanging insults. One of them had said, "You're a brainless wretch about to transfer to the flesh train. What's there to argue with?" He'd thought it was just a simple insult. Now he understood. It wasn't just a simple insult. The flesh train job transfer quest was indeed much simpler. No, it couldn't be said to be simple. After all, killing those high-level monsters was quite difficult. It was more about the simple quest instructions. Just kill them. The higher the level of the monsters, the greater the reward for the job transfer. It was incredibly simple, straightforward, and easy to understand. Unlike the mechanical train job transfer quest, which was indeed many times more complex, a train conductor with little education might have trouble understanding the job transfer quest. Reading ability is a skill that seems to be possessed by everyone, but in reality, many lack it. Chen Mang carefully examined the job transfer quests. He immediately dismissed the A-ranked one. He didn't want to trigger some ridiculous hidden quest called human romance. He didn't want to have a sensational romance with an AI, only to have it get upset, make a scene, and then hit the self-destruct button. Who would he turn to for justice? Even if the quest was high level, he had no intention of doing it. Forget about anything else. Just the act of constantly verbally coaching the train assistant AI in an attempt to trigger the hidden quest struck him as idiotic. He was a bit of a nerd, and couldn't bear to do such a foolish thing. It was like watching those anime in his past life where women with guns or robots were constantly in love, and his brows furrowed. As for the B-rank job transfer quest, the Murphy Stone. After it appeared on the job transfer panel, the train assistant AI also had information about the item. It was a special item, only available in high-level areas, green or higher, and quite rare. Its effect allowed a certain accessory to upgrade 1 level, regardless of the level cap. It was a bit like his unlimited upgrades. It was a one-time quest, and it only allowed 1 level up. Honestly, this quest was quite suitable for him, as normally, a B-rank job change required at least a dozen Murphy stones, which weren't easy to come by. But for him, with his unlimited upgrades, it was easy. However, he didn't really want to transform himself into a robot. Unless he was seriously injured and his medical pod was ineffective, forcing him to use a mechanical skeleton to get back on his feet, he wouldn't choose to become a cyborg. He also couldn't accept the idea of Nano Spider crawling into his nose and running around inside his body. It reminded him of a movie he'd seen in his past life about an Egyptian pharaoh. C-rank job changes were also out of the question. He actually trusted Lao Tzu and Baozi quite a bit, but if he was asked to transfer the train conductor's authority, he'd give up. The moment he did, they would have full control of the train, making it a snap to kill him. Blade in hand, the murderous intent welled up in his mind. Even if the other party had no intention of betraying him. Voluntarily handing over the Star Train's conductor authority would inevitably spark rebellion. After all, the moment they gained that authority, they already had absolute advantage. How could human nature withstand such a test? Forget about Old Pig. Even if his father, whom he hadn't seen since childhood, suddenly appeared, he wouldn't hand over his conductorship. He might even say, "Fuck off, what kind of weird dad is this?" He was genuinely curious. Has anyone ever completed this quest? What kind of relationship could withstand such a test in the apocalypse? After ruling out these 3 quests, only the S rank and D rank job transfer quests remained. Chen Mang sighed wearily. The D rank job transfer was simple and easy, but he felt a little bit resigned. If he had gone to the flesh train, he could have completed an S rank job transfer, but on the mechanical train, he could only complete a D rank. The flesh train was still better. Strength was everything. If you can kill, you'll be rewarded. It's crude, but effective. Unlike the mechanic train, you always have to pay a price, like a cult ritual. You have to romance an AI or transform yourself into a cyborg, proving your loyalty to the Mechanicus, before you can successfully advance. If the flesh train's subsequent component upgrades didn't really mesh with his unlimited upgrades, and if he didn't particularly enjoy the flesh train, he'd seriously want to just go to the flesh train. As for the S-rank mission on the mechanic train, it's pure nonsense. The train is so small, and you're setting up a maze to stop the Omnics, and then requiring the train to have a maximum of 18 cars at the time of the mission. How could it be possible? It would be much simpler if there were no limit on the number of cars. After all, building a regular car only costs 100 units of iron ore, and building 5,000 cars only costs 500,000 units of iron ore. He simply set the starting point at the last car and the end point at the front of the train, without any mazes. Just run. Run 5,000 train cars in half an hour at the speed of an adult male. Then we'll easily complete this mission. Unfortunately, this road is completely blocked, and he can't attack the robot. Otherwise, his built-in fire control system would come in handy. Over 100 heavy machine guns, aimed inwards, would be enough to see how tough this robot is. The train is so small. Wait? Chen Mang, who had been reclining in his chair, sighing wearily, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He straightened up, his eyes fixed on the S-rank job transfer quest within the mechanical train. It seems there's a solution. There's not enough space inside the train, but he has a level 10 refrigerator. A level 10 refrigerator has 100 square meters of space, and there's room for more refrigerators inside refrigerators. He could just build 100 refrigerators. Stuff all 100 refrigerators into one, creating a massive maze. Hey, it seems feasible. The robot, endowed with superhuman thinking abilities, pushed open a refrigerator door and discovered an open space and 2 doors outside. He pushed open the left door, looked back, and saw it was the refrigerator door. He returned the way he came and pushed open the right door, looking back again. Hey, it was still the refrigerator door. Chen Mang's eyes gleamed as he sat up straight in front of the console, picked up a pen and put it on paper to capture the inspiration in his mind. Constantly sketching the maze. A level 10 refrigerator, plus the cost of building and upgrading, consumes 4,500 units of iron ore. 100 level 10 refrigerators, that's 450,000 units of iron ore. Not much? The teeming wasteland can afford him to complete this S-level job transfer quest. Exchanging 450,000 units of iron ore for a red-grade unknown large firepower accessory with S-level potential is extremely cost-effective. This is a no-brainer. Now the only thing left to consider was how to use these 100 refrigerators to create an extremely difficult maze. While he had the idea, he only had a rather rudimentary conception of how to design one. A suitable maze required an extremely well-conceived route, with numerous forks designed to delay time and countless misleading paths. This was a technical task, one he wasn't particularly adept at. However, in his previous life as a businessman, he had always believed in the saying, "Leave professional matters to professionals." The boss didn't need to be an expert in everything, he only needed to decide the direction and take the risks. He immediately picked up the intercom. "Old Pig, ask the slaves if any have experience designing mazes. I need someone to help me design a maze as complex as possible." "Okay," Old Pig replied quickly. The slaves had just finished their work, and everyone was eating. After arranging this, Chen Mang resumed sketching the maze on paper. It took him about half an hour to complete a 2D rectangular maze. Chen Mang leaned back in his chair, holding the paper to his face, admiring it with a hint of satisfaction. Not bad. Given the difficulty, who could get from the starting point to the end without spending 5 or 6 minutes? Just then, there was a knock on the door. "Come in," Old Pig led a rather young-looking boy in. "Master Mang, this slave said he was a game designer before the apocalypse, and a maze geek. He knows how to create complex mazes." "Oh," Chen Mang looked the boy, who looked to be about 24 or 25, up and down, and handed him the freshly drawn maze. "Try this maze. Can you solve it in a minute?" "I'll give it a try." The young boy, looking a little nervous, stepped forward, took the pen and paper, and began to work quickly on the table. Chen Mang was also very patient. He leisurely lit a cigarette, leaned back in his chair, and exhaled a long, relaxed puff of smoke. He said casually, "Don't worry, I'm just testing your skills." "Wait a minute," he was still halfway through his words. "All right." The young man nervously handed over the paper with the correct path already drawn on it. Chen Mang looked down at the successfully solved maze on the paper, then glanced at his newly lit cigarette. He looked up at the young man expressionlessly for a long moment, feeling a sudden surge of frustration. He'd painstakingly mapped it out for half an hour, believing it to be flawless. And it was solved in the time it took him to light a cigarette? What a joke. "Evaluate the difficulty of this maze," he asked expressionlessly. Chapter 97. What are you going to do? Complain to the Emperor. Ahem. As Chen Mang finished his words, Old Pig, standing beside him, coughed lightly with a clenched fist. Ahem, 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 ahem. Chen Mang turned to Old Pig and angrily scolded him. "I want a genuine evaluation, not some flattering nonsense. Don't drop hints when you shouldn't, and next time, even if you're going to drop hints, could you please not use such an old-fashioned method? Do you think I'm deaf?" Old Pig's eyes wandered awkwardly, not daring to look him in the eye. "Come on." Chen Mang turned to look at the young man again, frowning. "Tell me how you did it. I clearly designed so many complex intersections." The young man took a deep breath before mustering the courage to speak. "This is a relatively simple maze topology. This rectangular maze may appear to have winding paths, but it's essentially a straight line. The starting point and the end point are the two ends of this line, and those intersections are just branches of this line. So," the young man pulled a sharp stone from his pocket and carefully traced the maze route. After carving every path, he peeled the entire maze from the paper. He then grasped the excised maze with both hands, grasped its ends, and gently pulled. The maze, which had seemed incredibly complex just moments before, immediately transformed into a straight line, with the intersections he had designed growing like branches from the trunk of a tree. "You just need to stretch this maze infinitely, and you can quickly get the correct route. You didn't do that just now. I have a stronger sense of space, and I quickly simulated it in my mind. This way of presentation is to make it more understandable." Chen Mang was silent for a long time with an expressionless face, and then he said, "As a slave, you still carry such sharp stones with you?" The young boy was slightly stunned, and his face turned pale immediately. Only then did he realize that he seemed to have exposed something because he was too involved. His voice trembled uncontrollably. "I don't want to be robbed again. There is a slave who snatches 1 unit of iron ore from me every day, and then turns it in at the time of settlement. He is a level 1 slave, and I dare not say anything. I don't want to be robbed again. How much iron ore I dig every day determines how long it takes me to be promoted. I want to be promoted to level 2 slave as soon as possible." He prepared this thing. "If you rob me next time, it will be a fight to the death." Hearing this, Chen Mang frowned slightly and tilted his head to look at the old pig beside him. The old pig standing aside wanted to curse in his heart at this moment. Why can't you chat with him privately for such a trivial matter? What the hell are you doing? Complaining to the Emperor? Damn it. Did you take it out accidentally, or did you take it out on purpose? He looks so young, but how can he be such a scheming guy? Although he was cursing in his heart, his face was uneasy and frightened, and he quickly bent down. "Master Mang, this is my negligence in work. I will deal with this matter as soon as possible later." "Yeah," Chen Mang nodded and said casually, "just beat him up, don't waste a slave. By the way, there are the train rules I drafted in that drawer. You can take it and announce it before work starts tomorrow morning. In the future, you will follow this rule to go through the process, after dealing with this little episode." He closed his eyes again and leaned back in his chair, trying to stretch the maze in his mind infinitely. A minute later, he opened his eyes, took out a cigarette and threw it over. I need to design a maze that is complicated enough, at least a maze that can trap a robot. That robot has extraordinary intelligence and the leg strength of an adult male. If I ask you to design it, what do you think? A static maze or a dynamic maze? Static. The young boy hurriedly and respectfully took the cigarette. He had no fire to light it, so he just held it in his hand and spoke after thinking for a few seconds. Generally speaking, to set up a sufficiently complex maze, you need to use some random algorithm software to generate irregular paths, but we don't have the conditions now. But we can start with 6 steps. The first step is to divide the maze area into different areas, such as 10 areas. Each area is a separate maze, and the correct line passes through the maze in each area. The second step is that each node requires at least 3 directions, so that the proportion of dead ends reaches 60% to 70%. If possible, it is best to set up 7 layers of path nesting. The third step is that if it is a 3D maze, at least 3 layers of vertical connections need to be set up. The fourth step is to use sound and light effects for visual deception, such as mirrors, sounds, light and shadow, and misleading guide lights, so that the mirror area counts for about 15%. The fifth step is to make the repetition rate of the maze in these 10 areas reach 40%. A higher repetition rate will confuse people's memories in the process of trying out the route, and they will begin to doubt whether they have walked this road before, which is commonly known as ghost wall. The sixth step is to create a progressively scaling path ratio to create an illusion of distance. In this way, the number of path retraces can basically be guaranteed to be greater than 30% of the total number of steps, and the necessary nodes can be occupied. Okay, Chen Mang interrupted the young man's statement, sat up from his chair, lit a cigarette for him personally, patted him on the shoulder and said with emotion, "He is a talent and professional enough, old pig. This kid will enjoy the treatment of a level 1 slave on the Star Train in the future. After finding the slaves who robbed this kid, let this kid fight back himself. What's his name?" The young boy at this time did not have the look of just now talking about his ideas incessantly, but just held the cigarette in his mouth with some fear and trepidation. "Master Mang. My name is Li Shiji." "Good name." Chen Mang breathed a sigh of relief. "Each of the refrigerators on the train has 100 square meters of space. I want you to use 100 refrigerators to create a sufficiently complex maze. It must meet what I said just now, so that the robot cannot pass it smoothly in half an hour. Just tell me if you need any support. We can add more refrigerators, but the maximum will be around 130. Go back and think about it tonight, and report to me tomorrow morning. We'll discuss it then. If this is done well, I'll give you a big reward." "Thank you, Master Mang." "Thank you, Master Mang." Li Shiji's eyes flashed with excitement and he bowed repeatedly in thanks. Meanwhile, in the cave outside the train, all the slaves had finished dinner. However, they didn't immediately return to their seats inside the train to sleep. Instead, they gathered together to watch the fun. In the middle of the crowd, a slave knelt on the ground, his face shrouded in fear. Unbound, he dared not struggle. A group of armed thugs surrounded the inner circle, maintaining order. Behind this slave, Li Shiji waved his baton before leaning down and whispering softly into the kneeling slave's ear. "Are you enjoying my iron ore? It's not that I won't retaliate, it's just that the time hasn't come yet. Remember, my name is Li Shiji." The next moment, Li Shiji's eyes were filled with rage as he swung his arm with greater force than he'd ever used to dig, bringing down a heavy baton on the back of the kneeling slave. He didn't utter a single curse word, only gritted his teeth. Like a storm, he struck again and again without pause. He held nothing back. It looked like he was going to pound him to death. Uncle Li, among the crowd of slaves watching the excitement, a young boy looked at this scene and whispered in Uncle Li's ear, "Look at him, he got ahead easily, and he is a level 3 slave who just joined the train. You old man has been on the train since a long time ago. You are considered an old man, but you enjoy the treatment of a level 1 slave. Why haven't you gotten ahead yet? Have you thought of a new plan? Can you shut the fuck up?" Uncle Li turned his head to look at the young boy next to him with some embarrassment and anger. "You are so stressed out. Can you stop pressuring me every day? I am under a lot of pressure too. Aren't you expecting me to become Jackie Chan a little too much?" "Well, you can't expect me to become Jackie Chan. I'm obviously unreliable. Shut up. I'll find a way, of course. I have always believed in this." Uncle Li, inside the crowd. Bai Ozi, with his arms folded over his chest and a cigarette in his mouth, looked at the scene with a smile on his face. "Captain Pig, I guarantee you that this kid is definitely deliberately complaining to the Emperor. Nonsense, Old Pig said with a somewhat ugly face. You need to tell me, can't I see it? This kid is so cunning, I don't like him. Mr. Mang seems to like him very much. Of course Mr. Mang likes him. Although I don't like this kid as a person, he does have talent. Having said that, Old Pig paused and said hesitantly, this kid can infinitely stretch an extremely complex rectangular maze into a straight line in his mind. Can you do it? I tried for a long time just now, and my head is about to explode. I feel like when I close my eyes, countless lines are floating in front of my eyes. I'm almost hallucinating, but I didn't figure it out. I'm a warrior, Captain Pig. If I had this method, would I have become a guerrilla contractor? You can only be a contractor with your brain. You'll be dumbfounded if you don't get the money. I'm a warrior, Captain Pig. What's wrong with being a warrior? Ozzy winked and laughed. A warrior is someone who collects debts, and that's his profession. There's no debt that I can't get back. Otherwise, why do you think I was able to be the boss before? Lao Tzu snorted disdainfully. Come on, you almost got killed by Hey How, so don't show off here. By the way, you used to be a level 2 train captain. Do you know any situations where you need a huge maze to trap robots? I don't know. Ozzy shook his head and said seriously, is this what Master Mang asked this guy to do? Don't look at me, I really don't know. It's not that I don't want to tell you, it's just that my previous train and Master Mang's train are not the same thing at all. To say that there is a world of difference is an understatement. However, I have to advise you, Master Mang didn't ask you to beat anyone to death. That kid didn't hold back. The slave looked like he was about to die. Also, don't be angry with this little guy. Master Mang used him to build a maze, and he will be useless in the future. You are the second in command on the train and the pig captain. Don't make a scene. You will definitely lose. Of course I know that, Old Pig sighed softly. I'm definitely not stupid enough to get angry with him. I'm just a little pissed off about this being the first time I've been sued. He didn't tell me but told Master Mang instead. I wonder what Master Mang will think. He'll think I'm constantly bullying the slaves, making them afraid to tell me when they have problems. It's okay. This is truly a case of dereliction of duty on your part. Exposing problems is the only way to solve them. Relax, Old Pig said nothing more, simply taking a step forward and speaking in a deep voice. Enough. Then he looked at the half-dead slave lying on the ground and said, take him to the train to recover, Captain Pig. Li Shiji whispered as he saw Old Pig approaching, immediately handing him his baton. Old Pig took the baton expressionlessly before looking at the surrounding slaves and pointing to the nearby iron ore mine. Everyone, get back to the train and sleep. If you're not sleepy, you can go over there and continue mining with Doba. The slaves instinctively turned to look at the 100 or so goblin slaves still digging in the nearby iron ore mine. Their bodies shuddered, and they swarmed towards the train. Those goblins, they were mad. They'd witnessed the goblins' madness over the past few days. They'd fallen asleep, and they were still digging. They'd barely woken up, and they were still digging, as if they needed no rest at all. They were like cold-blooded machines, working non-stop 24/7. Doba, in particular, had been at the top of the daily mining leaderboard for days, unsurpassed. He was practically unbeatable. They'd been looking forward to the daily mining rankings. Later, after the goblins dominated the top 100 every day, they began to bother paying attention to the daily mining rankings. They were so competitive, they were frightened. They were like superhumans. At first, many people were seeing goblins for the first time and were curious. During their free time mining, they would approach them and tentatively say hello. But after being scolded several times, saying, foolish humans, don't bother the great goblins mining, no one approached them anymore. That Doba seems to have spent his entire life proving his greatness. As the slaves swarmed toward the carriage, the Old Pig, standing still, looked toward Doba, who was mining with a determined look not far away, and sighed with emotion. To be fair, this guy is really strong. Yeah, he is. Ozzy nodded, then looked strangely at the female giant among a group of short goblins. But that woman is also quite strong. It seems like she's been arguing with these goblins and is determined to fight to the death. I remember this female giant went to talk to Doba today and got scolded. She seemed very angry. And then she was determined to fight to the death to see who could dig better. P.S. Thanks for your support. First order 3000. The product is a high-quality product as soon as it is released. It's great. By the way, I'm also asking for some monthly votes. Typos will be corrected later. Chapter 98. This is my great opportunity. Green Zone, Kunlun Mountains. Whoosh, a bald man, aboard a train with wheels shaped like clouds, floated low in the sky. His face was filled with emotion as he gazed at the blueprint in his hand. This was dropped after defeating a green dragon boss. Green dragons frequently spawned randomly in various green zones, making their presence elusive. After days of searching, he finally captured it and, with full force, finally managed to obtain this blue-grade vehicle accessory. Deep Sea Shield. With this accessory, the train can submerge underwater. Of course, being able to navigate the water requires specialized wheel accessories, such as the special bunny cloud wheels his train currently uses. He could finally return to his Sand River Plains and explore the lake to discover what the adventure in that underwater maze was all about. A few days ago, he encountered a very special Level 2 train. The side of that Level 2 train, using its spider legs as a component, climbing the nearly 90-degree cliff face with unimpeded ease had deeply shocked him. He had initially assumed that many powerful individuals had arrived in the area, many of whom would compete with him for the Green Dragon boss. But these past few days, he had discovered that not many people seemed to know about this news. That was just how he felt. The information he had acquired at such great cost had become as commonplace as cabbage, known to everyone. Furthermore, he hadn't seen that Level 2 train since then, only a few flesh trains, a bunch of madmen. Kunlun Mountains. A green region devoid of any mineral resources. Monsters were everywhere, high-level monsters everywhere, and the threat level far exceeded that of other areas. No train car cared to enter this area, except for the flesh trains, which relied on collecting monster flesh to upgrade their components. The man shook his head and gave it no further thought. He simply picked up a nearby razor and carefully shaved off the newly grown stubble on his head, a pre-apocalyptic habit. Then, he entered the coordinates of the Shay plane into the control console. With the roar of the engine, the train, hovering low in the sky, shot off toward the distant clouds. Sky Train, traveling the world. Hours later, the bald man had successfully arrived at the Shay plane and driven the train to the lakeside. Then, with a sound of churning gears, the cloud-shaped wheels of the train stationed at the lakeside began to slowly retract into the carriages. Then, several robotic arms extended from the sides of the carriages, rapidly twisting and hammering at the bottom. Soon, several propellers emerged from the bottom of the carriages. With a crisp clang, the wheels were successfully replaced. The entire process took a minute. How convenient. The bald man in the front of the train looked at the display on the control console indicating that the replacement was complete and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. This was the charm of the yellow-grade robotic arm accessory. This accessory, when used in conjunction with the train's auxiliary AI, could perform some difficult maneuvers. For example, replacing wheels. Before this accessory, every wheel replacement required stationing on site, with the onboard mechanic dismounting and working through the connections between each car and wheel. The more cars there were, the longer the process took, often taking over 10 minutes. With this yellow robotic arm accessory, the entire process took just 1 minute. Despite being a level 5 train, his had many more rare parts than other trains. Most level 5 train captains were primarily focused on mining, spending the majority of their time mining and upgrading their parts and train levels as quickly as possible, avoiding bosses whenever possible. He, however, believed that sharpening the knife would delay the chopping of wood. He preferred to confront bosses when his train was well stocked with ammunition, or to proactively seek out adventures to obtain rare parts blueprints, thus expanding his train's capabilities. What was the point of upgrading the train's level? If it lacked foundation, it would still shatter at the slightest touch. Take, for example, the underwater maze adventure in the lake before him. This was the goal he'd been planning for a full month, and now, everything was finally ready. Let's begin. The bald man sat inside the train, gazing expectantly at the tranquil lake before him. He slowly pushed the lever, and the 5-level auxiliary universal wheels beneath the carriage began to roll. These were training wheels, and they didn't provide much power to the train. They primarily aided in cornering, and using them as a power source was like a pony pulling a large cart. But in this situation, they were still a good way to help the train enter the water, since he couldn't rely on propeller wheels to propel it into the lake. The next moment, bang, the train slowly plunged into the lake. The moment it touched the surface, a pale blue light enveloped the train. This was the effect of the deep sea shield, protecting the train from water pressure and preventing water intrusion. Simultaneously, The several propellers beneath the carriage began to spin frantically. The dazzling headlights formed two long-range beams, illuminating the area ahead. The train began to dive, its target precisely where the coordinates flashed on the control panel screen. 20 minutes later, the train finally reached the lakebed, revealing a magnificent golden palace nestled in the center. A long road led to the palace entrance, ending in a circular archway. Signposts adorned the road. Floating above the palace entrance were several large, white characters. Undersea labyrinth. The train slowly landed on the road and continued along it until it reached the palace. Miraculously, despite being built underwater, the palace lacked a trace of water, and there was ample oxygen. Then, a message appeared on the train control panel. Conductor, please exit and choose your own maze difficulty. How amazing! A flash of astonishment crossed the bald man's eyes. This was his first time encountering such an underwater adventure. Without further delay, he exited the train compartment and stood within the palace, which soared over 10 meters. The vast, empty palace made the once huge train behind him seem insignificant. The next moment, 5 massive light screens appeared above the palace, and above them, another screen. Welcome, Captain of the Blue Dragon train, to the first explorer of this underwater labyrinth adventure. Perhaps one day, humanity will scatter like stars, taking root in the corners of the galaxy. But no matter how far we go, the spirit of those adventurers who embrace the spirit of exploration will be forever etched on the monument of civilization. Setting out into the unknown isn't because it's easy, but because it's difficult. True faith isn't the belief and certainty of success, but the willingness to give everything for that 1 in a billion chance of a miracle, knowing the possibility of failure. As the first explorer, whether you successfully clear the maze or not, you will receive a consolation prize. If you do, you'll be broadcasted regionally, gaining reputation points, and receiving additional rewards. Please select your maze difficulty. Once you've made your choice, it cannot be changed. The bald man looked at the words on the giant screen with a hint of embarrassment. So he was so great, he felt a little shy to be praised. Then he looked at the maze difficulty displayed on the next 5 screens. S-level maze. Your consciousness will descend into the body of a robot and appear on a random train. The train's conductor will meticulously lay out a static maze for you. Reach the end within half an hour to complete the level. Note, neither the train's components nor the armed personnel can attack you, nor can you attack any components or personnel on the armed train. The train's auxiliary AI will possess the robot, granting you a mindset beyond that of a human. The robot will run at the speed of an adult male, and the train is limited to a maximum of 18 carriages. Reward: 30 Murphy Stones, a level maze. You will then fall into deep sleep and enter 99 levels of dreams. Recovering within 24 hours will complete the level. Note, if you fail to awaken within the allotted time, you will be forcibly awakened. Reward: 20 Murphy Stones, B-level maze. After your 4 senses are blocked, you will enter a 999-node underwater maze behind the palace. Reach the end within 6 hours to complete the level. PS, the 4 senses lost are form, sound, smell and taste, and 1 sense is retained, touch. Reward: 10 Murphy Stones, C-level difficulty maze. Your consciousness will be attached to a goblin monster and enter an extremely dark place. You need to grope in the dark to find the pickaxe and the mine, and dig 12 units of iron ore within 24 hours. PS, if the beep-beep search fails, the difficulty of this task cannot be selected. Reward: 5 Murphy Stones, D-level difficulty maze. You will enter the underwater maze with 999 nodes behind the palace with all 5 senses retained. If you reach the end within 24 hours, you will successfully pass the level. PS, it is recommended to wear a smartwatch. This maze will bring your exercise steps to a new high today. Reward: 2 Murphy Stones. Hoo-hoo, the bald man standing next to the Sorai train gazed at the 5 screens overhead displaying mazes of varying difficulty and reward. His attention was immediately drawn to the generous rewards. His chest heaved, his breathing quickened, his eyes filled with greed. This time, he'd hit it big. He'd been on so many train adventures before, and had always heard that individual adventures offered special items as rewards, but he'd never encountered one. Unexpectedly, today, he'd encountered a personal adventure. And the reward was precious Murphy Stones. Completing an S-level maze mission would net him a full 30 Murphy Stones. He couldn't imagine how many top-tier upgrades with supermetal effects would be possible if all those 30 Murphy Stones were used on the Sorai train. Even the lowest difficulty level would yield 2 Murphy stones. Furthermore, he was the first train conductor to explore this area, meaning if he successfully completed the mission, he'd also earn reputation points and additional rewards through the regional broadcast. This was truly a jackpot. The bald man carefully examined the 5 difficulty levels. He was very familiar with the first S-level difficulty. The S-level task for the mechanical train's job transfer involved laying a maze. Could it be that the consciousness within the robot was real? So, when other trains were doing this S-level job transfer, were the robots also full of real consciousness? Were there other secret realms with similar S-level maze tasks? This one, though an S-level task, seemed to be the easiest. As for the mechanical train's S-level job transfer, he knew several trains had attempted it, but none had succeeded. He had never even seen a mechanical train with S-level potential on the letterboards. He loved exploring, having visited so many green areas. He had seen a few flesh trains with S-level potential on the letterboards, but not a single mechanical train with S-level potential. In other words, the failure of these train conductors meant his success. Damn it, the bald man's eyes were red, filled with greed. He was just saying how that train, which had always been inferior to him in the supermodel effects rankings, suddenly had 4 or 5 more supermodel effects. Could it be that he'd just gotten lucky and found himself in an underwater maze, then completed this S-level maze mission and walked away with 30 Murphy stones? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that way. He hadn't even bothered to pay much attention to the remaining missions, and they were incredibly difficult. Unlike this S-level mission, which was both simple and offered generous rewards. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolutely chose the S-level maze mission. Then, his mind drifted off, and he let out a half-hearted laugh. 30 Murphy stones, a zone report, reputation points, and extra rewards. This adventure had been a blessing in disguise. He'd spent a month planning for this underwater maze adventure. It was worth it, all worth it. After he made his choice, the numerous light curtains in the palace's sky slowly dissipated and merged into a single curtain. The Kanglong's train captain successfully selected the S-level maze. The search for the corresponding train failed. No trains are currently available. A special, one-time item, the consciousness transmitter, was issued. Upon finding a train capable of landing, the consciousness transmitter would emit a shrill alarm and flash a red light. Pressing the button on the consciousness transmitter within an hour would allow one to transmit their consciousness into the robot's body, regardless of their location, and officially unlock the S-level maze. Immediately afterwards, several rays of light emerged from the sky and slowly solidified into a solid object. A device resembling a walkie-talkie fell from the sky to the ground. "What are you doing?" Seeing this, the bald man rushed forward in a hurry, quickly picked up the consciousness transmitter that had fallen to the ground, and anxiously checked it several times. Only after making sure it was not damaged did he mutter, "Be gentle, don't break it, this is my great opportunity." Chapter 99, The 10 Rules of the Star Train. The bald man then returned to his train, clutching the intercom like a treasure. He sat at the control panel, fondly playing with it several times before carefully placing it beside it and speaking. "Mom, when this intercom sounds and glows red, turn up the train speakers, no matter what I'm doing, sleeping or taking a shit, wake me up." The next moment, a melodious, robotic voice echoed from the train. "Roger." Each train conductor could name their train's auxiliary AI to help it better understand their commands. He named his AI Mom, after his mother, who had passed away after several unsuccessful chemotherapy treatments for cancer before the apocalypse. After doing all this, the bald man finally relaxed completely. He leaned back in his chair, looking at the intercom on the table with a cheerful, expectant expression, hoping that it would begin blaring soon, allowing him to quickly claim his nearly free reward. As for not being able to find a train to descend, that was perfectly normal. The S-level job transfer quest for the mechanical train was absurdly difficult, unachievable. No one, not a die-hard fool, would choose it, even though there were 2 opportunities to choose. However, completing an S-level job transfer would undoubtedly require a tremendous investment of time, energy, and resources. In the apocalypse, no one would be so foolish as to devote so much to a near-impossible task. But he wasn't worried. After all, this world was full of stubborn people. He was certain that soon, a train conductor would stubbornly choose the S-level job transfer quest. He would then, with a sly grin, deliver a painful and despairing blow to that conductor, forcing him to recognize the truth of reality. 30 Murphy stones. The bald man looked at the three-dimensional image of the train on the control panel screen, frowning and biting his finger. How should I spend them? 2 three-legged heavy machine guns. Murphy stones are most cost-effective when used on green-grade vehicle accessories. Just 2 Murphy stones can buy a supermodel effect. No, just 1 level 5 three-legged heavy machine gun is useless. Besides, that would require 2 more heavy machine gun bullet production lines. What a headache. I've never fought a war so rich before. I'm so confused. Mom, do you have any suggestions? I suggest waiting until we get the 30 Murphy stones before we think about this. The voice of the train's auxiliary AI came through the speakers. Okay, you're done, Mom. Go have fun. The next day, Chen Mang woke from his sleep, stretched, and looked out the window at the gathered slaves with a satisfied smile. He slept soundly yesterday. The train was successfully upgraded to level 3. He had also found a way to complete the S-level job transfer quest. This made him quite happy. He glanced at the train panel. Including the iron ore brought back by the slaves yesterday, there were currently 196,000 units of iron ore in the train. His task today was to forge and upgrade the components of the level 3 train. In a word, squander. The 2 iron mines were almost depleted. The resource detection radar showed that there were still more than 30,000 units of mineable iron ore. It was almost time to withdraw at noon. The resource detection radar showed that 5,000 meters below, there was another high-level rare resource mine. The level 3 red heart rock mine. It was expected to mine 1,800 units of level 3 red heart rock. Although he had no use for this resource for the time being and didn't know which component could use it, he still planned to mine the red heart rock after digging the 2 iron mines. The main problem was that the quantity was too small. Only 1,800 units. With so many slaves, he finished the digging in just an hour or 2, then dug away the pieces. Then, he would go to other iron mines in the afternoon. There were plenty of iron ore deposits beneath the teeming wasteland, enough for him to dig slowly. After finishing all this, he withdrew his gaze from the window, looked out the door and casually said, "Come in." Soon, a young woman carrying a tray carefully pushed the door open, placed the tray on the console, and whispered, "Master Mang, this is the breakfast that Deputy Train Captain Zhu asked me to prepare for you. From now on, I will deliver your breakfast, lunch, and dinner." "Yes." Chen Mang tilted his head to examine the woman and said casually, "Go down." A few days ago, he had Old Pig select 10 women to clean the train and another to clean her train compartment. This woman was chosen by Old Pig for her. She was responsible for his daily food, clothing, and daily cleaning of the train compartment. She looked good. Although she was wearing no makeup, her skin was very delicate. However, her clothes, despite being washed many times, still looked worn and not very comfortable. Yesterday, he'd mentioned on the train radio that he wanted to trade iron ore for wood. However, there were only 2 ways to mine wood in the teeming wasteland. The first was to cut down trees in the Mo Hills, where there were numerous lumber yards. This area was considered the teeming wasteland, not some other region, but simply a place name. However, the terrain was too hilly, making it difficult for trains to access, making mining difficult and expensive. The second option was to chop down a few trees, either alone or clustered together, in the teeming wasteland. This yielded 100 or 200 tons of wood. While not much, it was enough. After all, first and second level trains didn't require much wood, and for those small needs, chopping down a few trees in the teeming wasteland was more than enough. His needs were quite large. After all, producing 2 sets of clothing for over 1,000 people would be quite wood-intensive for a custom clothing production line. His idea was to create 2 sets of clothing for each slave and thug. The colors of the clothing for level 1 and level 2 slaves would be different. This would clarify the classes. He'd also add a stellar train armband to the clothing for a more uniform and formal look. The train radio station simply doesn't have that much wood to offer. We'll head towards the Mo Hills later, digging up the underground iron ore along the way, and then drive all the way to the Mo Hills. After breakfast, Chen Mang let Li Shiji, who had been waiting at the door, in. He lay down on a chair, lit a cigarette, and frowned as he looked at the blueprint Li Shiji handed him. To be honest, he wasn't nearsighted, but looking at this blueprint, he felt as if he had some astigmatism. The blueprint only had a huge cube outline with dotted and solid lines, and then inside this cube were several numbers like 1, 2, and 3, and then there were a lot of dotted lines. There were corresponding annotations in the lower right corner of the blueprint. 1, refrigerator. 2, mirror. 3, speaker. 4, dirty words. 1 minute later, he put down the blueprint in his hand and looked at Li Shiji, who was standing in front of him with a somewhat nervous expression. Relax, I can understand the refrigerator and mirror marked on your blueprint. What does this swear word mean, Mr. Mang? It's like this. Li Shiji took a deep breath and said, doesn't the robot that is going to pass the level have higher intelligence than ordinary people? Since it has extraordinary intelligence, it must have more or less human emotions, and there are many negative emotions and human emotions that can be called upon. For example, suspicion. When the robot faces a fork in the road with 3 nodes, we can mark on the wall that the one on the left is a dead end, and then really make the refrigerator on the left a dead end, and there is no refrigerator in the refrigerator on the left, a dead end that can be identified immediately. After a few more times, the robot will start to doubt itself when it sees these slogans. Also, sarcasm. We could also write some mocking slogans on the wall, like, I made a maze with my feet. How can it be as difficult as a cart leaping over a dragon gate? This could be used to influence the robot's mind. When people are upset, they often lose their rational judgment. If the robot possessed human emotions, it would definitely be affected. Even if the robot doesn't have any human emotions, it's just a few more useless lines written on the wall. It won't affect anything. It's a win-win situation. Chen Mang remained silent, looking down at the maze sketch in his hand again. He suddenly felt that this was a bit far-fetched. At first, he had thought the S-rank job transfer quest for the mechanical train was almost impossible to complete. But when he remembered that he still had a level 10 refrigerator, it suddenly seemed possible. After hearing Li Shiji's idea today, he suddenly felt that the half-hour limit was a bit too short. A moment later, he raised his head again and looked at Li Shiji. In a few days, I'll build you a new train car and 100 refrigerators. You need to complete the maze outlined in the sketch in that car. Feel free to add any ideas you come up with in the next few days. No problem, Master Mang. Chen Mang's eyes narrowed slightly as he watched Li Shiji's departing figure. Although he thought the maze sketch was perfect, it was still just a theory on paper. Once the maze was built, he'd have a few slaves try it out and see how long it would take. Then he shook his head. He glanced at the train panel, preparing to begin crafting the components that would become available after the train was upgraded to level 3. Meanwhile, outside the train, a group of slaves gathered. Lao Zu stood under the train car, holding a piece of paper and reading Master Mang's handwriting. He looked up at the slaves, his voice echoing through the car's speakers. The following 10 rules are rules that all members of the Star Train must abide by, and violators will be punished. 1. Anyone who rapes or molests any woman or man, as well as goblins and other creatures that join the train in the future, will be killed. 2. Anyone who robs others of their iron ore, food, etc. will be beaten with 10 sticks and their salary will be demoted by 1 level. 3. Anyone who starts a fight will be beaten with 10 sticks and their salary will be demoted by 1 level. 4. Anyone who makes trouble or incites rebellion will be killed. 5. Anyone who takes another's life without permission will be killed. 6. Anyone who secretly stores resources such as iron ore and copper ore will be beaten with 10 sticks and their salary will be demoted by 1 level. 7. Anyone who secretly stores weapons, train orders and other props while on field duty will be killed. 8. Anyone who leaks any confidential information about the train to the outside world will be killed. 9. Anyone who escapes without authorization will be killed. 10. Strictly abide by and implement any words said by the train conductor, Master Mang. Anyone who refuses orders will be killed. After reading the 10 rules of the Star Train promulgated by Master Mang, Old Pig collected the scraps of paper and, expressionless, looked at the slaves. Remember the rules, and begin mining. He then handed the scraps to a woman beside him. Make 4 copies and post 1 in each slave car. Understood? With these 10 rules, or decrees, the Star Train finally gained a bit of legitimacy. In the lawless and chaotic world of the apocalypse, these few rules provided a sense of security rather than a constraint. That's great, Biozi observed the scene with a smile, his eyes filled with satisfaction. He had witnessed the Star Train's growth from a single car to 11 cars and thousands of slaves. Furthermore, the Star Train was now a Class 3 train. By the way, Lao Zu stopped by Ozzy, who was about to go on patrol. Master Mang is planning to make a big change and reform in the train recently. He told me that 2 teams of thugs will be needed at that time. You are in the first team, and there will be a second team and a third team. Each team has 10 people including the captain. You are a little short of manpower now. After all, there are thousands of slaves, and there are a lot of things to do every day. Master Mang asked you to pick some candidates from the slaves. Well, Baozi frowned and thought for a long time before looking at the muscular woman among the slaves in the distance and said hesitantly, "Is a female thug okay?" "You mean that guy? She is not bad. Let's find a few more alternatives. If Master Mang says it's not possible, someone can take over." "Okay, Uncle Lee, will anyone really rape goblins?" Among the group of slaves walking towards the mining area, the young man walked beside Uncle Lee, put his head across his shoulder, looked at the goblins who were also walking towards the iron mine not far away, and shrugged. "But it's quite moving. I never thought that the first time I'd see a law prohibiting male rape would be in the apocalypse. It feels a bit absurd." Uncle Lee narrowed his eyes slightly, but remained silent. He seemed to have come up with a new plan. The most important message in the 10 rules this time was a reduction in treatment. Currently, there were only 3 types of treatment on the train: first-level slave treatment, second-level slave treatment, and third-level slave treatment. There was no distinction between treatments for thugs. Li Shiji, who rose to prominence through his professional expertise, also received first-level slave treatment. It was impossible for Master Meng to cap first-level slave treatment, nor was it possible for him to not differentiate between thugs' treatment. From the information revealed, he vaguely guessed that Master Meng was likely to make a major change to the train, and the core of the change would be a salary range, clearly defining the treatment level for everyone. This also meant that if he found the right opportunity, he could take advantage of this change to move up. Chapter 100 Assassin's Creed. "Uncle Lee, what are you thinking about?" Seeing Uncle Lee didn't respond, the young man leaned forward curiously, asking in confusion. Uncle Lee glanced at the young man beside him expressionlessly, then said unhappily, "I've come up with a new plan. Just be patient." The reason he'd been willing to chat with the young man in the beginning was because he'd taken a liking to him, planning to make him his confidant once he ascended to power. Now, it seemed like he'd often wondered if he'd chosen the wrong person, and it was getting annoying. "Great," the young man nodded with satisfaction, giving him a thumbs up. "Keep going, Uncle Lee. I knew you were the best." Inside the start train, Chen Mang, having finished all his chores, sat alone inside the train. He glanced at the 196,000 units of iron ore and immediately began crafting them. First, he had to build 4 essential components: the mechanical nano-spider, the combat training virtual space, the internal space stabilizer, and the individual skeletal armor production line. Each of these components would cost 4,000 units of iron ore. The mechanical nano-spider is a female spider roughly the size of a fist, taking up very little space. Made entirely of steel, it resembles a beautifully crafted figurine. It's connected to the train's auxiliary AI. This AI detects the damage to components and then controls the mechanical nano-spiders to produce enough nano-spiders to repair them. Upgrading it directly to level 10 costs 45,000 units of iron or yellow-grade components require a higher cost to upgrade, with each upgrade requiring an additional 1,000 units of iron ore. The upgrade benefit of this component is that each upgrade allows it to repair higher-level components. For example, a level 3 mechanical nano-spider can only repair level 3 damaged components, while a level 10 mechanical nano-spider can repair level 10 damaged components. It also gains 2 super mod effects. The level 5 mechanical nano-spider super mod effect accelerates repairs. The level 10 mechanical nano-spider super mod effect allows it to produce more nano-spiders simultaneously. Both super mod effects are quite useful. The former shortens repair time, while the latter allows it to repair more damaged components simultaneously. Most of the time, these 2 supermodal effects are insignificant. If it's just repairing, a little slowdown wouldn't matter. However, during combat, these supermodal effects are extremely effective. Producing nano-spiders consumes iron ore. Chen Mang looked at the console screen, which showed the 62% intact number 4 living carriage and the 78% intact cola production line components. Repair all damaged parts on the train to 100% integrity. "Okay," the AI's mechanical, crisp voice quickly echoed from the train cabin. "A total of 3,800 units of iron ore will be consumed. Do you want to continue the repair?" "Continue." The next moment, the steel spider he had placed on the console slightly raised its hips, and then countless extremely tiny nano-robot spiders crawled out of the birth canal, a black mass swarming out through the gap in the train door. Normal spider pups are already tiny, looking dinky and even a little cute. These nano-robot spiders are only about 1/20th the size of normal spider pups. About 3 minutes later, Chen Mang glanced at the screen above the control panel, which showed that all of his train's components had been repaired to pristine condition. He raised his brow slightly. This component was quite useful. Most importantly, it saved money. Replacing the damaged components would have required tens of thousands of iron ore units, while repairing them only required 3,800 units. The quality, grade, and severity of the damaged components require different numbers of nano-spiders to produce, and thus consumed different amounts of iron ore. This component was small. He simply placed it on the table next to the control panel, treating it as a decorative ornament. Looking down, he spotted the 2 buttons on the control panel, self-destruct and eject. The self-destruct button was protected by a plastic cover to prevent accidental activation, while the eject button, which had previously been blank, now had a plastic cover as well. He had discovered this through the new customization options added after the train reached level 3. A plastic cover with a fingerprint lock could be added to a button on the control panel for 100 iron ore units. There was no reason not to pretend, but unlike the immediate self-destruction, he didn't confirm the process on the screen. Then Chen Mang looked at the combat training virtual space accessory, which he had placed in the number 5 thug car. He immediately stood up and walked out of the train compartment, heading all the way to the number 5 thug car, ready to experience it for himself. Biozi and the others were outside, supervising the slaves' work and not inside. Only Chichuchu and a few celebrities were inside, chatting and joking with each other. When they saw Chen Mang enter the car, their smiles quickly faded. They stood in a row with some fear and whispered, "Master Mang." "Yes," Chen Mang nodded, not looking at the others. His eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze fixed on the machine before him. It was a device similar to a spa cabin, with a leather sofa inside and a glass cover above. When a person lay down, several wires with suction cups would be attached to the user's scalp, projecting their consciousness completely into another virtual space. This space would also be filled with nutrient solution to ensure the user's health. After studying it for a while, he stripped off his clothes, lying completely naked in the combat training virtual space before him. As the nutrient solution filled up, Chen Mang's consciousness was projected into another dimension. A completely white space, approximately 10 square meters. Without the distinct boundaries, it would have been difficult to discern its size. Chen Mang glanced down at his arm, then raised it and shook it a few times, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. This wasn't just real, it felt like reality. His every move was identical to reality. The texture of his exposed skin was the same. He patted his left arm, still feeling a dull pain. But he wasn't naked. Instead, he was dressed in a simple white suit. "Good job," Chen Mang pumped his fists in the air with satisfaction. Before crossing into this world, he had always dreamed of experiencing the kind of virtual online games found in novels. He hadn't expected to experience things he hadn't experienced in his previous world, but now he's experiencing them in this one. And there were several pop-up windows in front of him. This space is a combat training virtual space. Injuries sustained within it, including even death, will not affect the outside world. The pain level is uncontrollable and remains at 100%. The same as in the outside world. There are 2 training modes, single-player and online. Single-player training offers the following training options: climbing training, dagger training, and fist and kick training. There's also a mission training mode. You can select the number of enemies, map switching, weapons, and mission type. Online training allows you to engage in online battles against other users in the combat training virtual space, or team up for mission training. After reaching level 5, you can also participate in online ranked matches against other train users. Users are ranked based on their rank, and achieving a higher ranking on the leaderboard increases the train's reputation. Chen Mang raised his brow slightly, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. He took a deep breath, his nerves gradually tensing, and chose the single-player training mission mode. He chose a map of a ruined city with 10 enemies, all armed with guns. The mission objective was to kill all 10 enemies with a dagger. The modern city lay in ruins, a violent storm raging across the city. It was late at night. Inside a collapsed 3-story building, Chen Mang lay quietly on the rooftop, his eyes fixed on the 10 armed enemies patrolling outside an office building not far below. He clutched his dagger tightly in his hand, biding his time. Just then, a flash of lightning suddenly streaked across the sky, illuminating half the sky. Having waited for a long time, Chen Mang leaped into the air like a rattlesnake, grabbing the crane cable in front of him and swinging like an ape behind the 10 enemies to launch an assassination. However, as he leaped, he saw the 10 enemies' guns pointed at him. Bang, 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 the sharp, muffled sound of gunfire suddenly echoed through the rainy night. Hiss, Chen Mang, returning to the white space, couldn't help but gasp. He looked down at his abdomen. The bullet holes had seemed like an illusion, his body was intact, but the stinging pain still lingered in his mind. This was the first time he felt the sensation of a bullet piercing his body. It hurt. The feeling of despair before death was incredibly real. The mission had naturally failed. Chen Mang couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. If this were real, he definitely wouldn't have chosen this method for assassination, but now that he knew this was a virtual space, he couldn't help but want to emulate the assassins from his previous life's Assassin's Creed. The idea was a good one. If he could actually act out the movements he'd imagined, the scene would be quite impressive. A rainy night, a city in ruins. A flash of lightning streaked across the sky, and a dark figure, like a ghost, descended behind 10 enemies and began to slaughter them. When thunder roared, the enemies lay in a pool of blood. All that could be seen was the back of a man, dagger in hand, walking slowly and steadily down the street. Drops of blood, mixed with the rain, dripped down at his feet. So cool. Chen Mang's eyes narrowed slightly, and once again, a fantastic possibility surfaced in his mind. The modern city was reduced to ruins, a violent storm engulfing the city. Not a single neon light was visible. A faint crescent moon beneath the dark clouds was the only source of light. This time, he chose the rooftop of an office building as his birthplace. Standing on the edge of the building, Chen Mang leaned out to gaze at the 10 enemies surrounding the entrance. He let the rain pound against him and muttered, "Is this going to hurt a bit?" It was a full 36 stories high. But who can resist an immortal leap of faith, huh? Chen Mang took a deep breath and slowly stood at the edge of the rooftop. He pulled his hood over his head. In the virtual combat space, he could choose any clothing he wanted. He turned around in the night, leaning back against the darkness like a ghost, slowly spreading his arms and falling straight backward. A few seconds later, bang, a slightly dull sound, like a meat pie hitting a meat pie, suddenly echoed through the night. Returning to the white space, Chen Mang stretched his body with a grin, but seeing the mission completion panel, he couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Not bad. Killed an enemy. Even enemies armed with firepower couldn't withstand his leap of faith's attack. He gained a new understanding of assassination techniques. He then experimented with various map modes, enjoying the game for a while. Needless to say, it was quite exciting, but he also wanted to try online play. By Ozzy, Master Mang asked you to go to the number 5 thug car. Did he say what for? Yes, he said he wanted to spar with you. Huh? By Ozzy, who was on patrol, looked at Laozu who was walking towards him. He froze in place, a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes, and he murmured, "What kind of sparring?" "The kind where Master Mang is holding a Tamron assault rifle and I am unarmed. I seem to see my great-grandmother waving at me." "Don't think too much," Laozu couldn't help laughing, "it's not that serious." From the tone, Master Mang seems very happy. "Go, it should be a good thing." By Ozzy, who was still a little uneasy, walked into the number 5 thug car and looked around. Ji Chuchu, who was originally resting in the car, didn't know where she went. Master Mang was the only one in the car. He looked at Master Mang who was standing beside him and whispered, "Master Mang, are you looking for me?" "Yeah." Chen Mang waved his hand, pointed to the 2 combat training virtual spaces on the ground, and said with a smile, "Come on, here are the good things we just made. It's like a virtual game, you can fight online, and the casualties incurred won't carry over into real life. Playing alone is boring, let's practice together." "Huh? What?" "Quick, on a wide arena." By Ozzy, wielding a dagger, looked at Mang Yi, also wielding a dagger, and said with some trepidation, Mang Yi, am I going to attack? Fight seriously?" Chen Mang leaned forward slightly, his eyes fixed on the dagger in Bai Ozzy's hand. "Win and I'll make you captain of Team 1. Lose and go to Team 2. Bai Ozzy, who had been hesitant to attack, suddenly turned serious, his eyes flashing with ruthlessness. "I'm sorry, Mang Yi." The next moment, a 3-second countdown echoed above the arena. 3, 2, 1. The moment the countdown ended, both men regained control of their bodies and charged at each other almost simultaneously. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.